Our story begins in Indonesia, specifically on the island of Kunder. The main character, Kang Chan, was on a hostage rescue mission and had been lying in the bushes for 4 hours. After a long time, the guy notices something in the sight of his sniper rifle. And as soon as Kang Chan activated the thermal imager, he saw pirates approaching him with weapons in their hands. In total, the main character counted 6 people. At the same time, the pirates walked carefully and examined the area. Suddenly, our hero was informed over the earpiece that his squad had already completed rescuing the hostages, and therefore, all the soldiers were moving towards the exit. The comrades continued to speak into the earpiece, and now they conveyed to Khan Chan their meeting place. At the same time, the pirates were getting closer and closer to the guy. The main character never took his eyes off them for a moment. And eventually, the situation became more and more dire as Kang Chan was gradually surrounded by pirates. After a few seconds, the guy was already able to clearly see the enemy's legs without his sight. Taking off his night vision goggles, Kang Chan began to panic a little because there were too many enemies. Having taken off all his equipment, our hero began to wait for the moment when the bandits would pass by him. The pirates were getting closer and closer to Kang Chan, still not noticing his presence. When the pirate's foot was already a few meters away from our hero, Kang Chan took out his hunting knife just in case. With the knife at the ready, the boy prayed to fate that the villains would pass him by. A second later, the guy holds his breath and waits for the pirates to pass by him. Our hero was overwhelmed with various emotions. He was incredibly afraid to even take a breath. But thanks to this, more than half of the pirates had already passed him by. As soon as the villains had walked a few meters, the protagonist calmly exhaled and relaxed. But unfortunately, at that very moment, someone repeated the meeting place into his earpiece again. Panicked, Kang Chan turns around to look at the pirate who passed by, and he sees a man with a weapon in his hands, looking intently at him. At this moment, Kang Chan, on adrenaline, gets up in a matter of seconds, and miraculously dodging 2 bullets, the guy takes out a knife he had prepared in advance. And with a precise swing of his hunting knife, the main character easily destroys one of the pirates. The pirate's friends hear all these screams and squeals. The 3 of them turn around sharply and see how someone is beating up their comrade. The men immediately took their machine guns off safety and began firing hundreds of bullets straight into the back of Kang Chan, who was running away from them. The main character, miraculously dodging the bullets, looks back and remembers. In its place, he left the pirates a small gift in the form of mines. Without thinking twice, Kang Chan activates the explosive devices using a remote control. And at that very moment, the mines explode, taking the lives of the remaining villains with them. All this noise was heard by his comrades. They asked our hero if he had been in battle. Like a true commander, Kang Chan asked his comrades to leave the island while he distracted the pirates. The soldiers did not want to leave the island without Kang Chan, but he insisted, saying that it was an order. At the same time, our hero was followed by 2 remaining pirates who really wanted to take the sniper's life. Kang Chan ran away, and at the same time, he convinced his team to fly away, because soon they could also be found. In the end, the soldiers agreed, and the helicopter, with them on board, left the island against the backdrop of a forest burning from a mine explosion. After a few days, Kang Chan still survives and finds shelter. The guy settled in a small and bright cave in the rock. Each time, he looked out of the hole in panic and saw if there was anyone near his hiding place. Once Kang Chan was sure he was safe, he let out a sigh of relief and leaned against the smooth surface of the cave. As it turned out, the 4th day had already passed. And all this time, the main character did not sleep. Also, these pirates couldn't get near him. After all this time, Kang Chan was able to kill 6 people with a sniper rifle. But even this left him no chance of escape, as the villains had chosen a wait-and-see approach. Therefore, the only way out was another rescue operation. The guy also understood that if he fell asleep, it would be the end for him. To relieve some of the tension, Kang Chan takes out a family photo. And then he begins to look at it and remember his relatives. At that moment, it was hard for the guy. He didn't know whether his parents, as well as his girlfriend, would be able to wait for him. Suddenly, the whole atmosphere is interrupted by a sudden and loud sound. Turning his head towards the mountain, the guy saw several people standing on it. Taking a closer look, the main character saw one of the pirates aiming a flare gun at him. This frightened Kang Chan incredibly, and for the first time in a very long time, he was overcome by a panic that he could not control. The guy quickly took all the weapons with him and began to think about what he should do and how he should act. But time was incredibly short because the pirate did not hesitate and fired a projectile straight at the soldier. Our hero looked with despair at the approaching rocket launcher projectile, and at the last moment of his life, the guy began to scream because he realized that it was absolutely impossible to escape from this. But even despite the fear and despair, our hero still decides to somehow try to escape from this hopeless situation. He began to run away from the fast-flying projectile into the depths of the cave. As the projectile was about to hit the ground, Kang Chan made his final leap, and immediately after that, the shell exploded. The force of the explosion threw the main character back, and he, along with his weapons and supplies, began to be thrown throughout the cave. And at some point, the guy flew into a hole that was at the end of the cave. And as soon as Kang Chan managed to get there, the passage gradually began to fill with fragments of stones. After a few minutes, our hero comes to his senses. And the first thing he does is try to reach for the machine gun in order to protect himself in case of danger. But as soon as the guy was fully aware, he saw in front of him a statue of a sitting demon who was staring at him intently. Kang Chan was perplexed when he looked at the sculpture. But then his strength left him, and our hero completely lost consciousness. As soon as the guy passed out, the cave began to collapse and stones began to fall from the ceiling. At that moment, the eyes of the demon statue glowed with a bright red light. After some time, the main character comes to his senses. Having fully regained consciousness, our hero began to examine his surroundings. All around him was darkness, and weapons and equipment scattered about. Kang Chan thought for a moment, and then, like a wild predator, he pounced on the weapon. Grabbing a machine gun, Kang Chan hides behind a nearby rock. He shook his head nervously, wondering how long he had been unconscious. Suddenly, the flare gun wounds became apparent. Feeling incredible pain in his shoulder, our hero drops the weapon and clutches his arm. As soon as he was distracted, he again saw in front of him the statue of a sitting demon, who was still staring at him intently. But this time all the jewelry on him was gold, and his eyes and whole body glowed red. Recalling recent events, Kang Chan tries to remember if this statue was here before. But nevertheless, our hero realized that now was not the time for this. Peering out from the stone, the soldier begins to look at the light from the hole he fell into earlier. Looking at all this, Kang Chan remembers that he has a radio with him, and therefore he decides to contact his squad again. Without thinking twice, our hero collects his things. Having gathered all his equipment, he took one last look at the demon statue. He wondered why something like that was on this island. But, without paying much attention to this statue, the guy continues walking and gets out of the cave. As soon as the protagonist looked outside, his face immediately changed. Shock and horror overtook him, and his heart began to beat even faster inside. After all, the soldier saw a completely different world before him. A world where incredibly tall trees grew, and where it was also very bright and colorful. Everything around was like a dream. Kang Chan was shocked by all this, but when he looked up, he was even more surprised, because in the sky the guy saw two bright and warm suns. In shock, Kang Chan took the compass to see where he was. But when the boy looked at it, he saw the compass needles going crazy. It wouldn't stop spinning. Looking at this landscape, the soldier had absolutely no idea what was happening or where he was. With all this information, our hero goes down. And then he sits down and starts thinking that this is all a dream. Looking at the compass again. And then, on the creepy statue of the demon, the soldier calms down and realizes that he is stuck here for a long time. At this moment, our hero starts looking for something in his backpack. And at this time, some kind of monster was crawling behind him. Kang Chan decided to look through his backpack and see what supplies he had left. As the monster gradually approached our hero, he took out various items from his backpack. After a few minutes, the main character pulled out a special tablet. Kang Chan tried to turn it on, but it was no use because the device was out of battery. And when our hero tried to somehow make it work, at that moment, a giant snake was crawling above him. Then, the guy continued to pull out everything that was left in the backpack. In the end, our hero had a weapon, as well as various supplies. But Kang Chan didn't know if these bullets would be enough for him to continue surviving. And so, our hero decided to save ammo, and if there were none left, he would fight hand to hand. Suddenly, our hero felt someone's presence behind him. As it turned out, there was an incredibly large and scary snake behind the guy. When Kang Chan turned around, horror and shock appeared on his face. The snake didn't care about the guy's emotions. Without thinking twice, it shot its incredibly thin and blade-sharp tongue at him. Thanks to his quick reaction, the main character was able to easily dodge the monster's very fast attack. As soon as Kang Chan landed, he took up position and aimed his machine gun at the monster. But the monster's next action surprised the frightened guy a little. He looked at the snake and saw that it was looking at his machine gun with surprise and fear. Then the snake hissed strangely, and after a few seconds, Having forgotten all her fears, she began to attack the main character again. The guy didn't give in to panic. He took careful aim and pointed the barrel of his machine gun straight at the monster's tongue. And just as Kang Chan waited for the perfect opportunity, he immediately began shooting and damaging the snake's tongue. Luckily, all the fired bullets hit their target, and now the monster's tongue was damaged. From such a counterattack, the snake began to writhe and squirm in unbearable pain. And suddenly, the monster accidentally hit the soldier with its tail. From such a sudden blow, Kanchan was thrown back several meters. When he finally stopped, he thought that this monster was impervious to bullets, and that it would be almost impossible to defeat it. While thinking about this, the guy accidentally turns his head, and in his area, very conveniently, there was a sniper rifle lying. The soldier, without thinking twice, began to run towards her and try to take her away. Luckily, our hero succeeds, and as soon as the weapon was in his hands, he immediately took aim and made an accurate shot, which hit the snake right in its strong head. After the hit, the guy did not start to rejoice. He again took up his position and continued to keep the monster at gunpoint. The snake, however, was incredibly angry about this. But just as she wanted to attack the soldier again, something stopped her at the last moment. It seemed that she felt an unknown force that came from the main character. Overcoming his fear, the monster tried to intimidate the concentrated soldier. But this didn't help her in any way, since our hero had already merged with his gun. The snake was perplexed, but then she took a closer look at the guy's weapon. Looking at the barrel of the rifle, the monster became very scared. Then, as if nothing had happened, he turned around and crawled back into the forest. The main character let out a calm breath. He didn't understand where such big and scary monsters came from in this dream. After examining the magazine, the soldier realizes that he will soon run out of ammunition. And so, he packs a backpack and everything he needs to get out of here and move to a safer place. Having collected all his things, the soldier begins to try to leave this cave again. When our hero climbed back up, he was surprised for the second time by the beauty of this terrible world. Looking at the landscape in more detail, the soldier noticed a tree in the distance that looked very much like a baobab. Mistaking this tree for a baobab, our hero decides to use it as a landmark and, if possible, climb it and survey the entire area. The feeling of anxiety and someone's presence tensed the protagonist, and so he tried to get through this forest as quickly as possible. Arriving at the tree, the soldier realized it was not a baobab. It was the first time he had seen this incredibly tall and wide tree. After several hours, the guy was finally able to climb to its crown. Sitting on one of the branches, our hero takes out binoculars to survey the area. Through binoculars, Kanchan sees flying pieces of earth, which seemed incredible to him. Having looked around the entire valley, the guy raises his head and looks at the sky. He was still very much surprised by the two suns he had seen at the beginning. And when he thought about it for a bit, he realized that this place was not on Earth at all. Putting the binoculars to his eyes again, the soldier continued to observe his surroundings. At one point, the guy saw some very tall and sharp building. He realized that this structure was definitely built by people, because no matter how you looked at it, it looked artificial. And so, the soldier decided to go there. Kang Chan calculated the approximate distance and also estimated that he would reach the structure in 2 weeks. If he walked 5 kilometers a day, his supplies should last. But there was one problem: water. Having examined the area once again, our hero finds a small stream in which, apparently, clean water was flowing. The soldier looked at the building again. He wondered if going there was a good idea and whether there were people there. And so, Kang Chan decides to take a good look around before sunset. After a few minutes, the guy slowly but surely climbs down from the huge tree. As soon as the soldier stepped onto the ground, he immediately took out his machine gun and began to walk and closely observe everything around him. This whole situation awakened in him memories of one operation. So, the main character walked for several more hours. Every time Kang Chan heard a strange sound, he turned around and looked for its source. Our hero climbed between the dense bushes, passed between thin cracks in the rocks, and finally, the guy came to a small closed shelter, where in front of him he saw a tree on which he could rest. To protect himself, the soldier, just in case, collected a lot of dry sticks that he found in the bushes. Our hero quickly scattered them around the tree so that the sticks would become a small and simple trap for him. As soon as the trap was set, Kang Chan quickly climbed the tree, and having settled down comfortably, the soldier begins to look at the incredibly beautiful sky before falling asleep. And when Kang Chan calmed down and decided to rest, his calm was suddenly interrupted by something flying over him. Looking closely, the soldier sees a giant, long airship flying above him. When Kang Chan realized this, he immediately grabbed his backpack. and he immediately took out his binoculars to take a closer look at the flying object. Looking closely, the protagonist sees that there were several people on board the airship. The guy couldn't believe what he had just seen, and in order to get a closer look at the people, the main character takes out a sniper rifle, because the lens there is much more powerful than in binoculars. And in the sight of the sniper rifle, the main character clearly saw the faces of those mysterious and unusual people. The airship gradually increased its distance, and so, after a few minutes, Kanchan could no longer see what was happening on board. Our hero stood with his mouth open for a few more minutes. He couldn't believe that he saw real people. In the morning, Kanchan continued his journey. The guy continued to make his way carefully through the dense jungle. The whole way he walked in thought, Kanchan could not get the situation of yesterday out of his head and who he saw on board. After several hours of walking, our hero finally reaches a small river. Looking at her, the guy also observed an incredibly beautiful landscape. Approaching the water, the soldier decided to inspect it. It looked clean, but he didn't know if it was safe to drink. And sitting down near the river, Kanchan understands that even if he can't drink it, there was simply no other way to survive. And so, despite all his fears and worries, the main character scoops up water in his hands and begins to drink it. But surprisingly, this water tasted good and was not dirty at all. But even despite this, Kang Chan still decides to be more careful. The boy bends down again and begins to wash himself. At that moment, he felt alive. As soon as our hero stopped all the procedures, he suddenly saw something. And at that moment, the eyes of the main character and the eye of the monster hiding under the water met simultaneously. Kang Chan panics and takes out his machine gun and starts shooting straight at the monster. But he dodged all the bullets. And a second later, on top of all this, several more pairs of eyes emerged from the water. They all also began to stare at Kang Chan. Our hero continued to stare back, not understanding where his sense of danger came from. The guy didn't understand whether those eyes were watching him now. To somehow get rid of unnecessary thoughts, the soldier decides to go up the river, but those strange eyes continue to follow him. Suddenly, Kang Chan hears strange sounds coming from the bushes. He reflexively lies down on the ground to protect himself. Suddenly, our hero saw those strange eyes also disappear into the water, and a few seconds later, a wild and huge boar ran out of the bushes. Kang Chan watched with surprise on his face as the boar gradually approached the river to drink water. And as soon as the boar began to drink water, one of the eyes showed itself again. And then he began to gradually reduce the distance between himself and the boar. As soon as the animal saw this, it immediately stopped drinking and became scared. The boar, like a little puppy, began to run away from the eye in horror. A second later, the eye emerged from the water and began to follow the boar on land. After a few seconds, the eye finally caught the poor boar's leg. And he, in horror, tried to somehow escape from the grip, but absolutely nothing worked for him. At that moment, the others joined in with the other eye, and they were clearly stronger for the boar. A few seconds later, the wild beast was pulled away by those strange eyes. Our hero remained sitting there with his mouth open, because he understood that he could have been in the place of this boar. But he didn't remain motionless for long, because after the monster ate the boar, he immediately remembered our hero. Kanchan quickly took the machine gun off safety, and then he began to fire a hail of bullets at the monster. Luckily, the soldier knew how to shoot, and thanks to his skills, he was able to hit one of the monster's eyes. He, from unbearable pain, began to scream and squeal while showing his appearance. The rest of the eyes also continued to look straight at our hero, and he, aiming the gun, tried once again to feed the monster's eyes with more bullets. As soon as the monster hid, the guy stopped firing. Then he looked away and thought that this world was incredibly dangerous and cruel. After this, Kang Chan continued his journey. Today was already the 6th day our hero had been trying to reach that building. Kang Chan was furious that it was taking him so long. Towards evening, the main character managed to climb a tall tree. And when he got up, he saw a small clearing near this tree, and so the guy decided to rest a little. Our hero still can't forget how long it took him to get here. Partly, it was because the monsters took so much of his time. After all, in addition to the previous monsters, the guy fought with other, more terrible monsters. After these terrible memories, the main character sighs heavily. And then, picking up binoculars, Kang Chan decides to look at his goal, which he had been striving for almost a whole week. Looking closer, the guy noticed that this tower was very reminiscent of a sword blade. For the third time, Kanchan was convinced that he was definitely not on Earth. After this, the soldier took out one of his dry rations, and he poured some of the contents into his hand. There was some popcorn and 3 small candies in the palm of my hand. After dinner, the soldier decided to rest a little, because he had been through a lot over the past few days. The guy lay there and still couldn't forget about those strange people on the airship. Having put all the pieces together, Kang Chan realizes that those people are also not from Earth, and therefore, our hero could not have carelessly contacted them. The next day, Kang Chan continued his journey, and after some time, he reaches a very similar field, near which he spent the night. Our hero looked at this area with suspicion, because it looked very much like some kind of trap, and if monsters appeared here, it would be the end for the guy. Despite the fear and uncertainty, the soldier still decides to go into that field. After all, he had no choice but to go there. The wind swayed the tall, thick grass. The soldier, meanwhile, had already crossed half of this field without getting into trouble. Suddenly, something moved in the grass, and when the guy saw it, he reflexively took out his machine gun and immediately took it off safety. At that very moment, he heard strange sounds and rustlings behind him. And after a few seconds, all these frightening sounds completely surrounded Kang Chan. Suddenly, one of the sources of this sound began to sharply and quickly approach the shocked soldier. The guy, in a panic, began to try to destroy this creature with a machine gun. But he doesn't succeed, because he sees that two more monsters are approaching him. And as soon as the soldier decided to change the magazine, one of the monsters immediately jumped out of the thick grass and, opening its incredibly large mouth, tried to destroy our hero. Luckily, the guy didn't panic. He immediately pulled out the pistol that he always had at the ready, and with a calm face, he began to fire bullets from it straight at the terrible monster. Luckily, our hero managed to destroy it. But as soon as this monster fell to the ground, the rest immediately grouped together and simultaneously began to attack the guy. All three of them jumped out of the bushes and also tried to destroy the main character. But suddenly, for some reason, they all changed their minds and hid in the thick grass. The main character was perplexed when he saw how the scary and vile monsters tucked their tails between their legs and began to run away as if they were little puppies. And then, Kang Chan decides to throw a grenade at them to finally destroy them. After a few seconds, the grate explodes and all the destroyed monsters fly apart in different directions. But this did not calm the main character down at all. After all, around him, he again saw how those same monsters surrounded him. The guy had used more than half of his ammo, and he knew that if that monster showed up again, it would be the end for him. Out of desperation, the soldier broke out in a cold sweat, and his heart began to beat several times faster. And then he notices how the monsters fell on their backs with their mouths open. And after a few seconds, they all ran away again, just like last time. The guy was confused. He didn't understand what was happening here. And then, horror and incredible fear, such as he had never felt before in his life, came into his face. After all, in front of him stood a stone golem of incredible height. Compared to the golem, the protagonist looked more like a small ant than a tall man. The soldier stood with his mouth open and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, the monster began to take its first steps. Seeing this, Kang Chan became incredibly scared and began to look for a way out of this situation. Without thinking twice, the soldier decides to plant the mine that he always carried with him. And as soon as all the preparations were completed, the guy immediately began to run away from this place. But suddenly, Kang Chan saw a giant stone foot in front of him, which was gradually descending towards his head. And after a few seconds, the main character activates an explosive device, which is blown up at the same moment at the installation site. The golem was perplexed when he looked at his cracked leg. And then he looked down, and taking a closer look, he saw the little man who was the culprit of his cracked leg. This made the golem very angry, and his eyes began to turn red. The main character notices this. Despite his fear, he picks up a grenade and, pulling the pin, the guy throws it at the golem. A few seconds later, the grenade explodes, covering the giant monster in a bright tongue of flame. As a result of this explosion, the monster lost its left leg. And due to poor balance, the golem began to gradually fall down. The soldier watched all this. He saw how a giant stone statue was falling right on him. And so, the boy decides to run away. Kang Chan ran between hundreds of different pieces of debris, somehow dodging them all. And after some time, our hero safely reaches the nearest forest where he hides from the monster. Suddenly, a bright yellow seal appears near the golem's head. A boy with silver hair and a rabbit mask on his face emerged from it. He was incredibly surprised when he saw the destroyed golem lying on an empty field. Having examined the whole picture, the guy sharply turns his head towards the forest, to which the main character has already run. Without thinking twice, the boy snapped his finger and pulled out a note. And then, he burns it and disappears from sight. After some time, night fell in this incredibly beautiful and dangerous world. At this time, the soldier gradually made his way through the scary bushes, while looking through the thermal imager in the sight of his machine gun. As it turned out, Kang Chan had been walking like this for 3 days already, and during all this time, he had not rested even once. He was incredibly pleased that the closer he got to the tower, the fewer monsters he encountered. After some time, his thermal imager marked some small object that was standing on a tree branch. Noticing him, the soldier immediately takes up a position and squats down to get a comfortable position. Then he saw how this little man jumped from the branch and headed somewhere. And at one moment, these little people became twice as numerous. And then one of them slipped past the barrel of the machine gun held by the soldier. The guy began to nervously move in different directions to try to hit the unknown. But at one point, the little man jumped back onto the branch and in a second turned into a normal-sized woman. Kang Chan was incredibly surprised when he saw this. Suddenly, the girl asked the soldier in a language unknown to him who he was. The guy didn't react to this in any way, he just pointed the barrel of his machine gun straight at the unknown girl again. But a second later, he abruptly lowered the weapon and said that he did not want to fight. The woman looked at Kang Chan strangely, and then she suddenly disappeared somewhere. As it turned out, the woman teleported right behind the soldier, and taking advantage of the moment, she put her sharp sword to the back of his head. But our hero was also not bad. He quickly reacted to this, and at the same time, he put a gun to the girl's stomach. The woman cut the soldier slightly and was convinced that this was his true form. At this moment, Kang Chan was wondering whether he had done the right thing by opening up and not defending himself. Suddenly, the woman removed the sword from the back of the guy's head, and now he seemed to calm down. But suddenly she started smiling strangely. And then she suddenly began to jump from side to side, and still speaking in an incomprehensible language, she called the soldier an incompetent warrior and asked him how he ended up there. At one point, the woman stopped jumping and seriously considered destroying the main character. Suddenly, the same seal that was near the head of the destroyed golem appears near her head. The same boy climbed out of it and shouted to warn his friend that Kanchan was very dangerous. The girl turned around and asked her friend if he had made a mistake. The guy couldn't calm down. He said that the soldier easily defeated the forest guard. For some reason, this made the girl even more angry at our hero. She turned and looked at the guy with a displeased expression. At that moment, Kang Chan sensed something was wrong, so he took out his gun just in case and pointed it at the woman. The girl decided to try to fight the soldier. She thought that Kang Chan was hiding his identity and was not who he really was. The girl's friend shouted at her to stop, but she didn't want to listen to him and rushed into battle. The soldier realized that this situation was very dangerous for him, and so he still shot the woman with a pistol. The girl was incredibly surprised by what she saw, and when the bullet almost reached her head, at the last moment she put up a protective barrier, which saved her life. The bullet hit the shield straight and bent like plasticine. As a result, the shield was completely destroyed, and the girl, fortunately, remained unharmed. After this situation, the woman looked into the eyes of the main character with a surprised look. The soldier did the same thing. He absolutely did not understand what was happening here. This made the girl even more angry, and she began to activate her abilities. The soldier was frightened by such a surprise. He did not understand what would happen now and what he should expect. And then, blue sparks began to fly towards the main character, which, fortunately, did not cause much damage to Kang Chan. All this, from the outside, was seen by a boy named Lu. He understood that something bad was about to happen, and therefore he decided to protect himself. The boy quickly opened the shield and placed it in front of himself. And then, with the help of his magic, he covered our hero and the girl with a dome. At that moment, the girl was unstoppable. She was incredibly angry and determined to defeat the protagonist. The guy tried to somehow negotiate with the girl and ask her not to attack him, but she didn't care. She continued to absorb the energy into herself in order to later direct it into the soldier. The guy tried to get through to her again, but the girl continued to ignore him. And so the soldier took out his pistol and pointed it at the girl. At that moment, the girl finished all the preparations, and with fury in her eyes, began to attack the main character. The soldier didn't understand anything at all. He stood there in bewilderment and watched as the woman attacked him. And when there were only a few seconds left before the collision, suddenly the wall of the dome was broken through by someone, and a small explosion occurred inside it. A boy named Lu was thrown to the side by the explosive force that occurred inside the dome. And after flying a few meters on solid ground, the guy stops and watches as a small but thick smoke forms at the site of the explosion. When the smoke cleared, Lu saw a girl standing there bowing in front of someone. Gradually, the guy began to notice someone's legs. And then, he saw in full the very same man that the main character had seen. Kang Chan panicked and pulled out his gun and pointed it at the unknown man. But, due to stress and fatigue, the soldier loses consciousness and falls to the ground. After some time, Kang Chan is tied up and all his weapons are put in a separate pile. As it turned out, the guy was a prince, and he asked the girl if everything was okay with her. The girl said with relief that she had not used her powers for a long time, but despite this, everything was fine with her. The prince looked at her strangely, and then he said that she had acted too hastily. The girl, hearing this, asked the prince for forgiveness. Suddenly, Lu joined the conversation. From his words, we learn that the girl's name is Kashiria. Lu said she wasn't at fault, and that in this situation, he was the one at fault. But the prince ignored this and began to speak his thoughts out loud. Then he was distracted by a soldier lying and tied up on the ground. Lu suggested that Kang Chan was a foreigner. Picking up a pistol, the boy said that his appearance and language indicated that the protagonist was an outsider. This also revealed that his weapon was unknown to anyone, yet incredibly powerful. The prince, hearing this, asked Lu how powerful it was. Kashiria said irritably that she had managed to put up a barrier in a hurry, but it had shattered from the incredible power of the steel bullet. The prince thought for a moment, and then asked his friends if the soldier had any other weapons. Lu looked at the machine gun strangely and said that he had seen all this for the first time. Suddenly, Lu got really worked up and suggested that the guys destroy our hero while he was unconscious. But the prince stopped him abruptly and said that he was a warrior and he had honor. And then Kashiria entered the conversation. She said that she wanted to fight the guy when he woke up. Suddenly, she heard Kang Chan muttering something under his breath. The guy promised his family, as well as his girlfriend, that he would try to return home soon. The prince examined the soldier in detail. He even thought that he was a messenger from one of the bishops. Lu immediately suggested interrogating Kang Chan as soon as he woke up. The prince thought for a moment. Then he suggested Lu try communicating with our hero using his magic. Lu agreed, saying he'd be able to communicate on a certain level. At that moment, the soldier suddenly opens his eyes and comes to his senses. He could not understand at all where he was and why he was tied up. Suddenly, he heard a voice in his head telling him to surrender. Our hero somehow turned his head towards the source of the sound. Then, in front of him, he saw three strangers who clearly weren't in a friendly mood. So the soldier immediately asked the strangers who they were. The prince, with the help of an interpreter, asked the protagonist where he came from. All three looked at the soldier suspiciously and waited for his answer. The guy was thinking about who was in front of him and what he should do. Kang Chan decides to calm down and tell his kidnappers everything. The soldier told where he was from and who he was before he ended up in this amazing and terrible world. Lu couldn't understand the meaning of Kang Chan's name at all. And then the main character decided to ask a question. He asked those what kind of place this was and who they were. Lu translated everything verbatim to the prince. And the guy said that our hero was on the continent of Lanos, and he himself was the prince of a great empire. The protagonist gradually began to confirm his suspicions that he really was not on Earth. Lu, hearing Kang Chan's guesses, was also convinced that he was a foreigner. Then the boy asked the soldier which continent he came from. Lu guessed that the guy came to them from the continent of Kona. Our hero was hearing about all these continents for the first time. He had no idea what the three were talking about. Having reached his conclusion, Lu told his comrades that the soldier had simply fallen behind his companions, and therefore there was no need for them to be so careful with him. Our hero couldn't understand a word the boy was saying. Panic gripped the soldier again, and he asked the strangers what they wanted to do to him. Lu looked at the prince and said he didn't see any ill intentions on the soldier's part. The boy also thought the protagonist had given in to the girl in the previous battle. Kashiria heard all this, and with fury in her eyes, she asked Lu if he wanted to say goodbye to life. The boy flew away from the girl a few meters and said that it was simply an objective assessment of abilities. Suddenly, Kashiria took out her swords and stood at attention. The prince also looked suspiciously somewhere, as if they both sensed some kind of danger. Lu was perplexed by what his comrades were doing. And then, there was the whistle of an arrow flying towards them, which miraculously did not hit the boy. Several more arrows flew after her. Kashiria reacted instantly and began to repel the attack of the unknown enemy. The prince also did not stand still. He masterfully dodged every arrow fired. As soon as the enemy's attack stopped, the prince took out his own arrows and began to attack the enemy in return. These arrows hit the bushes directly, and then the cries of wounded enemies could be heard from the bushes. A few seconds after the impact, robed monsters began to emerge from the bushes. In this world, they were called Templars. As soon as one of them showed himself, the rest of the Templars crawled out of the bushes and began to wait for something. As it turned out, several monsters were hiding in the trees. And as soon as the trio was distracted by the ones below, they instantly jumped out of their hiding places and began attacking the boys. Kashiria immediately reacted to them and began to destroy them one by one. The prince also did not stand aside. He took out his golden spears and began to help the girl in this battle. Lu, meanwhile, began to read a special spell. But when he was about to say the final word, the monster immediately knocked him down and did not let the boy do it. Kashiria came to the boy's aid and instantly destroyed the monster. And then she ordered her comrades to immediately retreat and run away. Lu was overcome with panic and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Kang Chan called out to him. The soldier asked the boy to untie him quickly. Lu looked at our hero as he shouted at him that if he didn't untie him, everyone here would be destroyed by monsters. The boy turned his head sharply, hoping that one of his friends would tell him what to do in this situation. But unfortunately for Lu, Kashiria was currently fighting several monsters, and the prince couldn't help him in any way either. The boy completely forgot about untying the soldier. He was only thinking about how to save his friends. Lu desperately wanted at least one archer to join their team at that moment. Then, the entire team would be saved. Suddenly, Lu remembers our hero, and then his gaze sharply shifts to the machine gun lying nearby. At that moment, the main character was trying hard to dodge the monster's quick strikes. And then he again asked the boy to free him from the shackles. Lu was incredibly upset and thought about it for a long time. And since he didn't see any hostility in Kangchan, Lu decided to release him. Without thinking twice, the boy takes out a magic note, and then he begins to cast a spell. At that moment, 3 huge monsters attack him. The monsters also did not leave the defenseless soldier aside. And just as one of the monsters was about to strike the main character, Lu immediately finishes his spell, and then all the magic ropes disappear and the main character becomes free again. The soldier was incredibly angry at the monsters, and so he gave one of them a good kick right in the face. With this blow, the guy removed the hood from the monster's head, and now one could see his terrible and ugly face. The soldier was incredibly surprised by this, and immediately asked the boy who they were. Lu, standing somewhere to the side out of fear, said that these monsters were the dogs of the high priest. The soldier wanted to know more about all this. But Lu, hiding in the bushes, said that he would find out about them a little later. Suddenly, the guy turns around and sees how the monster is about to hit him. Kang Chan reacts quickly to this and dodges this quick strike at the last moment. Then he runs to the machine and picks it up in an instant. After the machine gun is in the soldier's hands, the guy takes position and takes careful aim. And then he quickly fires several bullets at this monster. Kashiria was incredibly surprised when she heard the shots. The prince was also shocked by this. They both turned around and saw how Kang Chan dealt with the monsters. Without thinking twice, Kanchan reloaded his machine gun, and then he opened fire on the monsters again. Almost all the fired bullets hit the enemies, and all of them left this world at that very second. The prince also did not stop fighting. He destroyed the monsters time after time. Suddenly, when Kang Chan was trying to destroy one of the monsters, another one sneaked up on him, and swinging his sickle, he attempted to strike the soldier. Our hero realized too late that he had no way to escape this attack. Fortunately, he is saved in time by Kashiria, who at that very moment finished the battle with her opponents. The next minute, the boys were fighting side by side with the monsters, covering each other. Finally, Lu emerges from the bushes and then asks his friends to give him a few more minutes. Unexpectedly, Kashiria asks our hero to leave all the monsters to her, but the girl miscalculated their number, and our hero warned her in time that someone was attacking her from behind. Kashiria turned around, but she still didn't have enough time to destroy the monster. And fortunately, the girl was saved, because when she turned around, she saw that the monster had already been destroyed. When Kashiria looked back, she saw how Kang Chan saved her. The guy nodded his head and told them to continue fighting. Several minutes had passed since Lu had asked his friends for a moment. Now, the boy was ready to cast the spell. And the moment Lu started to speak, somewhere off to the side, an incredibly loud and terrible roar was heard. Horror appeared on Kashuria's face. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. The prince, still fighting the monster, asked Lu when he would cast the spell. And at that very moment, almost everything was ready. The boy was just saying the last words of the spell. When our hero heard this roar, he immediately asked the girl what this sound was. Kashiria, with incredible emotion inside, said that it was Bloody Mason. Kanchan didn't quite understand what the girl said, so he asked her to tell him more about this creature. But without waiting for an answer, our hero notices how all the monsters suddenly began to disperse to the sides, creating a small corridor. As soon as the corridor was built, terrible sounds began to approach from the darkness of the dense forest. All the monsters stood motionless, waiting for the one who would now appear before them. Kang-chan and Kashiria were a little panicked. They also didn't understand what to expect. The prince was also perplexed by what was happening around him. A few seconds later, a huge red leg appears from the darkness of the forest and easily knocks down a nearby tree. And right behind the leg, an incredibly large and scary monster appears with an iron mask on his face and a sharp axe in his hands. The monster opened his already narrow eye and began to closely examine those around him. And when he noticed the prince, he immediately started to go crazy and try to destroy it. But just as the monster was about to strike, someone shot at him and hit him right in the arm. Bloody Mason stopped and then looked carefully at the culprit. The monster saw the main character standing in front of him, who at that moment held his machine gun at the ready. Kashiria realized at that moment that something was about to happen, and so she ordered her friends to immediately dodge and run in different directions. As it turned out, the girl was right, because at that moment, Bloody Mason began to run straight towards them, with an axe raised up. The monster did not distinguish between his opponents and his allies, and therefore, he began to unify everyone in his path. At that moment, Lu's spell was ready. The boy held a huge magic ball in his small hands. At the same time, Kang-chan remembers that he has a sniper rifle, and so he asks Kashiria to cover him while he tries to lift her. After the warning, the protagonist immediately ran straight to the weapon. And at that moment, Bloody Mason saw the soldier and tried to destroy him. Kashiria did not allow this to happen. She protected the main character from misfortune in time. The prince also helped our hero. He happily destroyed several monsters to make it easier for the soldier to get to his weapon. Thanks to the teamwork of his new friends, Kang-chan easily takes the weapon. But this was not enough, because Kashiria was still unable to cope with Bloody Mason, and therefore, at the last moment, she warned our hero. Luckily, the soldier was well trained, and so he easily dodged this quick and sudden attack. The monster was furious that he couldn't destroy the guy with one throw. But it didn't make any difference anymore, because Lu entered the battle. The boy increased the size of this sphere several times, and then said the last spell. After all this, he struck all the monsters that were on the ground with his magic. Bloody Mason and all the monsters on the ground were blinded by a bright yellow flash. From the outside, it looked as if a meteorite was about to fall to the ground. But when the attack happened, absolutely nothing changed, and all the monsters, as well as people, remained in their places. When the protagonist opened his eyes, he looked around. He didn't understand what had just happened, or why all the monsters were unharmed. Bloody Mason looked at the flying boy and immediately guessed that he was the culprit of this blinding attack. Then the monster began running straight at the protagonist. At that moment, Kang-chan begged his new friends to dodge. Suddenly, small craters began to form on the ground, and then the earth turned into plasticine and began to fly up. The soldier was seriously scared. He squatted down and covered his head with his hands. But when nothing happened to him, the guy calmed down and continued to watch what was happening. After a few seconds, Kang-chan stopped being afraid. Now he was incredibly surprised by what was happening before his eyes. The boy saw how the bodies of vile and terrible monsters began to crumble into pieces and pieces. The soldier immediately looked at the boy and guessed that he was the culprit of this whole situation. Our hero also saw how he and two of his comrades were under an invisible dome, and therefore this attack was not scary for them. At that very moment, the Bloody Mason's body practically dissolved, and after a few seconds, there was practically nothing left of the monster. Once all the monsters were gone, only 4 friends remained on the battlefield. Suddenly, Lu's strength began to leave him, and at that very second, the boy began to fall at incredible speed straight to the ground. Kashiria saw this. The girl reacted immediately and caught her friend in time. After some time, the team went to look for shelter. After several hours of traveling, they finally stopped on one of the paths. The prince and the girl exchanged glances, and Kashiria discreetly pointed the boy towards the bushes. She guessed that monsters were everywhere, and also that they were surrounded by them. The prince did not know what to do. He realized that they were completely under siege. The main character decides to join the conversation. Kang-chan asks his friends if there were many enemies around them. The prince remained silent, and Kashiria said that there were about 2,000 monsters, and besides, it was unknown how many of them were Bloody Masons. The soldier was shocked when he heard that there were so many monsters. The prince said that they somehow had to hold out through the night. The soldier had absolutely no idea what the guys were talking about, so he asked them if reinforcements would soon arrive for the monsters. Kashuria said that his guesses were wrong and the prince did not mean it. The girl explained that monsters receive life force from the energy of the moon, especially during the full moon. Kang Chan thought it was a little unfair and terrible, but the woman said that they were all sectarians. She explained that the monsters thus glorified their god, whom they believed in. They also accepted humans and turned them into their slaves. From this conversation, the boy realized that when day came, it would be difficult for the enemies to obtain the energy of the moon, and they would no longer be able to use their incredible power. But even this guess wasn't 100% accurate. Kashuria said it wasn't that simple, since these monsters were strong even during the day. The girl also said that they could deal with the monsters now until they received additional power from the moon. And then she suggested to the prince that he try to break through. The prince said that they could not do it because Lu was in terrible condition. Then the man asked the girl how far away was the cave where they had stayed yesterday. Kashuria quickly calculated everything and said that even at full speed, the journey to that ravine would take about half a day. The prince began to think. He understood that they needed to move as carefully as possible. Suddenly, Kanchan suggested that the boys dig in here. Kashuria looked at the guy strangely. And then, she irritably asked the soldier if he simply wanted to surrender. But our hero meant to create his own shelter, not to look for it. The girl asked if the soldier was suggesting that they dig a hole and stay there. Kang Chan confirmed her words and said that if possible, they also needed to set up some traps. The woman heard about traps and their installations for the first time. And then the main character asked if the guys knew anything about the secret hideout. After some time, the main character and his friends began to make traps for monsters. The main character told his comrades what and where they needed to install in order to catch the monsters. He also monitored the entire process to ensure that his friends did everything well and without rushing. He himself also laid each trap and tested its effectiveness. After some traps were set, Kashuria asked if they would definitely work. Our hero replied that their opponents would likely have some traps as well. When Kang Chan was about to set another trap, he told the boys that the most annoying thing on the battlefield is a wounded person. If one of your companions is wounded, attacking will be quite difficult, as you can't leave a comrade in trouble. But since they are monsters, you can't expect anything like that from them. First of all, a small wound will be enough to neutralize enemies. The soldier also said that an experienced sniper always aims for the lower body. The girl, hearing the word sniper, tensed up a little. Our hero then explained that it is difficult for a person or anything else to move freely, even if one toe is injured. As the soldier was laying another trap, the girl heard a strange noise coming from the side. When she turned around, she saw Lu finally regain consciousness and wake up. After a while, the boy was able to cast spells freely. The first thing he did was cover all the traps with earth. After this spell, the guy ran out of strength again, and he almost fell to the ground. But the prince caught him in time. Several more hours passed, and our hero still couldn't calm down with setting various traps. More and more new ideas came to his mind, and he gradually brought them to life. After all the traps were set, the soldier could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The prince asked the protagonist if 16 traps would be enough. Kang Chan said that would be enough for now. And then, Kashuria began to wonder what if the monsters didn't fall into them. To this, the soldier said that the monsters would definitely fall for them. After some time, the enemies finally showed up, and they pursued Kashuria. The girl masterfully distracted them and drove them straight to the traps. As soon as she found herself on a field with traps, the girl immediately stopped and decided to wait until the monsters fell into them themselves. As expected, the first monster immediately fell into one of the traps. He was in incredible pain when his leg was pierced by sharp tree branches. And then, several more monsters fell into the traps, and they also screamed from the unbearable pain in their legs. The girl took advantage of this opportunity, and thanks to her abilities, she was able to easily destroy several injured monsters. The other monsters looked at all this with horror. They understood that if they went forward, they would also fall into traps. Kashuria stood surrounded by monsters and smiled because they were afraid to approach her. As soon as one of the monsters fell into the trap again, the girl reacted quickly and destroyed absolutely everyone in this clearing. Someone even tried to escape while his comrades were being destroyed by Kashuria. But he too fell into one of the main character's cunning and unnoticeable traps. As soon as the monster caught the taut rope, it broke, and the taut branch immediately hit him right in the stomach. Meanwhile, the girl dealt with absolutely all the monsters that had previously pursued her. And now she was left standing alone among the destroyed bodies of terrible and vile creatures. At the same time, the prince was also leading a huge crowd of monsters. A few minutes later, he ran up to the soldier's prepared trap. As soon as the man jumped over the large hole, the monsters immediately began to leave this world, one after another. When some monsters had already activated all the traps, the remaining survivors looked up in surprise. They saw Lu flying in the sky, holding an incredibly large fireball above his small head. As soon as the boy read his spell, he immediately threw the ball straight into the crowd of monsters. A few minutes later, Kashiria came running to the boys. Upon arrival, she also managed to destroy several monsters. When everyone was gathered, suddenly the prince and the girl noticed some strange sounds coming from the side. When they turned their heads, they saw Bloody Mason coming out of the bushes. The monster started screaming when he too fell into one of Kang Chan's traps. But his screams were short-lived, as the bullet flies fast, and therefore, the monster was destroyed incredibly quickly by the main character. And he destroyed it with the help of his sniper rifle. And as soon as the soldier waited for the right moment, he immediately gave a signal to his comrades. And then, from the bushes, he began to destroy every monster that caught his eye. So, the friends fought side by side for several more hours against the terrible and scary monsters. After some time, a whole war took place in this clearing. Lu used his incredible magic to attack his opponents who were attacking him. The main character shot at the monsters with a sniper rifle, covering his comrades. After several hours, all enemies in the area were finally cleared. The prince looked around and asked his friends if anyone dared to escape. The girl, shaking the blood off her ball, said that all these monsters were possessed, and therefore none of them could leave the battlefield. Our hero emerged from his hiding place, and looking at the whole picture, he said that the monsters were merciless. Kashiria said that individually these monsters were weak, but when they united, they became truly terrifying and invincible. The prince asked Kang Chan what they should do now. The main character thought for a bit. He then said that they should follow the established escape route and continue setting traps as they moved forward. Suddenly, Kashiria asked the boy if it would work. The girl thought the monsters might have predicted their route and gone around them, then waited. The soldier thought for a moment and then said that this was precisely why they needed an advanced detachment when retreating. In the current situation, they could not send anyone forward. Suddenly, a boy joined the conversation and said that the boys here had nothing to worry about. Kashiria, with fire in her eyes, asked her friend if they could use detection or tracking magic. Lu said it was easy and reliable enough. But unfortunately, the magic was using too much energy. But then the boy offers his friends an alternative. He takes out a piece of paper with a spell from his cloak, and then with a very simple spell, he casts a spell on her. Once the first ritual was completed, Lu made several dozen more from one piece of paper. And then, like little birds, they flew into the sky and began to soar like stars. The friends looked at this phenomenon in amazement. They had never seen before how simple paper could fly and shine at the same time. The soldier also saw this for the first time. His surprise knew no bounds. Even this simple spell took a lot of strength from the boy, and he, clutching his head, asked the guys to rest a little. The prince supported Lu, saying that he and the other boys had done a great job. Then the man offered his friends a snack and a drink. A few minutes later, the team settled down near the roots of a large and tall tree. The girl looked at the map and said that if they continued in the same spirit, they would be able to get out of the forest before sunrise. The prince said that it was all thanks to the main character and his incredibly powerful weapon. The soldier was embarrassed by these words and said that he would not have been able to cope with the help of his new friends. The girl, closing the card and folding it into her pocket, said that this time it was our hero's merit. At one point, Kashiria didn't really like the way the soldier was looking at her, and with anger on her face, she asked the guy why he was looking at her like that. Kang Chan laughed and said that everything was fine. Then the prince entered the conversation. He was very interested in the weapons that the soldier used during each of his battles. The girl said that its power and range are incomparable to a bow, and its rate of fire is similar to that of a crossbow. The soldier explained that the weapon was originally designed to destroy various targets. Then the young man explained absolutely everything about his weapon. The prince heard this and said that they would continue to need his help, because without this weapon, they were as if without arms and legs. Kang Chan, looking at one point, said that he wanted to continue helping his new comrades. Kashiri didn't like the soldier's tone a bit. She asked him to stay with them, because it was better for him. Our hero asked the girl to calm down. Then he himself said that he had run out of ammunition, and that was why he was worried about it. Kashiria was surprised when she heard the word cartridges. The guy took out one cartridge and said that they were also called ammunition. Next, the soldier began to explain how the cartridge in the machine gun worked. The girl heard this whole story and realized that this was a real problem. Suddenly, the prince asked the boy if there was any way he could help the soldier in any way. Lu walked down to the guy and sat down opposite him. Then the boy asked the soldier to hold the cartridge in his hands and examine it. The main character gave him a whole sniper rifle, and Lu began to examine her in detail. After some time, he gave the rifle back and then said that he had understood the approximate operating principle of this device. The girl immediately exclaimed. She thought that they had some way to make cartridges. To this, the boy only shook his head. He said that in his mentor's laboratory, he saw ancient documents that described something similar. Kasharia asked the boy if it was possible to make them, and whether he remembered any of those documents. Lu said he didn't remember anything. However, the necessary ingredients weren't from the magical age, and that was the main problem. Furthermore, the black powder used for ammunition was also a problem. It could only be obtained by traveling to the magic tower in the imperial capital. The boys, having heard their friend's statements, immediately began to think about what to do. Suddenly, an idea comes to our hero. He recalls that the boy had previously shot fireballs. Then the soldier asked the boy what its main operating principle was. Kang-chan was certain the boy wasn't simply starting a fire with his hands and shooting it. And then the soldier's idea comes to Lu. He happily tells him that to create a fireball, he needs to compress the air into flame and then say the right words. As soon as the boy explained this, another very good idea came to his mind. And this time the girl asked the guys if there was any way to recreate the ammunition. Lu smiled and said that there was one way to make a cartridge, but he wasn't sure if it would work. Kasharia asked the boy again if he had a solution to the bullet problem. Lu said it would require a lot of effort, so he would try to develop a bullet recipe. There will be problems with the tip, but Lu can do some magical processing instead. At this time, Kang Chang was taking out a military pendant. Hearing the boy's words, he thought the magical treatment was some kind of enchantment. When the soldier took out the pendant, he saw that a gold medallion was attached to it. Earlier, when the team was attacked by the Templars, our hero wanted to ask who they were, but instead of explanations, he heard some incomprehensible words. Even then, he could not understand the language of his friends. To solve this problem, Lu quickly conjured a golden medallion for Kang Chan, which would help him understand their speech. Once the main character received the medallion, the boy said that if the soldier was within 5 steps, he would be able to understand and speak without Lu's help. Kang Chan sat and thought about this. He believed that magic in some sense was better than mechanics, like a telephone. When our hero came to, he heard Lu ask him if he needed a bullet casing. Lu said that he needed it because he also needed a medium on which to engrave the magic formula. Kasharia realized that the boy needed to engrave each bullet, and so she asked him if there was some simple way. Lu said that it would be good if he could carve the formula into the bullet, but he can't do that with his current abilities. Kasharia was surprised that the process was so complicated. Kang Chan listened to the entire conversation from the sidelines. He realized that the girl was very confident in Lu's skills, and therefore the soldier did not doubt him either. Suddenly, the boy told the soldier that the performance would be good. After all, he had tried to engrave magic spells several times before, and this should be enough to remember a couple of spells. After some time, the boys continued preparing for the next battle. They set and crafted new traps. As soon as everything was ready, each of the friends took their positions and waited for the opponents. And as soon as the enemies appeared, the comrades began to fight, covering each other. At this time, Lu tried to engrave a spell on the cartridge case. The girl was already tired of endless battles. She asked the prince how many more enemies there were. The guy said that they needed to hold out a little longer because the sun would rise soon. This infuriated Kasharia beyond belief, as these monsters attacked without stopping. In parallel to this, Lu tried to do his own thing. The girl saw that the boy was having trouble. Lu said it was ancient magic. The writing was very old. The boy felt like he was missing something. Our hero watched all this and realized that if this continued, it would be very difficult for them to survive. Suddenly, the prince approached Kang Chan and asked the soldier how many bullets he had left. The guy said that he would most likely use up all his ammo in the next fight. The girl realized they were in big trouble, but the soldier said that if things got too bad, he'd use his automatic rifle. And then Kasharia became curious about the difference between a sniper rifle and an automatic rifle. The guy quickly told her absolutely everything he knew about these weapons. At this time, he said that he still had a little bit left, and he would succeed in something. The prince supported the boy and said there was no need to rush. After all, if that cartridge exploded inside the gun, they would be in big trouble. Our hero really believed that the boy would succeed because with his abilities, he could do anything. After a while, the enemies attacked our friends again. Kang Chan, sitting in his hiding place, covered the boys from a distance. Kashiria destroyed the monsters one after another, not giving them a chance to win. The prince also did not lag behind. He destroyed absolutely all the monsters that tried to attack him. And Lu didn't stand aside. He needed to rest a little in order to continue the enchantment. Suddenly, Kashiria saw that the boy was in danger, she warned Lu, but it was too late. And at that moment, the boy is saved by an incredibly fast and accurate shot from the main character, who destroys the monster with one shot. After several hours, the long-awaited sunrise finally arrives. The prince and Kashiria were incredibly happy when they saw the first warm rays of sunlight. Our hero and Lu were also happy about this. A few minutes later, the boys ran to the exit from the forest. They saw the sun blinding the exit, and so they ran as fast as they could to get out as quickly as possible. And as soon as the forest was behind them, the friends saw an incredibly beautiful picture, which they had really wanted to see earlier. The comrades were pleased with themselves and the work they had done to achieve this incredible moment. But unfortunately, Kashiria saw something very scary on the horizon, and her face changed in an instant. After all, on the horizon, the comrades saw an incredibly large army of monsters that were gradually approaching them. There were so many monsters that it was impossible to count them. Horror and despair appeared on Kashiria's face. Kang Chan broke out in a cold sweat, and Lu couldn't contain his emotions. The girl was incredibly angry, but even though no one had any strength, she still took a stand to continue fighting. And unfortunately, the main character ran out of absolutely all his ammo. And so, the soldier had no choice but to use an automatic rifle. But it also had few cartridges. Suddenly, the main character was called by Lu, who hesitantly showed him the result of his work. The boy held out a cartridge case on which a magic spell was engraved. Lu asked the protagonist to handle them carefully because there was a possibility that the cartridges could explode at any moment. Kang Chan, after inserting cartridges into the magazine, said that he understood and that he would try to do everything in his power. As soon as the magazine was attached, the protagonist wanted to quickly find out what these ammunition were like in a real fight. Then, the main character surveyed the area and decided where his shelter would be. After a few seconds, the soldier points to a very thick and tall tree and says that he will cover the guys from there. The girl thought it would be better for the soldier to fight alongside them. The guy said that it would be better if someone covered them from the side. At this moment, the prince was thinking about what to do and what to do in general. Lu was overcome with incredible panic. He was very afraid of this huge and powerful army that was confidently moving straight towards them. Suddenly, the soldier notices something in the crowd of this army. Namely, he saw real people there, but for some reason they were all white and worthless. Kang Chan took a closer look at them and asked his friends if those people were also religious fanatics. Kashiria and the prince were unable to say a word, and Lu said that these people were called Gua. Our hero again became interested in who these people were and how they appeared. But he still decided that the most important thing now was to try to defeat the incredibly large army of monsters. Our hero met him, ran to his tree to later climb it and help his comrades. Climbing along the thick and hard base of the tree, Kang Chan hoped that they would still survive. A few minutes later, the main character was lying in his position and looking through the sniper scope. Suddenly, the guy wonders why these monsters are chasing them and where his new friends are heading. Forgetting all about it, the soldier told his friends that they needed to break through on the right side before the monsters began their siege. Kashiria was a little worried about the guy. She asked him how he was going to get out. Kang Chan said that these were his problems, and he would somehow deal with it himself. The prince asked the girl to hurry and not think about anything. Within seconds, the three friends began to attack the incredibly huge army of monsters. As their plan said, they broke through the right side. And so, despite all the fears and uncertainties, the trio began their battle against the army. The boy used fire magic, and thus he set the monsters on fire. As soon as the fire died down, the prince saw someone in the crowd of this army. There was incredible shock on the man's face. After all, there he saw one of his subjects. The man didn't want to eliminate her or hurt her in any way. But the girl didn't care. She attacked her former master no matter what. Well, as soon as the distance between them approached, the girl immediately fell to the ground without any signs of life. Suddenly, the prince was called by Kashiria. She fought monsters, said that the guy should not doubt. After all these people were no longer his subordinates, and they were no longer connected to him in any way. Fighting off the powerful attacks of the monsters, the girl assumed that someone had already enchanted them with black magic. At the same time, Kang Chan fires his last bullet. He took out the magazine and looked uncertainly into the clip where the enchanted cartridges lay. Despite all his doubts, Kang Chan inserts a magazine into the sniper rifle. And watching the battle, he waited for the moment when he could test this bullet. At the same time, friends fought desperately to protect their lives and the lives of their comrades. At one point, Lu runs out of strength and starts bleeding. Kashiria was distracted from the fight and stood to watch the boy. At that moment, the prince and Kashiria were surrounded by monsters. The girl took command, she will clear the way, and Lu had to take care of the prince, despite his condition. At that moment, the soldier finally spots the target. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, he and his comrades hear a sound coming from the horn. Turning around, the prince and the girl saw a knight standing on the horizon, and behind him was his army. Looking closely at the flag of these knights, Kashiria realized that Count Lemisandro himself had come to their aid. The knight took out his incredibly beautiful and long sword, and then he ordered his army to protect the prince from the dirty traitors. Immediately after his command, the troops took out their weapons and, despite everything, rushed into battle. The greatest Count Lemisandro did the same. A few seconds after the command, the knights immediately began to fight the army of evil monsters. The swordsmen mercilessly destroyed every monster they encountered along the way, and the archers eliminated the monsters, covering their comrades. A real war between humanity and monsters broke out on a small field. The prince and Kashiria were incredibly happy when Count Lemisandro himself came to their aid. Suddenly, the count rode up to the boys on his beautiful white horse. He greeted the prince. The count was glad that the prince was well and that he was now safe. And then he turned his head and saw a horse being led to the prince. The man jumped onto the beast with ease, and taking in his hands the sword that Lemisandro had given him, he continued to fight the monsters, already sitting on a horse and holding a sharp and long sword in his hands. As soon as the prince saw the monster, he immediately swung, and then, with an incredibly precise blow of his sword, he severed the monster's head from its shoulders. The remaining warriors also fought their way through the endless hordes of monsters. After all, under the command of the prince and the count, this war should have been victorious. At the same time, Lu was destroying monsters with fire magic, and Kashiria destroyed the monsters with her incredibly sharp swords. The main character watched all of this from afar. He was also pleased that a support group came to their aid. The soldier also understood that now was not the time to relax and rely only on the knights. The guy quickly returned to a combat position and continued tracking his enemies. At that moment, in his sight, Kang Chan saw Bloody Mason, who wanted to attack someone. The soldier, sensing danger, immediately pulled the trigger. At that moment, the bullet entered the sniper rifle. And after the explosive force pushed the bullet out of the barrel, the magic seal placed by Lu activated its properties. An unknown electrical force began to emerge from the cartridge case, and a few seconds later, this magic bullet fired a magical and incredibly powerful charge. And that bullet hit Bloody Mason right in the head, who couldn't understand anything at that moment. A few moments after the impact, the monster fell to the ground without signs of life, crushing 3 more comrades with its body. Kang Chan was incredibly pleased with the effect of this magic bullet. After this shot, the soldier immediately reloaded his rifle, and he made a few more such shots. At this moment, Count Lemisandro commanded his troops and led them into battle. The people had a huge advantage in this battle, because they were more experienced and brave. The monsters gradually became fewer and fewer, thanks to the excellent work of the swordsmen. Suddenly, the Count saw how one of the Bloody Masons wanted to destroy his soldier. He rushed to help without hesitation, but it was too late as Bloody Mason was safely destroyed. Count Lemisandro could not understand by what miracle this monster was destroyed. And at that moment, he saw a bright flash that was on that same tall and thick tree. For a second, the Count thought that this someone would be too dangerous for him. But the prince immediately approached the man and said that the Count had no need to worry so much. The Count looked at the prince in surprise, but he, with a smile on his face, said that he was their very good friend. After this, the knight raised his sword to the sky, and then he ordered the warriors to behead the enemies and protect the blood of the Holy Empire. Immediately after these words, the warriors' motivation rose, and with even greater fire in their eyes, they rushed into battle with the monsters. The prince also did not stand aside. He helped his comrades as best he could. Lu did the same. He used his fire magic to cover his comrades and thus helped her a lot. Kashiria also, without any hesitation, destroyed her enemies and helped allies who got into trouble. Somewhere in the distance, Kang Chan covered his comrades with a sniper rifle and magical ammunition. After some time, the war was finally over, and all the troops, along with our hero, returned back to the shelter. After the battle, they tied up the monsters, as well as the people, and carried them along with them. The prince felt sorry for these people because they left this world but were never able to find peace. The count agreed with him. It turned out that people shouldn't be given holy water, as they were already possessed by evil spirits. A soldier joined the conversation and asked his comrades if it was possible to free people from this influence. Kashiria said that the only one who could save them from the curse was the Archmage. He was the only one who could save these people. Kang Chang asked his friends who the Archmage was. Lu said it was his mentor and he could easily do it. But by the time the boys get to the place where the mentor is, all people will leave this world. The boy also explained that the transformed monsters had a lifespan of 10 days. After 10 days, their life force would reach a threshold, and they would lose their humanity. Hearing this, our hero asks why drag these people along with him if they can no longer be cured. The girl looked into the distance and said that they were still people. And also, it was the only thing they could do for the victims. Suddenly, the count and the prince saw one of the knights approaching them. As soon as the knight ran closer, he said that the castle was still about 30 kilometers away, and there was also a village nearby, a quarter of a day's journey from here. One of the knights asked the count what they should do. At the same time, the protagonist was pondering the situation. He knew the knights were riding horses, and that wasn't a problem. Considering that they have also decided to take the injured people, it will be difficult for them to move. After thinking for a while, the count said that it would be better to rest in the village and then continue his journey to the castle. The prince confirmed the count's word and agreed with him. Sometime later, troops arrived in the village. Absolutely all the residents were shocked when they saw soldiers arriving in their village. The knights rode majestically past the people, reaching the nearest house where they could wait out the night. A few hours later, the friends stopped at a hut where they ordered a lot of delicious food. The prince praised the count for his excellent work, but the count said it was all thanks to the care of the goddess Renesha. The prince said that if it weren't for the count, these monsters would have attacked him and soon destroyed him. The man said he had been following the prince when he heard the news that he was leaving the province. Then the count asked if the prince had succeeded in his plan. Suddenly, the guy turns his head and asks the protagonist to leave the room for a while. The soldier didn't argue with the prince. He silently stood up and left the hut. The guy was curious about what his comrades were talking about that they even asked him to leave. Suddenly, Kashiria came up to Kanchan and asked the guy if he was upset about this incident. Our hero turned around abruptly, and then he said that the information was much more valuable than the lives of more than hundreds of soldiers, and therefore he understood the prince's request. The girl looked at the soldier strangely, and then asked who he really was, because she noticed that the guy was an unusual soldier. Our hero did not understand at all what his friend was talking about. Kashiria looked at the guy strangely, and then I remembered all the moments spent with him, and how he helped his friends in different situations. The girl thought that the main character was a high-ranking knight, because he did not disdain to dig in the ground and secretly destroy his opponents. And then, Kashiria looked at Kanchan strangely, because at that moment she thought that if they encountered a whole squad of people like our hero, then it would be very bad for them. The guy exhaled, and then he said that in the country where he lived, there were about 50 million people. Kashiria was surprised to hear such an incredibly large number. And then the soldier began to name how many soldiers they had in total, and how many exactly were those who were higher or equal to him in rank. The girl was incredibly surprised when she heard that there could be around 50,000 such smart and incredible people like Kang Chan. The guy said that this was only in Korea, but there were other countries too. After Kang Chan named all the countries and their military strength and numbers, the girl broke out in a cold sweat due to fear of meeting them. Seeing the fear on Kashiria's face, Kang Chan asked the girl not to worry, because the world he lived in and this world were not connected in any way, and therefore there would be no war between them in the future. And when Kashiria heard that the soldier did not know how to get back home, she immediately began to think. And suddenly, she tells the protagonist that Lu might know the solution to this problem. Realizing this thought, a smile appeared on the girl's face. She rushed to the soldier and said that Lu could have asked his teacher to transport Kang Chan back. During the shaking, our hero asked the girl if Lu's mentor was an archmage. Kashiria turned around and said he was the wisest man on the continent and possessed incredible magical powers. After that, the girl suggested they set off for the capital immediately. After all, the boy's mentor was in the capital, and only there could he be found. At the same time, the count and the prince were talking to each other. The prince was incredibly frightened by the count's words. The man said 2 roads and 7 castles on the route to the capital had been captured. The remaining 6 had not responded. As the conversation progressed, he guessed what the count wanted to tell him. The man looked at the ground and guessed that the capital had already been captured by their enemies. At the same time, in the capital of the empire, a new ruler sat on the throne, and soulless monsters walked around her. The girl's advisor approached her and told the empress that the prince had already met with the count. The girl guessed that our friends had managed to break through the siege. The advisor also said that the boys had help. The mistress wanted to know more about this assistant. The advisor said that it was a wandering warrior. The girl liked the information that the advisor reported to her. Then the advisor asked the mistress what she planned to do. The girl said she had no thoughts yet. Then, the advisor decided to confront the prince. She said the boy had become arrogant, standing behind the empire's shield, Count Lemisandro. The empress agreed with the words of her speaker, and then she suggested setting up an ambush for the prince. She wondered if the prince, famous for his incredible caution, would fall for her. The advisor smiled and said that they needed to use bait, a bait that the prince is sure to fall for. As it turned out, the main character and Kashiria were going somewhere all this time. At the same time, the girl made sure that the soldier followed her exactly. But at the moment, Kang Chan was only interested in how to quickly return home to his family and friends. Suddenly, Kashiria told our hero that the mages were very difficult to understand because they were always busy with some kind of research and hiding in corners. And then she said that Lu was much better than the other magicians. This phrase left our hero perplexed. Kashiria turned around and told Kang Chan that mages were a separate race. After all, they were all arrogant and also very greedy and money-hungry. The soldier felt that, to some extent, the mages were like solitary recluses, namely, those who spend time alone, isolating themselves from the outside world. Hearing the explanation, Kashiria laughed loudly and said that it was said very accurately. After this, Kanchan asked the girl why the magicians were greedy for money, because the guy thought that they were constantly conducting various experiments and tests. Kashiria said that the guy had already answered his question. After all, magicians need to get money from somewhere for their experiments and research. The girl also said that Lu belonged to the Imperial Majesty Tower and received full support at the national level, so this did not apply to him. After a few seconds, the guys finally come to the place they need, namely, some kind of tent. As soon as Kashiria approached the tent, she immediately opened the entrance and entered it. The main character followed her in. In the middle of the large tent, the boys saw Lu standing over a pink magic ball. It was clear something was wrong with the boy. Kashiria, not noticing anything suspicious, approached Lu and began telling him her idea on how to bring Kang Chan back home. When the girl saw that something was wrong with Lu, she immediately asked the boy what happened. Lu turned around and with horror on his face said that he could not contact the Tower of Magicians. The girl couldn't believe it, as it was impossible not to contact the mage's tower. Lu confirmed her friend's words and said he'd been trying to contact them for some time. The boy also said that it couldn't have happened, that the signalman had gone somewhere, because if he left without a good reason, his research expenses would be frozen for 3 months. The soldier quickly realized that something had happened, and this caused even more panic in Lu. Suddenly, a knight bursts into the boy's tent. His friends looked at him in surprise, and then Kashiria asked him what happened. The knight, trying to catch his breath, said that the prince asked the boys to come to him. A few minutes later, all the comrades were assembled. Kashiria was incredibly surprised when she heard that the capital could be captured. The prince, with inner turmoil, said that these were just guesses, but such a development of events could be quite real. Lu couldn't contain his emotions and immediately asked the prince what happened to the magic tower. The boy reluctantly said that if the enemies captured the capital, it would be a catastrophe. He strongly hoped that the Archmage had managed to escape safely. This news shocked Lu so much that he couldn't say a word. At this moment, our hero wondered who could have captured the capital. The guy assumed that it was the work of those terrible and merciless monsters. Suddenly, the prince suggested sending someone to check whether the capital had truly been captured by the enemy. As soon as Lu heard this, he immediately raised his hand and asked them to go and check. Kashiria immediately jumped up and asked Lu to be quieter. But the boy could not sit idle until he found out what had happened to his mentor. At this moment, a knight bursts into the room. He again wanted to tell the boys about urgent news. The count looked at his subordinate strangely. And then he heard a knight say that he saw monsters chasing some unknown knight. Standing still, the knight said that the fleeing one could belong to the Imperial Guardian Knights. As soon as the prince heard this, he stood up abruptly, and then he suggested that this knight had somehow managed to escape from the capital. Count Lemisandro looked at the prince strangely, and then he ordered the knight to tell the others that they must save that unknown knight from trouble at any cost. Our hero realized that the capital had probably already been captured. And also, he realized that most likely, he would not be able to meet with the Archmage. But despite this, Kanchan hoped that everything was fine with the Archmage. At the same time, the Count said that he would personally go and bring this escaped knight here. The prince, hearing the Count's words, said he would go with him. But the Count warned the prince that it could be a trap, and therefore he shouldn't go there. The prince would like to object to the Count's words. But after a few seconds he realized that the man might be right, and so the prince did not say anything. Kasharia was perplexed. She still couldn't understand what was going on here. Lu was also in despair. He could not believe that the capital would fall so easily. The girl approached the prince and asked him not to worry, because as long as the knights of the Imperial Guard were there, the emperor should be safe. The prince looked sadly at the floor and said that he believed that everything would be fine with his family. A soldier was watching all this from the side, and he was just thinking about this situation. The boy realized that the leaders must have managed to evacuate, but not everyone had managed to escape the palace safely. Our hero thought that in this case, if they had at least a telephone or a walkie-talkie, it would have been several times easier for them to scout out the situation in the castle. Suddenly, Kasharia approached Kang Chan. She asked him what he was thinking about. The girl also asked the soldier his opinion about the knight who had escaped from the castle. Our hero could not say anything about this. He only knew that the distance from here to the capital was quite large, and no one knew how this knight was able to get here. The guy suggested that it could all be a hoax. Kasharia was very surprised when she heard this. Kang Chan said that it would be very effective if their side used this method, but the enemy did it first. And then, Kasharia realized that if you don't know that this is a trick and don't defend yourself, then this could become a very painful mistake. The soldier confirmed the girl's words and said that this in itself was fatal. Then, Kang Chan said there were several options. They could pretend the guys weren't aware of the trap and secretly turn the situation around to attack the enemy. Also, it was possible to use all effective methods, for example, information warfare. Having heard the thoughts of the protagonist, the prince thought for a moment. At the same time, Count Lemesandro and his knights rushed to the aid of the escaped man. A few minutes after setting out, the Count encounters a knight wandering through the deserted area, who was barely able to stand on his feet. The knight, with sadness in his eyes, looked at the Count as if he were an angel. And then the man suddenly sat down on one knee and greeted Count Lemesandro. From the conversation, we learned that the knight's name is Helishut. The Count asked Helishut what he had in common with the knight Norman. Helishut said that it was his father, and then the Count asked the man whether he had come with him. Helishut said with a trembling voice that his father had taken the prince and princess during his escape from the imperial capital. Having learned this information, the Count calmed down a little, and then he asked Helishut whether everything was all right with the emperor. The man, looking the Count in the eye, said he knew nothing for sure, since the emperor and the crown prince were accompanied by knight Rizals. As for the prince and princess, everything was fine. Hearing this, Count Lemesandro finally stops worrying about the safety of the royal family. However, at the moment the castle was under siege, surrounded by enemies. It was also held by Chris Allen. After the conversation, the Count took Helishut with him, and a few minutes later, they were already in the room where the friends were sitting. Helishut immediately rushed to the prince and greeted him, then told him that he had saved his brother and sister. The prince was incredibly grateful to the knight for his work. After this, the knight was released briefly to recover. Meanwhile, the Count gathered everyone again and said that Helishut had some ulterior motives. Kasharia asked the Count if he meant that someone had used the knight. Lemesandro said he didn't know, and for now, they had to be incredibly careful. And when Kasharia heard the Count's assumptions that the knight had come here for the prince, the girl became seriously angry. The prince, having analyzed the entire situation, asked the Count if this could have been inevitable. Lemesandro replied that it was. However, now the comrades could not simply go in blind. Kang Chan joined the conversation and asked his comrades what their thoughts were on the matter. Several hours later, Count Lemesandro gathered all the soldiers into a single line. He said that today they were going to rescue the empress and princess from the evil cultists. And then the Count loudly asked the soldiers if anyone who was afraid to go into battle could come forward. He would not accuse anyone of anything, and he would not force the knights who had come forward to fight. After the Count's words, absolutely no one stepped forward. The knights merely shouted proudly and began awaiting Lemesandro's command. After this, the Count and the prince exchanged glances. And without thinking twice, the prince signaled to the troops that they were moving out. Immediately after this command, the main character, as well as his friends and fearless warriors, rushed in the direction of the captured castle. That same morning, there was some noise in the castle. Enchanted people and dark knights, who were also under the spell of black magic, walked around the fortress square. Somewhere to the side, there was a catapult and a huge mobile tower, in case monsters attacked the castle. Meanwhile, the knights bustled about, trying to quickly complete their defense preparations. They had to complete all their work before sunset. Also, next to the knights there were wounded who needed help from the previous siege. The princess watched all this from a high tower. It was incredibly painful for her to watch how her warriors worked and suffered for the good of the people. At that moment, the knight Ramesh approached the girl. He was deeply concerned about whether they would survive the next night. The girl looked down, hoping that Helishut had met with Lemisandro and that he had been able to convey his message. At that moment, Ramesh said that the princess could leave the castle with the prince at any moment. The princess did not like the knight's words because she could not leave the poor people to their fate. Changing the subject, the girl asked Ramesh how many soldiers could have entered the battle. The man couldn't even imagine because it was already the 4th day of the siege, and the number of knights was becoming fewer and fewer every day. Then, even the princess realized that it would be very difficult for them to hold out even for a day. After several hours, evening gradually approached. Ramesh watched the sunset and thought that most likely the soldiers would not come. The man resigned himself to this and accepted this fate, which he could no longer do anything about or change in any way. But even despite this, Ramesh still wanted at least the little prince to stay alive. At that moment, the little prince was sitting in his room under the guard of a strong knight named Alan. The boy, with a trembling voice, asked Alan why the princess continued to walk towards the fortress wall. Alan looked at the boy strangely, and then he said that His Highness the Princess cared very much about the common people. The boy was so worried that every word made him tremble. But despite this, the prince asked Alan if his sister wasn't at all afraid of these monsters. Alan said that there are no people who are not afraid of them, and therefore, the sister went there in order to support her warriors. Afterwards, the little prince asked Alan if he was afraid of these evil and terrible monsters. The knight replied that true courage is overcoming fear and taking a step forward. After his words, Alan knelt down in front of the prince, and then, giving him his hand, he said that he had no doubt that the boy would one day become as brave as he was. One word leads to another, and after a while the sun sets. And when the sun had completely hidden behind the horizon, from the high towers of the castle, bright torches and lights could be seen, which were somehow held in the hands of monsters and behemoths. They, together with the enchanted knights, attacked the castle. Suddenly, one of the knights saw this very creepy picture, and following him, gradually the rest of the warriors began to observe the approach of an incredibly large army to their castle. The princess and the knight watched all this from a high watchtower. The knight immediately ordered his troops to prepare for an attack, as well as for the defense of the castle. After this command, the warriors raised the flag, and they took up their initially assigned positions. At one moment, all the shield-bearers saw flaming arrows flying straight at them. The soldiers were seriously frightened and began to protect their comrades and themselves with large steel shields. Unfortunately, not everyone was able to survive the first attack, and therefore most of the warriors simply left this world. Also, those arrows that flew a little further than the defending gates accidentally set fire to some bags of supplies. Because of this, a fire broke out inside the castle, which the knights tried to extinguish no matter what. At the same time, the monsters tried to fire a catapult at the knights. One of them placed a projectile in a bucket, and just as the catapult was ready to launch, Bloody Mason walked up to it, and with a good swing, the monster cut the rope. And then, the catapult fired a projectile with incredible speed straight at the brave defenders of the castle. The knights saw this, and immediately one of them ordered the boys to dodge and cover themselves. After these words, stone charges hit the castle directly. One of the knights fell into despair. He wanted to run away and leave the battlefield. And immediately after the second attack, the monsters began to attack even faster and even more powerfully. As soon as there were just a few steps left to the castle, the monsters came up with the idea of putting up ladders and breaking through them. The knight ordered the other soldiers not to give in to panic and fear, and not to fall into despair. After these words, the man, despite everything, threw down the ladder on which the monsters were climbing at that moment. The man ordered the warriors to destroy all enemies and protect the castle from villains. When the monsters attacked the castle, the knights defended themselves, but inside the castle there was chaos and incredible panic. The little prince was also very worried, because at any moment, even into his room, a huge stone launched from a catapult could fly. Alan stood quietly and guarded the boy. The man was prepared, and if any emergency arose, he would immediately spring into action and protect the young heir from harm. Through the window, the boys could see flaming stone projectiles flying past. The sight brought tears to their eyes, and their souls grew even more troubled. These flaming stone projectiles flew past the castle windows and hit the defenders directly. The princess watched all this from the highest tower. The sight brought tears to her eyes and made her heart beat even faster. At that moment, Ramesh approached her and sincerely asked the princess to evacuate and hide inside the castle. The girl was shocked when she learned that the main gates of the castle had been breached. Then she turned her head sharply towards the gate, and the next thing she saw left her in incredible shock. The girl saw how almost the entire castle was ablaze, and on the main square, instead of knights, there were terrible monsters that almost destroyed all the defenders of the castle. Ramesh shouted from below for the princess to quickly leave here and hide somewhere, but the girl did not want to go anywhere, because she was very worried about the soldiers and the rest of the inhabitants of the castle. The knight said that now was not the time to think about it, and therefore the princess needed to get away from there as quickly as possible. As she turned around, the girl heard soldiers and commanders shouting to save her at any cost. Suddenly, the girl takes out her magic sword, and despite all her fears and worries, the princess jumps from a tall building to protect and help her warriors. As soon as the girl landed, the soldiers were shocked to see the princess on the battlefield. Through huge flying shells, through many battles, the girl made her way and looked for a suitable opponent. Suddenly, the main gate of the castle was destroyed. The culprit was the Bloody Mason, who brought many more dark knights with him. The monster, despite everything, went forward and began to destroy the castle's warriors. Civilians tried to save themselves and their lives. They ran to where it was more or less safe. They ran to where there was no fire and monsters. The princess saw all this, and tears welled up in her eyes from such a picture. Suddenly, all the warriors heard a familiar howl. Ramesh turned his attention to him, and from the words of his comrades, he understood that help was rushing towards them. The princess was incredibly happy to hear this howl. A smile finally appeared on her face, and all the tears disappeared from her eyes. Now she had at least some hope of salvation. The girl ran straight to the main gate, where many battles with monsters were currently taking place. The princess quickly climbed onto the main gate and began to look out to see who was approaching them. Looking into the distance, the girl saw a very large army of soldiers approaching the castle on the horizon. Ramesh also climbed onto the main gate, and after looking just once, he realized that it was Count Lemesandro and his team. The princess understood everything immediately, and immediately informed the imperial defenders of Count Lemesandro's arrival. The girl also urged the soldiers not to surrender, and to continue the fight against the enemy. Hearing this, the knights raised their weapons and began to shout with joy, the princess's words motivating them. The girl turned around to continue watching as her allies approached the castle. At the same time, Count Lemesandro and his army rushed with all their might to help the princess. Along the way, they destroyed many dark knights and also bloody masons who blocked their path. After some time, the Count's detachment broke into the castle, and now all that remained was to destroy most of the monsters that had practically captured the castle. The princess continued to watch the battle from the main gate. She saw how Helishut fought with vile and evil monsters. And when the guy got inside the castle, he tried to find the princess and Ramesh with his eyes. Suddenly, he heard his name being called from the main gate. Turning his head, he saw Ramesh. A few minutes later, Helishut rose to the princess's side and, kneeling, greeted her. He said all his words. Helishut raised his head and saw something very terrible. Namely, the man saw that behind the princess there was a dark knight who swung his sword at her and wanted to hit her. Helishut and Ramesh noticed this very late, and it seemed that the end had come for the princess. And as soon as she turned around, you saw the monster's head being pierced by a magic bullet. The princess looked in the direction of the shot, and there she saw the main character, who, sitting on a horse, cold-bloodedly destroyed this monster. As the battle progressed, the towers on which the Dark Knight stood began to gradually fall and be destroyed. The monsters fell to the ground with spears in their chests, and after a few minutes, they immediately left this world. Lu, as always, was incredible, using his very strong magic to help the soldiers and his friends. Kasharia also did not stand aside. With very simple and light movements of her hands, she destroyed the bloody masons one after another. Count Lemesandro also helped his comrades and his warriors in this battle. The princess watched what was happening. She was delighted that the knights were gradually succeeding, and with each passing minute, the number of monsters became fewer and fewer. Once there were no more monsters left, the girl raised her sword up, showing that they had won this war. The knights standing below began to rejoice and shout. They were incredibly happy that this torment and suffering were finally over. The prince looked at his sister in surprise. He was also glad that this night would pass peacefully. Sometime later, the friends entered the castle. Accompanied by the prince and princess, the comrades went to a secret room to discuss their next attack tactics. As soon as the friends approached the room, its doors immediately opened. A joyful little prince ran out of the room. Alan followed him out, catching up with him at this time, and asked the boy not to run around the castle because it was very dangerous for him. As soon as the prince met his younger brother, he immediately rushed to him and began to hug him. The boys hadn't seen each other for a long time, and so they stood and hugged for a few more minutes. After some time, the comrades came to a special meeting room, and having laid out a model of the castle, the prince and Ramesh began to discuss battle tactics. Ramesh, holding a pointer in his hands, said that the monsters will not give up so easily. The count said that the monsters probably pursued the princess and the little prince all the way from the capital to this castle. Moreover, as soon as the monsters find out that the prince has also joined the group, they will definitely not retreat under any circumstances. Ramesh said that this matter was already serious, because this news should have reached even the king himself. The main character observed all of this. He knew that strengthening the troops was a natural procedure. If the guys strengthen the troops, then they will definitely hold out once or twice. But if the monsters do not stop and continue to attack, then the castle will definitely not hold out. At the same time, the princess helped the surviving people who needed her help. The girl stood with a tray and distributed fresh pieces of bread to all the people. Guards were also stationed around the entire perimeter. They kept a close watch to ensure that no more enemies appeared on the horizon, and this pending night continued. Kang Chan thought that, as a last resort, they would have to abandon the castle's inhabitants and leave this place. But he knew that would never happen. The prince and the knights could not come up with any tactics. The count said the number of enemies was one of the problems. According to Baron Ramesh's report, the castle was short of supplies. The prince laughed nervously and then said that if the next attack was the same as today, how could the knights hold out? Ramesh looked at the map and thought. He understood that even 2 attacks would be the limit. Then Kashyria joined the conversation. She said that given the situation, the next attack would be much more serious than today's. The prince knew it was a huge problem, and then he asked if they had enough arrows. Ramesh said that he sent soldiers from the castle to collect arrows outside and repair broken weapons. Suddenly, our hero suggests attacking the monsters first, and not tomorrow or in a week, but right now. Count Lemisandro looked at the guy strangely. And then he said that the battle had just ended, and all the soldiers were tired, some of them wounded. Above all, the count wondered if the soldiers would even listen to him. The prince and the protagonist exchanged glances. The man then asked Kang Chan for his thoughts or suggestions for the next attack. The soldier guessed that the monsters must be just as tired as they were, because they were driven mad by the constant failure. At the end of the conversation, the count asks our hero whether he wanted to say that there is no more hope. Suddenly, the prince turns to the guy and asks our hero to explain his plan in more detail. The protagonist puts his hands on the table, and taking the pointer in his hands, the guy begins to explain his plan and his tactics. The prince and Ramesh were incredibly surprised, because from our hero's explanations, they learned that this was a very well-known tactic used by the German army, namely the so-called Blitzkrieg. As it turned out, the count, like everyone else, did not know about this tactic. Kang Chan explained to his comrade that this was a strategy to break into the enemy camp in one blow, using quick maneuvers and surprise. The prince still didn't understand anything, so he asked our hero to explain the plan to him again in more detail. Pointing to a model of the castle, the soldier said that speed was the key to the operation. First, the infantry quickly formed up from the castle and attacked the main gate. Next, our hero again tells his friends about another rather well-known operation, prepared by the Germans based on the experience of the failure of Napoleon. Then, Kanchan placed the pieces and used them as an example to demonstrate how the soldiers should move and navigate. It was important that all the knights' actions be planned and executed like the movements of cogs. If all went well, they would be able to deal a heavy blow to their enemies. Kashyria and Lemisandro looked at the model in surprise and thought about what they had just heard. Alan looked around strangely and saw both the prince and the baron were in thought. Suddenly, Lemisandro said that he understood everything, and then he asked the soldier if everything would definitely work out. The guy said that he knew little about this world, but from what he saw, the speed of the knights was almost the same as that of the APC. Perhaps this plan could actually be carried out. Lemisandro asked Kanchan what an APC was, and the guy told the count to imagine a van made of steel. It was durable, and could also fire magical projectiles. Kasharia and Lemisandro were in incredible shock, because they could not even imagine that such a thing already existed somewhere. After some time, the count and the prince emerge into the corridor. After reviewing the script several times, the count realizes that if they follow Kang Chan's instructions, they have a chance of winning. The prince, having thought it all over, said that the damage would also be considerable. The count also said that they had to win this war, because with such a strategy, it would be shameful to lose. After all this, the prince changes the subject and says that he lacks the abilities of his father, and therefore he asks the count to protect him in case of danger. Lemisandro was surprised to hear this, and then he asked the prince what Captain Khan was like. After a brief conversation, Count Lemisandro met with Baron Ramesh. Ramesh asked the count what they would do. Lemisandro was about to carry out the operation proposed by the protagonist. Ramesh overheard this and remarked that his plan sounded like speed and coordination were paramount. Lemisandro loudly stamped his foot, thus hinting to the Baron to keep quiet for a bit. And then the Count asked the Baron why he was telling him about this now. The Count had no doubts about Ramesh's loyalty. He also wondered if there was any point in fearing the stranger. After all, now they were at the crossroads of choice between living on or being destroyed. However, it was now extremely important to make the right choice, because once it was made, there would be no turning back. After hearing the Count's criticism, Ramesh apologized for his words and said that it was a misunderstanding. The man also said that he would do everything possible to ensure that the operation was successful and that they won this battle. At the same time, the princess was in her room and looking out the window at the sky. The prince unexpectedly approached her and told the girl that she needed to get at least a little more sleep. The guy also approached the window and said that about 2 months had passed. The girl couldn't understand what her brother was talking about. Then the prince said that looking at that night sky made him remember her birthday last year. The girl smiled sweetly, also recalling warm memories of that day. The sky they looked at that night remained the same, but now the guys are far from the capital in this place. The guy turns his head sharply and tells his sister that the Empress and the Emperor got out of the capital, and everything was fine with them, but there was one thing. Hearing this, the princess immediately began to clutch her dress and become very nervous, waiting for what her brother would say to her now. Under the terrible and scary memories, the girl began to cry, covering her face with her hands because she imagined what would have happened if they had not left the capital. The brother saw this and immediately hugged his sister to calm her down. After a few hours, all the preparations were ready, and the knights were ready to set off. The warriors, on the Count's orders, stood in formation and awaited the next commands. As soon as everything was ready, the detachment commander said that the detachment at the main gate was ready. The knights began to raise flags, thereby indicating the readiness of the troops. When absolutely all the troops were ready, the prince raised a special pointer and thereby gave a signal to the rest of the soldiers. After this, the main gates began to slowly open, in order to then release the troops from the castle. And as soon as everything was ready, all the soldiers left the castle and headed off to strike back at the monsters. After some time, the knights approached the enemy fortress. The Dark Knights were incredibly surprised when they saw enemies on the horizon. They immediately ran to their leader and told him that there would be an enemy attack. The leader suddenly stood up from his seat and ran out into the street to see what was going on. His surprise knew no bounds when he saw that everything around him was on fire, and that there were knights from another kingdom on the castle grounds. The knights on Kanchan's side attacked the monsters, not giving them any chance to resist. The entire army was commanded by Count Lemisandro. He bravely directed the troops towards the enemy, and he acted according to the tactics of the main character. The archers fired fiery arrows at the monsters, just as they had recently fired them at the human fortress. There were thousands of soldiers around the castle, waiting for further orders to launch a surprise attack on the fortress. After some time, outside the castle, several detachments gathered together, on the orders of Count Lemisandro. At that moment, the leader of the monsters was for some reason lying on the ground. 2 soldiers saw this and immediately ran to help their commander. And at that moment, archers spotted them, and without any hesitation, they fired fiery arrows at the monsters. With nowhere to run from this, the Dark Knights relied only on their armor, but it was of little use. Experienced mage knights were also present in the battle. They used their incredibly powerful magic to destroy their opponents with fire. There was chaos in the castle square, and the mobile units burned to the ground because no one could extinguish them. The prince watched what was happening from the side with caution. Even before this attack, Lemesandro asked the protagonist who would give the signal for the final attack on the castle. The guy, without thinking twice, said that the commander of the operation would continue to monitor the situation inside the fortress, and if anything happened, he would give the signal. The count was perplexed. He thought that all this made no sense, since at that time the sun would not yet rise, and therefore it would be difficult for the soldiers to see anything. Kan Chan said that even from this situation there was one way out, which even the count himself did not know about. The guy said that a torch or fire arrows would be enough, but when Kang Chan suggested that it would be pitch darkness at that time, he thought about it. Lemesandro suggested placing a multitude of magicians in one circle and commanding them, using magic, to illuminate the sky with bright lights. But even this idea did not inspire confidence. Suddenly, our hero takes out his magic bullet and then asks his comrades if they have ever heard of a flash bomb. The prince looked towards the castle, from where a special cartridge was about to be fired at any moment. Meanwhile, at the fortress, Count Lemesandro gives a signal to Kan Chan, who is sitting nearby. Even before the idea was accepted, Lu suggested to the sniper that he make this bomb with a slight modification. The boy had great hope that his new cartridge would work and that their idea would be brought to life. A few seconds later, Kang Chan fires a specially enchanted bullet into the air. She flew several hundred meters up. And then, when it reaches a certain height, the bullet explodes and forms something like the sun. This so-called sun illuminated the entire castle, and thanks to this, all the knights were able to see this signal. As soon as the signal was given, Count Lemesandro gave another signal to his archers, and they, after a few seconds, pull the arrows and launch them upward in order to notify the troops behind the walls that they can begin the cleanup. As soon as the signal was received, the troops immediately entered the castle and began to destroy the monsters one after another. The leader of the Dark Knights shouted, ordering them to attack the people and defend the fortress. And this entire difficult battle took place under the bright light of a specially enchanted cartridge. Suddenly, bloody masons began to appear on the battlefield. One of them was immediately destroyed by the main character's bullet. Kashiria also joined the fight. She destroyed her enemies with fury in her eyes, without sparing them. When the girl turned around and looked menacingly at the Dark Knights, the monsters were incredibly frightened by the girl's confident and angry look. But Kashiria didn't want to mess around with them for long, and so the girl immediately attacked the Dark Knights, and then she immediately destroyed them, making the monsters regret that they had begun to resist. The other Dark Knights who were watching this from the side were very scared of the girl, and when she was busy, they tried to run away from her. At that very moment, the warriors shouted for their comrades not to let anyone go and not to give anyone the slightest chance to escape. The knights cold-bloodedly destroyed absolutely all the monsters that they encountered on their way. Lu did the same, and he and the other magicians provided incredible support to their friends. The prince also did not stand aside. He was in the role of leader and commanded the rest of the troops. And Kashiria destroyed the monsters one after another, not giving them a chance to escape. The main character watched all of this from the tower. He was very interested in watching this battle. After watching for some time, Kanchan tells Count Lemesandro that the critical moment seems to have passed. The count looked at the soldier in surprise. After a while, the battle was over. And once all the surviving monsters were tied up, the knights began to rejoice and celebrate their hard-won victory. And then one of them took the destroyed enemy flag, and he began to wave it, jokingly, to the shouts of joyful soldiers. The prince was also incredibly happy about this victory. At that moment, Count Lemesandro rode up to him and said that this victory was thanks to the prince. But the guy didn't think so. He looked at the main character and said that only he deserved these words. The next morning, the inhabitants returned to the castle, and life in this fortress was revived again. The prince, looking at all this, said that they would rest a little and then leave the fortress. Suddenly, Ramesh comes to the guys. He tried to object to the count. Lemesandro was already a little tired of all this, and he asked the Baron if they had not finished this conversation yet. Ramesh turned away and then asked the count if they could continue fighting in this castle, since the man understood that it would take 3 days to get from here to the other estate. Lemesandro bowed his head and said that such an opportunity could not be missed, because they did not know who exactly was the leader of their enemies. And then, shaking his head, The man said that they had to get out of here at any cost, because it was pointless to fight the enemy in this territory. The prince said the count was telling the truth, and he also said they needed to leave this place. Then the prince asked his comrades to look at the people. Looking at them, the prince realized that this was the limit of what they could endure. And if the boys didn't continue, the castle would most likely collapse from the inside. Ramesh laughed and then asked the prince if the people would revolt. The boy said that wasn't the issue. A second later, the baron himself realized that the problem was food. At the same time, some girl was descending into the dungeon of this castle. She opened the heavy wooden door slightly and then entered the room. The girl in the robe found a table with a nightstand. Opening the nightstand, the girl took out a magic ball. She carefully placed him on the pillow and then started messing with someone. It turned out it was the princess, who was telling someone to go to the Viscount's estate and cross the Web Mountains. Someone from the ball said that the final destination would be Count Lemesandro's castle, and once they reached it, unknown people would contact the princess. Finally, the girl said that she was offering her soul to the humble fire. And as soon as she said these words, the conversation on the magic ball was over. And after a few seconds, the princess comes to her senses. That same day after lunch, the army left this castle. As soon as the prince waited for the last night, Count Lemesandro blew his horn and signaled that they were leaving. A few seconds later, a large group of knights moved forward. In the carriage that was riding in the middle sat the little prince and the princess, who were protected by Alan. The boy looked out of the carriage window, and in the distance he saw the main character. The princess became curious as to why her brother was looking at someone for so long. And then she also looked out the window, and she saw Kanchan, who was riding with Kashiria and discussing something. The army had been marching for several hours without stopping through the hot and incredibly dangerous desert. The knights, despite the unbearable heat, continued to move forward and take the local residents from the castle with them in special carts. The princess, sitting in a luxurious carriage, asked Alan if everything would be okay. The man said that since Count Lemesandro had gone this far, there was no longer any doubt about the danger. The man also said the estate was too far away. However, there was no sign of pursuit, so it was safe to say that no one would catch the army in the next 2 days. Hugging her little brother, the princess was immediately reassured by the assurance that everything would be fine. At that moment, the tattoo on her wrist began to glow strangely. At that very moment, reconnaissance suddenly stopped. They immediately returned back and reported to the commanders that there was a dense forest ahead. Lemesandro looked at the prince and said that it would be a good idea if they rested a little before entering the forest. The count immediately gave the command and ordered all the soldiers to stop. At the same place, the army built a small camp. And in the middle of this camp, a fire was lit, around which sat all the most important people, including our hero. All the guys looked at each other. And then Lemesandro suggests taking out one of the suspects. Our hero says that there is truth in the count's words, but for people it will bring more harm than good. Hearing this, the count thinks for a moment and then says that so be it. Then the prince joins the conversation and asks Kanchan if this method will work. The soldier couldn't give the prince a precise answer, but he also couldn't ignore it. Then the conversation turns to some spy, because if it weren't for him, the monsters definitely wouldn't have been chasing the prince and princess. Kashiria was incredibly angry at the monsters for even taking control of the capital. Our hero overheard her and said that this was the whole point of the war, namely, to win by any means and methods. The guy also said that if the prince and princess could be captured, their value would be greater than that of ordinary prisoners. The prince said that they would have to find the spy among them faster than they could enter the Viscount's castle. Suddenly, Lemesandro asks our hero to tell him how they can catch the spy. The guy remained silent at first, and then he said that he would definitely tell everything after eating. The next morning, the army set out again. The guide said that as soon as the signal from the reconnaissance was received, the other knights should block the other side and leave the forest as quickly as possible. And if someone falls behind or loses sight of the guide, it can be considered that he has been destroyed. Immediately after this, the guide rushed forward with all his might, and the rest of the knights had to follow him. At this time, the princess looked at all this strangely. A few seconds later, the main entrance to the forest itself was already visible. The knights immediately jumped straight into it, and without slowing down, they continued to run along it. Lu flew up to Kashiria and asked her if there really was some kind of trap here. The girl said that if they weren't there, everything would be fine. She also said that up until now, everything had happened just as Kanchan had said. Lu was worried that if something did happen, many people and soldiers could lose their lives here. Earlier, Kanchan described the forest area, and said that if they reached a certain area and there were no traps before it, then their chances would increase. The guy explained that scouts would ride ahead of them, and if someone hadn't discovered the trap, they would release a green light, but if there was an enemy there, a red light would fly into the sky. Suddenly, the Count asked the soldier if the monsters would also use this tactic. To this question, our hero only smiled and remained silent. Lu asked the girl again if this plan would work. Kashiria asked the boy not to worry, because Kanchan spoke confidently, and therefore there should be no doubts about his plan. During the conversation, the boys notice a green color appearing in the sky. The soldiers turned sharply towards the released lantern and immediately ran there. Suddenly, one of the soldiers saw something and pointed at it. As it turned out, 3 more of these green lanterns were released into the sky. But when the boys saw a red lantern in front of them, they immediately began to suspect that something was wrong. And then the main character raised his lantern release device up, and as soon as he fired, a new blue lantern appeared in the sky. The operation was in full swing. Everyone followed the Khan's plan and set out on reconnaissance on horseback. The knights rode one after another. The man in front turned to look back. At that moment, he was suddenly attacked. Some creature pierced his chest with its claw. The creature's paws were huge and blood gushed out and splattered everything around. It was a hybrid of a cat and a bat, and it screamed loudly, wanting to attack the others. One of the knights gave the order to the others. The first group was to block, the rest were to disperse. The knight jumped out of his saddle. He was about to attack the creature. The knight flew straight at the enemy. He held a sword in his hands and was very determined. All the others followed the knight's order. They immediately rushed off and scattered across the area. The remaining knights were about to release a flare to warn the others. However, someone knocked the flashbang out of the knight's hands. He was very surprised. The one who did this was Yojae-sung. He was the traitor. The man believed that he was not the only traitor. A bunch of strange creatures were flying straight towards the knights. They were going to attack the guys. The knights were already ready to defend themselves. They were shocked by the betrayal of their friend. Luckily, the guys had another light signal. They needed to launch it at any cost to warn the others. Yojae looked at them in surprise. He was going to prevent their success and stop the launch. Suddenly, a spear pierced Yojae's chest. No one expected such a turn of events. The guy looked in shock at the spear sticking out of his chest. It pierced the guy's body right through. The man who neutralized the traitor was on the hill. He was wearing a ninja suit and had long spears on his back, which he skillfully threw. The man grabbed another spear on his back and was about to help the knights defeat the creatures. He skillfully directed his spears at his opponents. They flew at great speed. The spears reached their targets in an instant. They completely cut through the creatures' bodies. The knights were delighted with such an unexpected rescue, and they turned around in surprise to look at their assistant. The ninja also had a flashing light, which he took out from his suit. The man let out a signal. He was going to alert others of the danger. A red flash rose into the sky, indicating that the group had encountered the enemy. Count Lemesandro noticed the flash and looked up at the sky in surprise. The man was angry. He understood that there was an enemy ahead, and he needed to help the guys. Count Lemesandro realized that events were unfolding as Captain Khan had predicted, and his detachment moved forward. The prince looked in surprise at Captain Khan, who was riding behind him, and recalled recent events. Captain Khan said he would reveal the specific details later, and the success or failure of the operation depended on Sir Helishut. Count Lemesandro was surprised that the entire operation depended on this knight. He hadn't expected this. All the participants of the meeting looked at the knight Helishut in surprise. He was also confused. He needs to form a group, and they will specialize in stealth infiltration under the command of Helishut. The guy should be great at it. Count Lemesandro was surprised by such a large number of red signals. This meant that there were many enemies ahead. Knight Ramesh sighed heavily. He understood that the operation would not be easy. Night fell, and it was time to make camp. The knights pitched tents in the forest. A dejected Sir Helishut entered one of the tents. He was about to report the situation. Count Lemesandro asked the boy if they were talking. The prince was also interested. Knight Helishut replied that it seemed they all already knew where the boys were heading. Count Lemesandro bowed his head and wondered what to do next. The prince also looked downcast. At this time, Knight Ramesh screamed. He was angry at these murderers because they dared to betray His Majesty the Emperor and join the occultists. Sir Helishut tried to calm the man down. Perhaps there was information they hadn't learned. Knight Ramesh was furious. Count Lemesandro asked the prince what was the best course of action. The prince believed they had no choice but to change direction. The enemy had surely already blocked the roads and set traps. Captain Khan thought about this situation and tried to find another solution. Knight Ramesh suggested that we could ask Arms for help, and it seemed like a good idea to him. Count Lemisandro asked again if Knight Ramesh was talking about the people of Armes. Captain Khan had never heard of such a people. He was confused and waited for an explanation. These people belong to a different race, but they are members of the empire, and if they have not forgotten the vow passed down to them from their ancestors, they will not refuse to help. Count Lemisandro was not sure that they would help, since these people were not involved in the affairs of the human world. Captain Kanu found the words about there being a people of a different race that does not come out into the world familiar. It was already night. A fire was burning outside, around which sat the princess, the youngest prince, and the knight Chris Orlan. The princess was worried and asked if everything would be okay. Chris Orlan said that the presence of spies had already been retold, and Prince Orang would somehow resolve it. The princess hoped that everything would be fine. She stroked the younger prince on the head. At that moment, the knight Chris Orlan felt something, as if he had been struck by electricity. He made a sign to the princess not to speak. The girl was confused. Sir Chris Orlan flew somewhere like a bullet. It seemed he sensed the enemy. The man jumped from tree to tree, moving deeper and deeper into the forest. Knight Chris Orlan pointed his sword at one of the trees. It seemed like an enemy was hiding behind it. The man told the one hiding behind the tree to come out. He was determined. The one who was hiding obeyed the knight and took a step towards him. A beautiful young girl with elven ears appeared from behind the tree, smiling welcomingly. Sir Chris Orlan did not expect to see such an unexpected guest here. He was shocked. The girl continued to smile at him. It seemed she was not aggressive and was not going to attack him. At this time, Captain Khan kept thinking about the people of a different race, but belonging to the Empire, who do not come out into the world. Khan thought that they were talking about elves who belong to the Arms clan. The guy thought that it would be nice to meet them at least once. Count Lemisandro explained that even if they helped, it would likely not have much of an impact due to the fact that no more than 5,000 of their people survived the Second Magic War. Knight Ramesh thought they were very strong. Their weapons looked as powerful as Captain Khan's. The Count wondered why they hadn't shown up yet. Knight Ramesh asked if the Count thought they were on the winning side. The Count hoped not, but they had to be careful. Count Lemisandro looked closely at the prince, waiting for further instructions from him. The prince explained what they were going to do next. He had a plan of action. At this time, an elf emerged from behind a tree in the forest and smiled welcomingly at Sir Chris Orlan. The guy was shocked by such an unexpected guest. He didn't expect to see her in the forest. Knight Chris Orlan asked what someone from the Arms clan was doing here. The girl replied that she simply followed the whispers of the forest and reached this place. Knight Chris Orlan clarified what the girl wanted to say, whether the goddess of green leaves had led her. Knight Chris Orlan turned and looked at their broken tents. The elf said that it was better to call it a vision of fate. It seemed like she was going to help them. The prince believed that since they were being pursued by the enemy and there were traps ahead, it was worth changing course. The prince ordered Sir Ramesh to set out for the city of Arms tomorrow as soon as the sun rose. Despite Khan making a great contribution to yesterday's battle, he was unable to congratulate him and plans to reward him later. The prince turned to Kanu for help and asked where his majesty was now and what the guy needed to find out. The count believed that the first step was to safely reach the castle. The prince first wanted to hear Khan's thoughts on the matter. Khan had already realized that the people here were superior on the battlefield, but when it came to espionage, his world was more advanced. Count Lemisandro asked why Captain Khan thought so. Khan replied that all the countries of his world had been in a state of war for a long time, and that the main thing for them was to achieve victory by any means necessary, and that information was important. The Count thought that even from the stories it sounded terrible and no different from hell. He was surprised that the guy came from such a world. Khan replied that fortunately there are no major wars happening now, because capitalism has taken over the world. Instead, there is a war that is more terrible than a war with weapons, namely an economic war for every penny. Khan added that it is not right to fight just like that, but if it is impossible to avoid a fight, then you need to win. In his world, combat is more than just a war with weapons, so countries invest enormous amounts of time and money in training information warfare specialists. Based on his previous experience, Captain Khan wanted to propose a plan of action. He recommended that the prince create a new intelligence unit within their army. The prince was surprised by the proposal to create an intelligence unit. He had never thought about such a thing before. Knight Ramesh was against it. He believed that these were frivolous things, and no one would want to take on such responsibility. Kan felt that fortunately, there was someone here who was ideally suited for the task he had just mentioned. The captain looked at the Knight Helishut. The guy was very surprised. The prince turned to the Knight Helishut, who responded. The prince asked if the knight would take on this. He had high hopes for him. Helishut was clearly not happy. He didn't quite understand how to do this. However, he could not refuse. The knight bowed. He was ready to do everything possible to fulfill the order of the crown prince. Knight Ramesh had an idea after hearing Kan's story. He asked about political maneuvers, including agitation. He thought that the influence would be great even in the capital, which was now captured by the enemy. It was necessary to introduce spies who would inform the people. The prince considered this proposal as well. At that moment, he was informed that Sir Chris Orlin was requesting an audience with the crown prince. The prince agreed to receive the knight Chris Orlin and ordered him to enter. Chris Orlin entered the tent and greeted His Highness the Prince. He announced that someone wished to meet him. The prince asked who it was. She described herself as the deity of the Arms clan. It was that same elf. Everyone in the tent was very surprised. They did not expect such an unusual guest. The prince ordered her to be led in immediately. He really wanted to meet her. The elf girl entered the tent. She smiled welcomingly. The girl wished for the goddess of green leaves to illuminate His Majesty's future with the brightest light. Dawn broke, and the column of knights moved on to carry out their mission. The elf walked next to the prince, showing him the way, and Captain Khan rode behind them. The guy looked forward at these two in surprise. He had never seen such people. The elf girl turned around and also looked at Captain Khan. The elf girl smiled at him. It seemed she knew that he was from another world. Kashwara asked if Lan was feeling unwell, as he seemed strange. He replied that everything was fine. Kan knew that the Arms clan was a forest tribe. He asked if all of the tribe were like her. Kashwara didn't immediately understand who Captain Khan was talking about. She didn't think for long. The girl looked at the elf and immediately understood everything. She grinned slyly. Kashwara asked if the elf was beautiful, but there was one problem. She was about 300 years old. At this time, a luxurious carriage was driving through the forest, accompanied by two knights on horseback. There was someone riding in the carriage. He pulled back the curtain on the window and looked out. A small hand appeared from the carriage window. On it was a bracelet with a magical symbol. The woman threw away a white handkerchief, and the wind carried it back from the carriage. The handkerchief was flying through the air. It seemed to be a sign that this person had passed by. He had to help the others find out which way the carriage was moving. At this time, people in long black cloaks were flying through the forest. They looked dangerous. The people in cloaks stopped. They looked at the forest from a bird's eye view and were looking for something. They noticed lights burning far away in the forest. They were coming from the prince's troops' tents. One of the people looked closely at the tents and wondered what to do next. At that moment, unexpectedly for himself, he noticed something flying across the sky and heading straight towards him. It was the handkerchief I had with me, thrown out of the carriage. This man reached for it. The handkerchief was actually a message, with something written on it in an incomprehensible language. Using his native language, the man told the others what to do, pointing forward. The rest flew like a bullet through the forest towards the tent city, fulfilling the order of their leader. The prince's detachment went further through the forest. It was a long column of horses. One of the knights said that they would soon arrive in the city. The prince and Count Lemesandro exchanged glances. They were about to put their plan into action. The prince's detachment continued to move forward. The riders on horses went first, followed by the carts. Count Lemesandro pointed to the side and asked if this was the direction they should go next. The elf girl smiled and nodded. They moved along her route. Knight Helishut looked at Count Lemesandro and decided that the time had come to act. The knights' units, led by Sir Helishut, quickly galloped in that direction. They had their own task. One of the guys who was riding behind the Knight Helishut clutched his bag in his hands. Apparently, he was carrying something important. The Count asked Khan if this was enough, and the boy replied that it was a start. The Count was sorry to have to send the boys without proper training. She felt as if they were being sent to their deaths. Knight Ramesh believed they only needed to prepare a base, so there wouldn't be any serious problems. Count Lemesandro said that he would hope so and became depressed. Count Lemisandro told everyone else not to relax until they got out of the forest. He ordered everyone to resume their movement and switch to gallop. Meanwhile, Helishut's small detachment was heading in the other direction, and they split up. At this time, a woman in a red cape observed everything that was happening with the help of a magic ball. There was a red mark on her hand. Apparently, it helped activate her abilities. She realized that the prince's knights were moving towards the Arms clan. The mark stopped glowing. The woman thought they were looking for a place to die, she smirked. The woman got up from the table. She thought that it would be even more convenient to implement her plans this way. However, she was annoyed that she had to run after these impudent, greedy people like this. The woman left her room and walked down the dark gray corridor. The woman entered a beautiful hall, where a girl sat on the throne, surrounded by her subjects. The woman greeted Her Majesty. Her Majesty told her to come in quickly, as she was expecting a woman. The girl sat leisurely on the throne. There were many treats before her, and she held a glass of wine in her hands. The woman in the red cape smirked. It seemed like everything was going according to plan. It was sunset outside. The sun was slowly sinking below the horizon. The sky was shimmering with different colors. Knight Ramish noticed that it would soon get dark, and it would become dangerous to walk. The elf girl replied that there was no need to worry, since they were almost there. Knight Ramish was surprised by such a word, because so far nothing was visible except the forest. The horses suddenly stopped and fog appeared around, filling the entire forest. All the knights were surprised, and the villagers also looked around in confusion. Kashwara became wary. She believed that this could be a sign of impending danger. Lu thought it would be very bad if they were attacked in such a place. Kashwara reassured him, saying she would sort things out immediately. Kan thought this was strange, since there were no lakes or large rivers in the area, and there was no geothermal heat either. So where did this fog come from? Kashwara asked what was wrong. Khan thought it was just too quiet. The girl agreed, as there were no sounds around. At that moment, the elf girl walked forward, her hair fluttering beautifully in the wind. She stood in front of the entire squad. The girl knew what to do. They had arrived. A hand appeared in front of her out of nowhere. Someone was speaking in a language unknown to the guys. Lu was very surprised. He didn't understand what was happening, whether any danger was approaching. The hand in front of the elf glowed as she activated her power. The light was so bright that it blinded the eyes of the knights and the prince. The prince was surprised by what he saw in front of him. The guy was in shock. Kan and Kashwara were also confused. They looked ahead in surprise. The princess and the youngest prince were riding in the carriage. They looked out of the carriage window to look around. The youngest prince was very surprised and exclaimed that everything around was very beautiful. It turns out that the elf girl brought them to her city. It was huge and very peaceful. Castles rose majestically all around, striking the observers with their luxury. Giant bridges were built over the rivers, and everything around was decorated with luxurious statues and columns. Birds were flying in the sky. The entire squad looked around in amazement. The elf girl approached the edge of the cliff, from where a beautiful view of the entire city opened up. The elf girl wished for everyone present to be blessed by the goddess of green leaves. The girl welcomed them to Lefiodor, which was the name of her beautiful city. Birds were flying in the sky. The entire squad looked around in amazement. The elf girl approached the edge of the cliff, from where a beautiful view of the entire city opened up. Kan, along with Kashwara and Lu, looked at the city of Lefiodor in surprise. At that moment, unexpectedly for everyone, something flashed before the boys' eyes. They didn't have time to react. The prince's detachment was already surrounded by locals, who were not very friendly. Elves with bows and arrows stood around the squad and pointed their weapons at the knights. Kan and Kashwara looked around in surprise. They were surprised that they did not notice how all these elves appeared. One of the elves said something to the elf girl in his native language. She explained the whole situation to him. This elf looked at the guys with distrust. It seemed that he understood what was happening here and who they were. All the elves lowered their bows and gestured to the knights that they could go. Lu sighed with relief. He was already afraid of the elven army. Khan thought it was strange because elves are a forest race, and besides leaves, they also use leather. Kashwara asked why Captain Khan was frozen and wouldn't move on. The boy came to his senses. The prince's detachment entered the city. They rode across the bridge, while all the local residents rode on the knights' gazelles. The squad decided to stop in this city. They pitched tents near the houses of other elves. The locals were friendly towards the boys, and the elven girls brought them treats and treasure chests. One of the girls led the knights up the long staircase to the castle. The girl explained that this castle has guarded this place for over 1,000 years, and during this time, there have been many attempts to invade, but none of them have been successful. Count Lemisandro was very surprised and was eager to see the grandeur of this place. The boys climbed the castle tower. They walked to the edge and watched the city. Kashwara thought it was incredible. Lu noted that the city looked a bit bland, but its size was comparable to the capital. Kashwara believed that the people here lived so secluded that they had developed their own culture. Kan asked if they lived very secluded from the world. Kashua said the boy had seen their armor and weapons earlier, and they believed monsters had souls. Lu added that there is a tradition of making armor and weapons from the skin and bones of monsters they raised after death and keeping them with them for the rest of their lives. At that moment, something caught Captain Khan's attention, and he looked up at the sky in surprise. A huge dragon flew right in front of him, with an elf riding on it. Captain Khan thought it looked like a squadron of fighter jets. Kashwara didn't understand what he was talking about. Khan explained that the weapon was designed for aerial dominance, like flying machines. Lu was inspired. He was very interested in what kind of flying machines these were, whether they were similar to flying boats. He said they were similar but a little different, looked a little more maneuverable. Captain Khan added that the plane's speed and movements were similar to flying dragons. Lu kept asking about combat aircraft. Kang added that it wasn't exactly a direct attack. They dropped shells and fired machine guns at the enemy. The captain looked at the sky. It seemed to him that the movements of these dragons really did resemble a fighter plane. At this time, dragons with elves riding on them were flying in a wedge formation in the sky. At this time, the elf with the prince and Count Lemisandro came to the huge door of the castle. There was a guard of elves at the gate. They looked at the arriving guests with distrust. The elf explained that Pedra had given permission for an official audience. Count Lemisandro thought that they had a lot of people and that they were protected by warriors who were divided into 3 categories. There were warriors who rode monsters, warriors who used spirits and magic, and warriors who entered into combat and fought with their bodies. Above them stand the priests, responsible for the rights of ancestors and governance. Pedra, who rules them all, is considered the queen and leader. Count Lemisandro looked ahead in surprise, eager to meet such a powerful lady. The castle door slowly opened, revealing a huge hall before the boys. In the center of the hall stood a huge tree. It had no leaves, and its trunk towered for many tens of meters. The prince and Count Lemisandro did not expect to see such a picture before them. They were amazed by the grandeur of this place. On the tree trunk, as if on a throne, sat a little girl, an elf in a beautiful green dress. The prince felt uneasy. He didn't know how to start a conversation with this girl. The prince greeted the goddess of green leaves and introduced himself with his full name, followed by Count Lemisandro. The girl's name was Yumifenas, and she greeted the guests on behalf of the goddess of green leaves. At this time, somewhere far away in the forest, strange things were happening. Night had fallen outside. An army of strange creatures, similar to orcs, moved along the forest ramp. They looked creepy. Along with them were huge carrier creatures, as well as flying monsters. There was a man riding on one of the creatures in the carriage. He was wearing a black cape and holding a cane in his hands. People were riding on flying monsters. This army was heading to defeat someone. At this time, in the city of the elves, Petra's guests sat down at a long table. She was ready to listen to them. At this moment, a black bird flew past the castle window. The prince didn't even pay attention to it. The bird looked like a black raven. Its eyes glowed red. The princess looked out of the castle window and also noticed the bird. The girl put her hands to her mouth and began to whistle to the bird. It seemed the bird recognized her. It responded to the girl's whistle and looked at her. The bird instantly changed its route and headed towards the princess's window. It seemed they had already met. A bird flew into the princess's room and landed on her hand. The bird brought a message for the princess. The girl took the letter in her hands and began to read it carefully. The princess didn't want anyone else to see the letter, so she burned it with her powers. There was absolutely nothing left of the letter. It had burned to the ground, and there were ashes on the floor. At that time, 2 elves were flying through the forest. It seemed they were running away from something. The elves jumped nimbly through the trees, and someone was chasing them and almost catching up with them. One of them was grabbed by a huge green tentacle, and the elf could not escape from the enemy's clutches. The second elf pulled away from his brother a little, looked back in surprise, and saw a terrifying picture. Another elf asked her friend not to worry about him and to leave, and also to tell the others that a large army was advancing. His friend didn't want to leave the elf. He looked at him with pain. He shouted at him to leave quickly and tell Padre that the enemy was advancing. He intended to stay. The other elf decided to listen to his friend. He turned around with tears in his eyes and hurried in the opposite direction. This elf remained to fight against this huge army. He took out his bow and arrows and was going to defend himself. The elf quickly flew away from his pursuer. He tried with all his might to break away. 3 men in black cloaks were flying behind him, catching up with their prey. It was hard for the elf to fly away so quickly. He was out of breath and trying to catch his breath. At that moment, I noticed a large tree growing on the cliff edge. The elf hid behind him and she kept quiet, trying not to make a sound. It seemed the cloaked men couldn't find her. The elf breathed a sigh of relief. She managed to break away from the chase and hide behind a tree. The girl looked at her hand. There was some kind of bag in it. She had to pass this on. At this time, a banquet was taking place in the city's castle in honor of the newly arrived guests. Everyone enjoyed delicious dishes. Lou said that, judging by what Can had said, a bomb of that size could easily blow up 1 or 2 buildings. Captain Can replied that it depended on the yield, but roughly that. The captain pointed to a castle located nearby and said that these were generally small things and that some bombs could easily destroy entire cities. The boys were very surprised. Kashwara thought it was cruel. She asked if it wasn't just a massacre. Lou explained that in war, sometimes it's better to end everything immediately to reduce casualties. The girl still considered it pointless, since it was a battle anyway. Kashwara was sure that with strong convictions, opponents clash with each other with their swords and do everything possible to live and not die in this battle. Captain Khan believed they were both right, but the answer would vary depending on the size of the enemy. After all, if a large number of enemies come, and it is an attack from the air, the fighting methods will be different. Thinking about the tactics of warfare, the guy looked out the window. There, high in the sky, battle dragons with elves on them were soaring. Kashwara asked what the boy was thinking about, that he wasn't even answering her call. Khan said it was nothing. Lou excitedly asked if the boys had seen Erexion. Captain Khan had no idea what the boy was talking about. He spoke of the dragon, Drexion's bastard. He surpasses all others in his ability to fly. Captain Khan was very interested in this dragon. He thought that it was an excellent weapon. Captain Khan added that formation flying is not of great importance. It is simply a tactic based on how to form a formation effectively. Kashwara thought it was important to fly in formation like this and drop the bomb. Lou agreed with the girl. The guy was inspired, thinking that with this tactic, he wouldn't need to do anything with his hands at all. Can added that there were several ways to bomb. At that moment, someone approached the table where the boys were sitting. He asked them to tell him more about it. Kashwara and Lou were wary and looked at their new acquaintance with distrust. Kashwara asked with an angry look who allowed the stranger to eavesdrop on their conversations like this. A tall elf approached them. He believed that this was the place for everyone to gather, drink, and talk. The boys didn't know the man. Lou asked if he was a rider. The elf was the commander of the Erickson riders, Mosul. The man introduced himself. He also introduced his friends, who were sitting drinking at the next table. They smiled welcomingly. Mosul apologized for any inconvenience he'd caused the boys with his unexpected appearance. Kashwara snorted angrily. Mosul wanted to know more about what Captain Kang had said earlier, about some machine gun. Captain Kang looked at Kashwara. She was very unhappy with such impoliteness of the captain of the riders. Captain Khan believed that in order to talk about the elements, one must first know about fighters. Captain Khan began to tell her new elves everything she knew about the modern weapons of his world. Mosul listened to him attentively. He crossed his arms over his chest and tried to understand what Captain Kang was saying. He said that Luftwaffe pilots gained experience from the Spanish Civil War and immediately applied it to their fighters. Lou realized they'd equipped the machine gun to gain an advantage. Khan added that if air superiority was lost, the bombing itself would be impossible. Mosul believed that switching this tactic to Erexion would be very helpful, but the elves didn't have such a weapon. They wanted to strengthen their strategy a little more. Lou agreed that they didn't have machine guns, but he thought they could try to make something similar to bombs for bombing. The elves realized Lou was a mage. One elf thought the boy was too young for such serious matters. Kashwara believed that a wizard was a wizard, and explained that he was a student of a former archmage from the imperial family who lived in a magic tower. Mosul was both surprised and delighted to have acquired such useful and powerful acquaintances. Mosul wanted to ask Kang for a favor. The boy believed they were in no position to make decisions alone. The captain was going to talk to His Highness the Prince about this, and if he said that everything was okay, he would tell everything he knew. The elves' eyes lit up with happiness. Captain Khan thought they were talking about increasing the army's power. The prince and Count Lemisandro were sitting at a reception in the castle of Pedra. The boys sat at a large, long table. The prince said that 3 days had passed since Sir Helishut's departure to the capital to clarify the situation. The envoys who had traveled to the cities were already reporting news one after another. Pedra asked if they were taking too long. The elf reassured her that until reinforcements arrived, they alone could defend the city. Pedra agreed with her because her city, Le Theodore, was truly an impregnable fortress. Pedra believed that since they were crazy, if Xionghuan ordered them to do something, they would even be capable of killing their own family, and who knew what else they were capable of. The elf was even prepared to lose her life. Pedra, capricious, cried out that she didn't want Lola to die. The girl believed that first they needed to do what they could at the moment. Today, as she passed by, she saw that the soldiers' weapons and equipment were quite old and damaged. The Count said there was nothing he could do about it, and that this unit had been assembled in haste. Because of the previous battles, the weapons were unusable, and the men were tired. Lola already knew the whole situation. She was going to propose a plan of action taking into account their conditions. The girl stated that the elves opened an arsenal of weapons for them. At this time, the girl who was being chased by strange creatures finally got out of the forest. She was exhausted. The girl's name was Herset. She found her fellows. They were very excited and ran to her aid. Herset fell into their arms. Her friends tried to revive her. They were about to carry her inside. Herset reached behind her with trembling hands, intending to take something out and show it to her friends. The girl pulled a small bag from behind her back. Her hands fluttered as she handed it to her elf friend. Herset said that an army of enemies was coming here. The girl could barely speak. She asked to give this bag to Pedra. Herset was seriously wounded in battles with enemies. She could no longer speak and fell silent. Her hand with the bag fell to the ground. It looked like Herset was dead, but she managed to complete her last mission. At this time, life in Le Theodore went on as usual. Elves worked around, each doing their own thing. Lou was sitting on the wood stove, holding a notebook in his hands and thinking hard about something. Kashwara approached the boy and asked if Lou was doing well. He was writing something down in his notebook. The guy felt that the power was a little weaker than expected, but still quite useful. Kashwara asked if the fire magic the boy used was more powerful than this. Lou agreed, but even so, it could still cause considerable damage to enemies. Kashwara realized that if this were utilized, Irexian Squadron would be able to conduct a wider range of operations. This was Lou's hope. Lou asked Kashwara where Captain Khan was now. The girl thought that he was now with Emosul. She asked if the boy wanted to talk to him. Lou really wanted this. He asked to tell the captain that if the girl saw him, he should go to the boy. He needed to ask something. Kashwara understood everything. She already had to go. She said goodbye to Lou and waved after him. At this time, Captain Khan was telling the elven riders about the weapons and tactics of his world. Captain Khan believed that group tactics should be enough, so he drew a diagram on the board. Emosul agreed with the man. He believed that this way he could more effectively neutralize the enemy's attacks. At that moment, Kashwara entered their room and turned around, looking for Captain Khan. Emosul waved happily at the girl, but she looked at him angrily and did not want to be nice. Kashwara said that the Count called Kana. She was surprised that the guy didn't know about it, because he met with Prince Orang. Kang said the prince was looking at him intently. Kashwara herself didn't know what had happened. She asked if the operation meeting was over. Kang corrected her, saying it wasn't exactly a mission briefing. The girl didn't care. She asked again if they were finished. Emosul said that they could not continue to take up the busy man's time, but he thanked Khan for what he had done for the elves over the past few days. Khan believed he was simply sharing some of his own knowledge with them. Emosul assured him that they had gained vital knowledge and that it was a great contribution to their future. Emosul asked Khan to convey his gratitude to Prince Orang for his assistance. Khan and Kashwara smiled. They were not against doing what the elf asked them to do. At this time, an army of elves lined up next to the huge gates. With them was the prince and Count Lemisandro. And Kashwara and Captain Khan came to this place and found Count Lemisandro. Captain Khan hurried to the count, who was looking for him. The man turned and looked at the boy. Count Lemisandro nodded to the elf that they could act. The girl understood his command and looked up. She also nodded to someone. There was a huge elf standing next to her. He looked at the girl and understood what she meant. The elf shouted loudly to his subjects to open the arsenal. The remaining elves began to push the huge wooden doors with great effort. Captain Khan and Count Lemisandro were shocked when they looked at what was hidden behind those doors. Kashwara also stared in surprise at the elves' arsenal. She couldn't believe her eyes. In front of the boys was a huge room that looked like a warehouse, with magical weapons neatly laid out everywhere. There were many blades, balls, crossbows, spears, and many other things that would help the boys in battle. The elf explained that everything here is many years old, but as they can see, the condition of the storage is excellent, because they contain divine power. Count Lemisandro was inspired and ordered everyone to choose weapons and put on armor that suited them. Count Lemisandro turned and looked at Captain Khan, who asked what about him. The guy replied that he was fine as is. The military uniform he was wearing was the most comfortable for him. Kashwara shrugged. They couldn't force Khan to wear armor. Kashwara agreed with the captain. She didn't need anything in this arsenal either. Count Lemisandro was surprised and offered to help the girl distribute weapons and armor to the soldiers. At that moment, the ringing of bells was suddenly heard. It was very loud and frightening, and carried over a huge distance. The boys listened to the strange sounds in surprise. They were scared and expected something dangerous. Kashwara asked what was happening and what this sound meant. One of the elves explained that it looked like the enemies had reached the border. Kashwara and Captain Khan were very surprised. They didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The pouch from Herset was successfully delivered to Pedra. She sat on her throne and held it in her hands. The girl opened the bag and took out a folded piece of paper. It was said there that there were approximately 100,000 of them. They had already passed the plains of Merdos and were entering the forest, and there were also military actions in the direct direction. Pedra didn't quite understand what was being said here. She asked her assistant. The elf explained to her the meaning of what Herset wanted to say. Pedra was horrified. The girl called the commander, the prince and Count Lemisandro to her. From the founding of Lefiador until the Age of Magic, no one entered this city without the permission of the goddess of green leaves. She ordered the commander to go into the forest under the protection of the goddess and tell them about it. They were the ones who fell under the oppression of the goddess. Armin had to punish them. Armin knelt down. He meekly agreed to carry out Pedra's order. Pedra believed that they should rely on each other to overcome difficulties. She suggested to the prince of the empire that they form a clan until the end of the war. The prince, who acted on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor, gladly accepted Pedra's offer. The girl ordered Robert to prepare forces in case of enemy infection and to take all necessary measures for the battle on the waters. The girl also bowed her head. She was ready to carry out Pedra's order. At that moment, a group of elven riders mounted their war dragons and set off on their journey. They flew high in the sky, trying to reach the enemy as quickly as possible. The elves looked down at the ground, trying to find something there. At that moment, one of the elves showed something to the other. He pointed his finger at the ground. A huge army of enemies was marching through the forest, lined up in a column and advancing on the city. The elf told Arisia to go first and report the situation to Imosul, while Karis would go with him and try to penetrate deeper into the enemy camp. The elves followed the plan. The rest watched them from the tree branches. The elf told the other not to be embarrassed. They just had to do as Captain Khan said. The elf ordered everyone else to form up and get ready for the plan. He started rummaging in his pocket, intending to get something out of there. The elf took out a small bottle of purple liquid. He was very determined. At that moment, a large explosion was heard in the sky, the sound of which spread for kilometers. Several more explosions were heard behind him. They were directed at the elves on the dragons. They tried to evade and maneuver away from danger. A man in a black robe was watching the elves. He was looking intently at the sky. This man was unusual. He had no face, and instead of eyes, there were glowing balls. It seemed like someone was watching everything through his eyes. This creature was an enemy of the elves. The man's eyes glowed brightly with a purple light and activated the power. Through this creature, a woman with long black hair observed everything that was happening. She was very hostile. The woman recalled the events of the past days. 20 years ago, she lived in a slum in the city, surrounded by poor people. In the center walked men in white robes, distributing bread to the hungry people. Walking with them was a little girl who was holding the hand of a woman in a red robe. The girl watched everything that was happening in surprise. She liked to see the delighted faces of people. She looked at the woman who was accompanying her. She was smiling. Everything seemed calm. At that moment, suspicious shouts were heard nearby, and the woman turned around to look at them. Knights came to the slums. They began to chop up the poor residents. You offended the area around them and were very scared. The woman was shocked when she saw this cruel picture and hugged the girl. The man in the white Monty nodded to the woman and confusedly said, "There's a sign." He was surprisingly calm. The woman grabbed the girl and started running away to protect the child. The girl was crying and screaming, "I didn't want to lose this man." She was scared. At some point, the girl accepted everything that was happening and calmed down. She watched everything that was happening with sadness. Before her eyes, the third group brutally killed peaceful people, and everything around was covered in flames. Now this girl has grown up. She has become an adult woman, but the childhood traumas have not gone away. She was very angry. She wanted to burn everything around in her rage. The woman wanted to take revenge on Emperor Burnus. Well, even if he cried tears of blood, she would never forgive him. First of all, she was going to send him to hell along with him and everyone he loved. At this time, in the city of elves, a large army lined up in front of the castle walls. The soldiers were ready to defend the city and the kingdoms. They were waiting for further instructions. The prince declared that this battle was inevitable, but he had no intention of forcing them to die because of it. He said that their families were behind them now. If they didn't retreat, their family would shed blood in their place, so the soldiers had to hold on. The emperor was behind them now. The prince raised the iron and ordered the military to defend the city with the determination to die here. Captain Khan was on the castle wall. He asked if it was true that he would come under a lot. Kashwara didn't know the answer. A messenger had been sent. But if they had walked, they probably would have arrived by now. The girl believed that even if they had gone to help them, they would definitely not arrive in time. According to reports from scouts returning from reconnaissance, the number of enemies is more than 150,000. Their numbers were clearly superior. Even after the unification of the two camps, the Allies numbered just over 10,000 people. Captain Khan watched the peaceful life in the city, children with their mothers walking down the street unsuspecting. The man believed that this was a fight that could not be won. Suddenly, Captain Khan heard someone say that the goddess of green leaves was watching. It was Armin. He said that their city was impregnable, and the goddess protected them. They would never lose. So his warriors should not doubt and fight. He was confident of victory. He ordered his subjects to show no mercy to those who dared to enter their holy city. Khan looked at the jubilant soldiers in surprise. He was amazed by the boys' oratorical skills. At that moment, a horn was heard howling, signifying the imminent approach of battle. Captain Khan looked into the forest with inspiration. It was evening outside. The sun was setting below the horizon. Some strange sounds were heard in the forest. The boys did not understand what they meant. The sound grew louder. Apparently someone was approaching. Birds were flying across the sky. The sound of iron armor was heard. Someone stepped on the ground and was ready to fight. A huge army of tens of thousands of people in armor was walking through the forest, and creatures were flying with them. They were in a warlike mood. The Allies were surprised by such numbers. They did not expect such a large-scale battle. Their army looked up at the sky in surprise at the flying monsters. They had never seen them before. Count Lemisandro ordered the army not to retreat. They were to close ranks and prepare for battle. The monsters in the sky screamed, and riders flew towards them, preparing to attack. Imosel shouted loudly and signaled that the enemy was advancing. He was determined to defeat them all. The man led a squad of dragon riders, and they quickly flew straight into the thick of things. Everyone was ready for battle. The army was waiting for a sign from their commanders, who were standing on the castle walls. Knight Ramesh gave the command to his subjects to get ready. A man stood on the wall with a crossbow in his hands. The elven dragons and the flying monsters were already ready to clash in a brutal, bloody battle. They were flying straight towards each other. At this time, Captain Khan was watching everything that was happening nearby from a sniper rifle. He found what he was looking for. He aimed his sight at one of the opponents. He believed that even if there were a lot of enemies, if you destroyed the head, it would paralyze the control system. He had set his sights on his biggest enemy and was about to put his plan into action. The battle began, and terrifying sounds of a brutal struggle between flying creatures could be heard. The battle began, and terrifying sounds of a brutal struggle between flying creatures could be heard. Captain Kanu still managed to hit the target, shooting through the commander's head. All the other opponents looked at their leader in surprise. They did not expect such a turn of events. Immosul was on guard, waiting for Captain Khan to open the way for them to attack. The man shouted and gestured to his subordinates to attack. The dragons flew forward. At that moment, strange sounds were heard from the towers located behind the army. Knight Ramesh was surprised. Apparently, enemies were hiding in it. The opponents prepared their bows and arrows and were about to attack. They let loose a barrage of arrows. It flew high, intending to hit the target. Count Lemisandro signaled to Knight Ramesh to prepare for action. Knight Ramesh nodded to one of the soldiers. He was going to warn him. The guy raised a white flag with a blue stripe in the center, which meant that he needed to get ready. All the other soldiers on the castle wall raised their shields and began to defend themselves. The barrage of arrows hit the target. Some of the guys did not have time to defend themselves and were defeated. The allies were also ready to attack. The guys took out their bows and arrows and were going to counterattack. Knight Ramesh ordered one of the men to raise a white flag with a red stripe. The man shouted for the others to attack. The soldiers fired their arrows at the enemy. They acted in a coordinated manner to achieve results. The arrows hit the opponents, and the defeated enemies fell to the ground. Knight Ramesh ordered the army to concentrate on the siege towers. The soldiers pointed their bows and arrows at the siege towers and fired from them. It seems there was no effect. The enemy on the siege towers was not defeated. More decisive action was needed. Count Lemisandro grabbed the bow from the hands of one of the boys. He was going to act himself. The man aimed his bow and arrow at one of the towers. He thought he could do a better job. At that moment, Lu flew up to Count Lemisandro and began to use magic on the man's arrow. The arrow glowed with a bright light. The guy's magic began to work. It was supposed to help defeat the enemy. Count Lemisandro looked closely at Lu. He understood perfectly well what the boy had done with the arrow. Lu nodded back at him, a sign that the man could shoot. Count Lemisandro fired his bow, and the arrow flew towards the tower at great speed. This was no longer an ordinary arrow. It moved more maneuverably and faster than ordinary arrows. As soon as it hit the target, there was a loud explosion. The arrow had done its job. The siege tower began to lean to one side and was about to fall. Lu hadn't finished casting his spell yet. He was using the Flame of Destruction technique. He was supposed to burn the world with the energy of twilight. Lu directed his magical energy at the tower, which was supposed to completely destroy it. The tower fell, a huge explosion was heard, and flames blazed all around. All the knights rejoiced. However, this was not yet a victory. The enemy also knew how to cast spells and tried to stop the fire. Count Lemisandro looked at what was happening in surprise. He did not expect such a turn of events. Knight Ramesh looked at the sky in surprise. There were flying monsters fluttering there, with large boulders in the sky. The man ordered everyone to prepare for the strike. They had to attack before the enemy did. Enormous stones rained down on the castle, their destructive force causing the soldiers to flee. When the stones hit the castle walls, explosions were heard that could have brought down the entire wall. There were a lot of stones. One of them would have fallen on one of the guys at any moment. Lu was surprised by this situation and quickly flew to help the boys. He saw cannonball launchers set up around the square. Lu thought it was time to use them. One of the guys held the projectile. Lu didn't understand why the guys weren't acting yet. Now they needed to counterattack and turn the enemy. Their general gave the signal that it was time to launch the shells. She announced this loudly. The projectile launchers came into action and had destructive power. The shells flew straight at the enemy. They had no way to hide from such combat weapons. The shells finally reached their targets. They fell to the ground exploding, leaving behind huge explosions. Count Lemisandro looked at this in surprise. He understood that the development of the bullets was a little late, but still completed. However, there were a lot of enemies, and Captain Khan was the only one who could be trusted. Kashwara also rode to the rescue on her horse, bringing with her several knights. Captain Khan understood that there were as many catapults as there were enemies, and at this rate he believed they would be able to push the enemies back. The captain thought that if they had a little more time, they might have acted completely differently. Or if the bullets Lu made were even a little stronger, they would have been able to win faster. No matter how you look at it, it was not a profitable war for them, but all that was left was to fight to the end. Captain Khan thought about the troops who had said they would return to rescue him, about his mother and younger sister. The guy remembered them in a joint photo that he was looking at on his tablet in the cave. Captain Khan believed that he had to win, and that was the only way he could return home. Imosal was determined and ordered his subjects to open the gates. Kashwara left through the gate with the rest of the troops. The girl was in a warlike mood. Kashwara raised her sword and ordered everyone else to attack. Her squad rushed into battle, the girl leading several dozen elves on horses. Captain Khan stopped, thinking about how they could win this battle. One of the guys blew loudly into the horn. He was giving a signal to the others. This was a sign to attack. At that moment, the horses and riders furiously advanced to the attack. At the head of their squad was Kashwara, fiercely determined to give the enemy no respite. She ordered them to cut down everything in their path and march straight to their target. She followed her own instructions. The girl quickly ran into battle and decapitated the enemy with one swing of her sword. Imosal fought alongside her. He had excellent combat training and mercilessly chopped down enemies. Count Lemisandro watched the entire battle, watching carefully so as not to miss anything important. A barrage of stones rained down on the allies, and the knight Ramesh ordered his squad to hold out to the last. The soldiers fired at the enemy towers with bows and arrows, but it didn't seem to be of much help. Lu commanded the catapults. The guys loaded the installations with shells. At that moment, a boulder fell near the installations. A loud explosion was heard, and several people died. Lu looked in that direction in surprise. He understood that danger was approaching. Near the place where the boulder fell, there were catapult shells. These shells exploded. They threw Lu back with a shockwave. The explosion was of a very large scale. One of the knights was defeated. He lay on the ground and held on with his last strength. He ordered the others to defend their positions on command to fire at least one shot. The guys succeeded. One shell flew towards the enemy positions. It caused heavy losses to the enemy, and many explosions were heard. The enemy observation towers began to move. They were equipped with wheels. The enemies on the towers approached the city walls. They had a plan to climb them. Knight Ramesh was determined to prevent the enemy from entering the city, and he ordered that they be stopped at any cost. The enemies began to land on the walls. The knights were confused. They did not expect this. However, the guys quickly got together and began to fight. One soldier pierced the enemy with a sword right in the head. Another shot his opponent in the neck with a bow. They held their ground well. Knight Ramesh himself fought. He ordered to hold on with determination to die. The man shouted a battle cry. He needed to defeat his enemies no matter what. Count Lemisandro was also involved in the battle, skillfully cutting short the lives of his enemies with one swing of his sword. And at that moment an enemy appeared behind Count Lemisandro, with an axe in his hands. Knight Ramesh saw this scene from the wall. He looked at them in surprise. Knight Ramesh shouted to Count Lemisandro. He wanted to warn his ally about the danger. Count Lemisandro turned around. He did not expect to see someone behind him. At that moment the enemy swung. Something quickly flew past the Count and rushed towards the enemy. It was not even clear what it was. The weapon overpowered the enemy and hit the man straight in the chest. The enemy looked at his body in surprise. A small sword was inserted into it. The one who threw them had several more. He held all the small blades in his hand. This man killed several enemies at once with his deft movements. He moved very quickly and skillfully. Sir Orlan came to the aid of the boys. It was he who saved Count Lemisandro. Count Lemisandro was glad to see such an ally. He was grateful to the guy for saving him. Sir Orlan was very serious and nodded to the Count in solidarity. Count Lemisandro was not surprised, for Sir Orlan was the first sword of the Empire. However, something still bothered Count Lemisandro. He looked into the distance at the horizon in surprise. Numerous explosions were visible in the distance. The enemy army was superior to theirs in numbers. Count Lemisandro gritted his teeth. He understood that if this continued, they would not last long. The Count thought it would be a good idea to neutralize the enemy's catapults and archers. At this time, the Kashwara detachment boldly rushed into battle. They rode horses straight into the thick of things. The elves rode behind them. One of them asked Kashwara to move a little and give him room to act. The elf took the crossbow in his hands and boldly pointed it forward at the enemy. Kashwara was surprised and asked if it was possible. Captain Khan believed that he should first try and put his plan into action. The man picked up his sniper rifle, intending to use it to defeat the enemy. The captain took aim. He knew exactly where to shoot and what to do in this situation. Captain Khan braced himself. He needed to aim accurately to avoid missing. The man pulled the trigger and fired his sniper rifle. The bullet hit one of the enemies right in the head. It was a precise hit. The elves were also ready to shoot crossbows, aiming at their opponents while riding their horses. At this time, one of the launched projectiles was flying in the sky not far from the boys. It was a great launch. It hit right next to the installation and took out several enemies. The enemy's tower caught fire in an instant. It was made of wood, so it wasn't difficult to burn it down. Everything around was covered in fire. It spread further and further towards the enemy installations. Kashwara ordered that no mercy be shown to the enemies. Everyone had to kill them so that their comrades would remain alive. All the elves were determined. Encouraged by the girl's words, the boys rushed into battle. Kashwara ordered them to shoot without hesitation. Captain Khan was among them. Kashwara screamed loudly. She ordered her squad to shoot and not spare the enemies. The elves who were riding behind her took up bows and arrows and began to carry out the girl's orders. The elves hit the target right on target. They incapacitated several opponents by hitting them in the body. One of the enemies told the others to take shields to protect themselves from the enemy's arrows. The enemy army took out huge iron shields, which could have saved them. One of the enemies gestured to the flying monsters that they could attack. At that moment, he was hit in the head, and the enemy fell lifelessly to the ground. Kashwara was in a warlike mood and ordered that the enemy base be destroyed as much as possible. At this time, flying monsters attacked the allies from the sky. They were merciless. However, the boys successfully shot back at these monsters, and with the victory over the monster, the rider also fell. The elves skillfully chopped off the necks of their enemies, and drops of blood splashed around. Their enemies were amazed by the boys' high fighting skills. The enemies fled in horror from the approaching horde of elves, led by Kashwara. The girl stopped them. She said that there was no need to chase them. She thought it would be better to concentrate on hitting the target. The girl had a strategy. One of the elves took out a small projectile that was located on his belt. The elf skillfully threw the projectile at the enemy. The projectile rolled and reached its target. It fell to the ground. At this moment, Captain Khan was aiming using a sniper rifle. He had a plan. The shell rolled straight towards the foot of the enemy installation. It had to be blown up. The guys had previously discussed how these projectiles weren't made of gunpowder, so there was no other way. Lu was trying to make it explode if he hit it. However, this was too shallow. Magic still has its limits. Captain Khan asked if it was any different from what the Erexian troops used. He had no idea how magic worked. Lu explained that it was just like a fireball. The boy had enchanted the fireball. The captain asked if there was no other way. The boy flew up to him and said that this was the only way. The captain said that in the world where he came from, a process called a trigger was absolutely necessary for gunpowder to explode. Lu explained that it might be a little confusing, but it looked like a magically created explosive bullet. The captain understood everything, and an idea came to him on how to use Lu's inventions. You had to throw this projectile and shoot it with this bullet, then it would explode. Then the plan might work. Lu gave Captain Khan one of the magic bullets. The man was about to carry out his plan. He was aiming a sniper rifle at the projectile. The enemy was not going to relax and let Captain Khan do this, but he was protected by Kashwara. She told Captain Kanu to quickly focus on his task and take action. The elves ran boldly into battle, throwing projectiles at the enemy's combat installations. Captain Khan was very tense. He hoped that his bullet would hit the target. The guy fired, but he missed the first time. The bullet ended up to the right of the projectile. Kashwara asked what he was doing and told Captain Khan to pull himself together and shoot again. The guy gritted his teeth. He understood that he didn't have a second chance to make a mistake. The captain fired another bullet. It flew straight to the target. The bullet hit the shell, and a loud explosion was heard, which destroyed the enemy installation. Kashwara was very happy. She was inspired by this hit. Kashwara ordered her squad not to allow anyone to touch the captain and to protect him. The elves understood the girl's order and were going to do so in order to bring their victory closer. Captain Khan repeated the same actions again, aiming at another projectile. The hit was accurate again. Another enemy installation fell. The enemies were not going to surrender. One of their commanders raised his hand and was about to order his men to act. The opponents took up bows and arrows and aimed at the boys. Kashwara reacted quickly. She ordered the shields to be raised and not allow a single hit. The elves obeyed her unquestioningly. They did everything as the girl said. The opponents continued to shoot from their bows. There was a high probability that they would hit the guys. The elves were barely holding on. There were so many arrows, it was hard for them to stand. Kashwara was also hit. Fortunately, the arrow ended up in her shoulder. It was not a serious wound. The girl looked closely at Captain Khan. She was waiting for a signal from him. The guy exhaled. He did everything right and lowered his sniper rifle. The guy looked at Kashwara in surprise as she broke off the arrow sticking out of her shoulder. Captain Khan smiled and nodded to the girl, meaning that they could act. Kashwara was inspired. She understood what the guy meant. The girl released a light sign into the sky, as the boys had agreed before. Everything around lit up with a bright blue glow, and all the fighters saw it. Imosul was flying on his dragon at this time. He turned around and looked at the blue flash of light. The man knew exactly what she meant. He smirked. The whole fight was turning in their favor. Everything around lit up with a bright blue glow, and all the fighters saw it. Imosul was flying on his dragon at this time. He turned around and looked at the blue flash of light. The man knew exactly what she meant. He smirked. The whole fight was turning in their favor. Imosul ordered the rest of the elves to be ready to attack, and all the elves riding on dragons hastened to attack the enemy. They decisively flew forward. Imosul was the first to fly at the head of his squad. He was determined to achieve a quick victory. The battle dragons advanced on the flying monsters in a wedge formation, and they too did not sit idle and flew into a counterattack. The dragons maneuvered and flew around the monsters from behind. The elves launched their arrows straight at the riders. The dragons and elves were heading towards a detachment of enemies near the forest. Imosul ordered his men to drop the ammunition. He grinned slyly. Ammunition pouches were attached to the dragon's armor, and the elves dropped them on their enemies. Each of these dragons had 4 bags, resulting in a large amount of ammunition capable of causing damage. The bags flew down at high speed onto the opponents. This was an innovative development. Shells poured out of the bag. There were many of them in each bag. The enemy saw a hail of shells raining down on them from the sky and looked at it in surprise. The shells reached their target, numerous explosions were heard, and the enemies were defeated. Kashwara ordered her people to retreat, the girl shouted loudly. The elves listened to her. They all moved straight after Kashwara towards the city walls. Count Lemisandro looked intently at the battlefield. He was expecting something. The Count waited for the right moment to begin the attack again, watching the explosions carefully. Count Lemisandro turned to his men and said that they could attack. He raised his hand and waved it. Lu was shocked by the scale of the battle. He looked out to see a sign from Count Lemisandro. Lu understood everything and passed the signal to one of the knights. The knight also understood everything. He raised his hand up and commanded to start firing at the enemy. At that very second, a multitude of shells flew from the catapults over the wall. They were heading straight towards the enemy. The shells were flying at a tremendous speed, carrying destructive force within them. The shells reached their destination. Loud explosions were heard, destroying everything in the area. Kashwara looked away warily, waiting for further instructions. The girl saw a crowd of warriors approaching from the city walls. It was a prince, leading an army of knights in armor. Knight Ramesh gave a sign to his men. They knew exactly what he meant. The army acted in unison. The guys on the city wall raised flags with a red stripe down the center of the cloth. The rest began pouring hot liquid from the jugs. They flooded the enemy installations with it. Everything was precisely planned. After this, one of the knights fired a flaming arrow from his bow, and it headed straight towards the tower. The tower instantly burst into flames. It was ablaze with a bright flame. It was a success. At this time, the two armies were running towards each other. They were about to engage in a mortal duel. The prince looked to the side. He was quickly getting ready to assess the situation on the battlefield. Kashwara looked at the prince with determination. She was ready to tear and throw. The prince shouted loudly and ordered that every single one of them be destroyed. Prince Ryan's army moved to attack their opponents. They were not going to leave a trace of them. Elves on battle dragons watched the battle from a bird's-eye view. Imosul was ready to lead his army to help the allies. The elves rode into battle on dragons, ready to win this fight. Suddenly, a bright light appeared near the battle site, blinding everyone present. The prince looked at him in surprise. This was not part of his plans. He was surprised. Count Lemisandro also looked at the bright flash in bewilderment. What he saw shocked the man. A huge paw of some creature appeared from a flash of light. It was a monster that looked like a rhinoceros with one eye, and the opponents were riding on it. The elven horses were frightened by these creatures. They could not run into battle and kicked. The prince was angry. He did not expect that the enemy had such power. Armin looked at the huge creatures with horror, but he did not panic and was determined. The man sat astride his creature, ready to lead the army. Armin told his people not to die in vain, and they listened to him attentively. The elves stood at attention as Armin continued his inspiring speech. The man shouted that if his people were going to die, they had to take at least one of them with them. He commanded them all to attack, and the entire allied army ran into battle. Kashwara had a warlike appearance. She was determined to stand to the end in this fight. Captain Khan pulled himself together and steeled himself. He had never been in a battle like this before, but he was ready to do his best. He commanded them all to attack, and the entire allied army ran into battle. Kashwara had a warlike appearance. She was determined to stand to the end in this fight. Captain Khan pulled himself together and steeled himself. He had never been in a battle like this before, but he was ready to do his best. All the elves were determined to win, and they followed their commander without a drop of fear. The enemy monsters confidently approached the boys. They had a terrifying appearance and posed a great danger. One of the rhinoceros monsters suddenly jumped up on his hind legs. He was about to destroy the enemy army. The rhinoceros stomped on the ground with his huge paws, scattering several elves on horses at once. Armin was angry. He was going to fight the monster with a ball. The man hit him with it. Blood gushed out all around. He ordered the others not to scatter, not to retreat, or they would die. There was chaos all around. Blood was flowing everywhere. The elves fought their way through the monsters to their enemies, who ran towards them on horses. A fierce battle began, and both sides were determined to win. The elves had excellent combat experience and skillfully dodged enemy attacks. The elves were armed with spears, and they used them to reach the necks of their enemies. Count Lemisandro knew they were outnumbered, but a battle was not just a race of strength. The man was on the city wall, carefully watching the progress of the battle. The Count was thinking about tactics. He needed to drill a road with an impulse, start a forest invasion, and in the blink of an eye a gap would be formed. He had to not miss it. Count Lemisandro knew that in the end, he had to deal the enemy a fatal blow and victory would be in his pocket. During this time, the battle continued, with all participants making every effort to win. Captain Khan also fought bravely, providing fire support to his army. Seeing the young man, Count Lemisandro remembered his request earlier before the battle. At the time, the prince did not think that it would be enough to turn the tide of the battle simply by neutralizing the catapults. Captain Cowan agreed with him. It was also a bit risky, but worth the risk. Lou was also going to suggest something. He flew to the guys. The boy pointed to the map of the future battlefield. He showed 2 places. Everyone listened to him attentively. Pedra sat on her throne. Her word was the last. Lou proposed his strategy, and if they followed through, the enemy would have no choice but to retreat. Pedra asked why they couldn't use magic. Lou explained that it was impossible. Perhaps an archmage could handle it, but the target area was too vast. Even any large-scale magic will not be enough to deal enough damage to the target. Lou believed there was no choice but for someone to get there. It was necessary to directly activate magic for the boys' plan to succeed. Kashwara and Captain Khan took over. The girl asked how much farther they were. Captain Khan noted that there was no signal yet. They could not act arbitrarily. The girl screamed and asked what he was doing. At first, he only acts when everyone is dead. Kashwara entered and looked at the prince, who was bravely riding towards his opponents. The prince said that almost everything was over. He mercilessly chopped down the enemies one by one. The prince asked to hold on a little longer. Their plan was almost ready for implementation. On the battlefield, neither side was victorious. They suffered significant losses, and the battle was very brutal. Captain Khan turned and looked at the city walls, waiting for the signal. Lou noticed this. He knew what needed to be done and how to put their plan into action. The boy began to cast spells, and several other boys began practicing magic with him. Lou fired a blue flash into the sky using his magical powers. The flash was very bright. It seemed to be a signal. It illuminated everything around. Captain Khan had only 1 bullet. Lou said he barely had time to fire it. However, as Lou said, the patron possessed enormous power, magic of which Khan could not even dream. Therefore, fearing problems, Captain Khan did not even load it in advance. The man loaded the sniper rifle with this cartridge and was about to pull the trigger. Captain Khan had no chance to fail. He had only 1 chance to turn the tide of the battle. The captain took aim, and in his field of vision was a huge creature similar to a rhinoceros, but it didn't suit him. He moved his sight to another place on the battlefield, but it was practically the same there. The search continued. Finally, the man aimed his scope at a huge rock with a round eye-shaped mark on it. That was it. Captain Khan saw him. This was what he was looking for. The man was ready to shoot. Captain Khan pulled the trigger, the enormous responsibility of turning the tide of the battle resting on him. The bullet flew out of the sniper rifle at great speed, and Khan was confident in the accuracy of the shot. She left behind a blue trail that stretched all the way to her destination. The opponents did not understand what was happening and what this blue stripe was. They stopped and looked at it. The bullet began to activate magic while still in flight, and it glowed a bright yellow color. The projectile reached its destination. It hit the stone right in the painted eye. A magic circle was activated around the stone. It was all thanks to Lou and his magic. A stream of light rose straight up from the stone. It was supposed to help the boys win. The northern lights appeared in the sky above the entire city, and magic circles appeared. The power of magic was so great that the surrounding city began to tremble, and strange sounds were heard. They were supported by the mages who stood on the walls. They directed all their powers into the magic circles in the sky. This power illuminated the magic circles. They were gaining energy and were ready to activate. The enemies didn't understand what it was. They looked at the sky in surprise. The magic circles activated, and numerous lightning bolts and discharges emerged from them, directed at the enemy army. The rhinoceros monsters screamed in agony. They were scared and didn't know what to do. This light grew ever more intense, sending out lightning bolts that struck down enemies. The prince's enemies screamed. Lightning bolts swept away everything in their path without exception. The prince himself was surprised by such extraordinary magical power. He looked at the battlefield in confusion. The prince thought it was time to leave, and he and his knights headed to the side of the wall. After using magic, the battlefield looked terrifying, with the incinerated bodies of monsters and people lying everywhere. The elves themselves looked at this. They were amazed at the strength of their allies. The knight told them to come to their senses and not leave the line. They needed to be vigilant because the battle was not over yet. The rest of the opponents were very frightened. They did not know what to do or how to save themselves. The smartest decision for them was to run away. All the remnants of the army headed into the thick of the forest to survive. The knight ordered them to give chase so as not to lose the enemy. No one was to be left alive. The elves caught up with their opponents and were merciless. They thrust their spears straight into them. The commander observed everything from his position on the city wall. All the fighters were very happy with their success. All the fighters rejoiced, enjoying their success. Pedra breathed a sigh of relief as her army was able to defeat the enemies and save the city's inhabitants. Count Lemesandro thought it would be good to end it with just one bullet. Thanks to this shot they won, but not for long. Kashwara and Captain Khan also understood this, and they looked at each other warily. If support does not arrive in time, the army will not be able to maintain its victory. They wouldn't last another day, and this castle would fall, so it was too early to rejoice. Knight Ramesh asked Count Lemesandro if they should also follow in pursuit. He explained that they needed to defend the castle. At this time, the detachment of the knight Helishut made its way through the forest thickets. They suddenly heard some strange sound. All the guys turned around. Something was squeaking from behind a bush. It seemed to be a message from the allies. One of Helishut's guys went into the bushes to find out what was going on. He replied that the commander of the Elbanu fortress would arrive first, and the knight Helishut was expecting this. Sir thought there was no doubt about his loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor. The only thing that Knight Helishut was worried about was that support would not arrive too late. At this time, the prince was meeting in the assembly hall. The gathering of reinforcements was proceeding smoothly. They had received information from Helishut that they would arrive the following afternoon. Kashwara, Captain Khan and Lu understood that they most likely would not be able to support themselves for that long, and they looked dejected. The prince walked thoughtfully to the window, looked out at the street, and felt sad. There they treated the wounds of the wounded soldiers. There were many of them. All the residents helped as much as they could. Captain Khan knew that the prince must be worried. They no longer had any magical supplies. Even the shells Lu had made were running low, and his chances of winning were dwindling. Captain Khan thought, maybe because if this continues, they won't be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive. The prince decided to ask his subjects what they thought about battle tactics. Captain Khan decided to speak out and offer his own version of events. At this time, lights were burning in the forest. It looked like reinforcements were moving towards the boys. The three men, along with the knight Helishut, sat and deliberated in a circle. The first man was called Baron Irison. He was the commander of the Elbanu Irison fortress. The second was called Viscount Greg. He was also the commander of the fortress, Doran Greg. And the third to come for reinforcements was Viscount Lejeune, the commander of the Cahors fortress. On behalf of the prince, Helishut thanked them all for gathering so quickly, despite the suddenness of the request. Baron Irison said there was no point in wasting time. The man was surprised that this was all the reinforcements. There were only a few people. They were also the only ones nearby who responded the fastest. Baron Irison believed they simply didn't want to participate. Helishut tried to explain that it was most likely due to the distance. Kelishut added that a messenger from Count Leo had just arrived. All the men were instantly inspired. The appearance of Count Leo changed everything. Innocent inquired how many troops needed to be mobilized. 16,000 infantrymen alone were needed. The three of them ended up with 3,400. The combination with Count Leo's troops would be about 20,000 men, and Count Lemisandro should not be forgotten either. Irison changed instantly. He thought that they might even be able to defeat the enemy. Kalishah thought that there should be enough reinforcements. He hoped that they would hold out until then. Kalishut suggested setting out as soon as the sun rose. Irison agreed. Before Gravely arrived, they should set out first. Irison told the other two to get up, as they had to hurry to get to Le Fiador before sunset. Meanwhile, the situation in Le Fiador was tense. Everyone was preparing for continued military action. Guards stood on the city walls, watching for the appearance of enemies. The guards signaled that they had noticed something in the distance. It looked like they were being attacked again. Enemy monsters began to appear from the fog in front of the city wall. There were a huge number of them. Troops were positioned in front of the monsters, ready to attack. Knight Ramesh understood that after what they had done yesterday, they were still a strong army. The general said that yesterday was only the beginning, and today everything will be different. He laughed evilly and said that this battle must be over before sunset. He advised Count Lemisandro to take care of his neck and raised his hand up. As he was about to signal his troops to advance, their commander lowered his hand. The enemy troops were ready. They stood in formation, waiting for the signal. On the city walls, everyone watched the enemy army advance. Towers were approaching the walls. The magicians of the allied army tried to stop them. Using their power, they burned them. Count Lemisandro walked to the edge of the wall and looked down. He felt sorry. If it weren't for the outer fortress, if there was fate, they would have been able to buy a little more time, and they would have had a better chance of winning. Count Lemisandro thought about what to do next. He needed to come up with a plan of action to defeat the enemy. Knight Ramesh asked the Count what to do next. They had made preparations according to Captain Khan's suggestion, but if they stayed here, they might get stuck. Knight Ramesh was very nervous. He said that there was no time and demanded that Count Lemisandro make an urgent decision. The man knew that there was a secondary road, but if a situation arose where the castle had to be abandoned, it was not a fact that the princess and prince would be able to climb up that ladder. At this time, the enemy drove up to the city gates in huge vehicles. They had a drill in front of them, and they tried to break through the gates with it and enter the city. However, the person driving the car was stopped and shot in the head. Captain Khan was responsible for this. He stood with his sniper rifle, located on the wall. The guy sighed because he couldn't do anything more with the sniper rifle. Captain Khan looked at Count Lemisandro. It seemed he still hadn't made a decision. Everyone understood that in today's battle they needed to win time, not win, so it would not be easy to retreat, even if it was just to win time. Count Lemisandro finally gave the order. He commanded that the fire be lit. Knight Ramesh obeyed. Knight Ramesh raised his hand and gave his subordinates the command that Count Lemisandro had given. The archers were ready. They stood on the wall and lit their arrows as they were ordered. The archers fired. They released their arrows at their opponents. It was, if not the only weapon in their arsenal. The arrows fell directly on the cars. They were supposed to set them on fire and disable them. Flames flared up all around, engulfing more and more structures. The fire spread to the enemy towers, and the enemies screamed loudly at them as they burned alive. The opponents ran away from the fire. They tried to save themselves with all possible forces and avoid death. While they were running, archers shot at them from the wall, hitting their target accurately. The enemy general saw their actions and believed that they were not going to fight properly, but were simply stalling for time. He understood perfectly well that they were planning to hold out until reinforcements arrived. But no one knew whether their plan would come to fruition, and war did not always proceed according to plan. At this time, reinforcements were already on the way. Led by Helishut, the army consisted of mounted infantry. Kelishut suggested Baron Irison take a break. The man replied that it was impossible. His Highness was desperately awaiting reinforcements in the form of them. Knight Helishut became upset and noticed that the warriors were very exhausted and could not continue their journey. At that moment, a woman in high black boots suddenly appeared in front of the army. She looked angry and said that they didn't have to worry about it anymore. Baron Irison asked who she was, how she dared to block the path of his army. The woman laughed maliciously. She was clearly not friendly towards the guys. The woman snapped her fingers and said, "If you are so curious, then the Baron should go and ask himself." At that moment, the knights of the army looked up in surprise. A strange sound was heard, foreshadowing danger. Knight Helishut also looked at him. He was very surprised by what he saw. He didn't know what to do. A huge stone fell straight from the sky onto the army. It seemed to come from nowhere. All the knights began to run away. They tried to dodge and avoid participation. Some knights were unable to escape, however. They fell under the enormous stone and were crushed. Baron Irison did not understand what kind of strange power the girl had, and what she wanted. The Baron called the woman crazy. He definitely wanted to kill her so that the soldiers' souls could rest in peace. Baron Irison didn't have time to finish speaking before he suddenly started coughing up blood and felt unwell. Knight Helishut looked at his ally with fear, alarmed by such an unexpected change in his condition. Baron Irison looked down angrily. He didn't understand what had happened. It turns out this woman pierced Baron Irising's body with a sword from behind his back. Blood gushed from the man's chest. The woman promised to personally rip out the disobedient pig's throat. Once she had dealt with one opponent, the woman decided to take on the rest. She pushed off from the ground. The woman looked angrily at the others, wondering who would be the next to start a fight with her. Opposite her stood Viscount Greg. He took a fighting stance and was ready to fight the woman. The Viscount resolutely ran towards the woman and was about to attack her. He was ready to avenge the death of his friend. Viscount Greg and the woman engaged in a duel. They crossed their balls, and the battle began. There were many boulders near the cliff, ready to cause devastating damage. These boulders started rolling down the cliff. This was also the work of this woman. The stones flew down at a tremendous speed, and no one could hide from them. The cobblestones fell on the remains of the army, crushing several more soldiers as they screamed in agony. Knight Helishut carried Baron Irising on his shoulders. Behind him stood the remnants of his army, who did not know what to do. Knight Helishut thought that this was madness, and that they would all be defeated in this way. He had to make a decision. The man thought about the difficult choice ahead of him, how to save whom he could. Knight Helishut made a difficult decision. He ordered his soldiers to disperse and flee into the forest. Helishut believed that otherwise they would all be killed. Viscount Lejeune disagreed. He didn't want to run away like a coward. Helishut explained that their task was to save the soldiers by any means necessary and get to His Highness. Their first priority was not victory. Now everyone needs to worry about how to retain more soldiers. Viscount Lejeune once again reflected on the situation and on the words of the Knight Helishut. He still thought it wasn't a bad decision, and the man was right. He decided to go first. Helishut did not expect such a reaction from Viscount Lejeune. He was surprised by this decision. As Helishut said, if they didn't save their soldiers, there was no point in sending them then. Knight Helishut held Baron Irison in her arms with difficulty, and they looked after Viscount Lejeune. The Viscount mounted his horse and rode away. His Highness the Prince was not waiting for them, but for the soldiers. At this time, Viscount Greg was still fighting bravely with the woman. He was trying with all his might to overcome her. Knight Helishut loaded Baron Irising's body onto his horse. He needed to follow his plan. Knight Helishut mounted his horse and led the remnants of his army after him to the east to escape. Meanwhile, the battle for Le Féodor was in full swing, and everything around was ablaze with fire. The Allied soldiers fired arrows at the enemy, setting their towers on fire. The enemies screamed loudly as they burned alive from the flames. The prince watched the battlefield closely from the city wall, wondering what to do next. Count Lemesandro understood that this was terrifying, but it was necessary for victory. The prince knew that they too were his father's subjects. It was painful for the prince to watch people suffer. He understood that they were killing them with their own hands. Everything around was ablaze. The opponents burned one after another and screamed in agony. The commander of the opposing sides watched the progress of the battle, looking at everything carefully while sitting on his black horse. Their commander smiled. He was not at all afraid of this situation. It seemed he had a plan of action. At that moment, some strange sounds were heard, and everything around began to shake. The prince and Count Lemesandro watched everything in surprise. They did not understand what was happening, and did not expect such a turn of events. Dust rose up all around. It looked like an earthquake. The ground began to crack. No one understood what was happening and what danger it could pose. The knights did not understand why the earth began to crack. They paused from their battle and looked at these phenomena. At that moment, something rose up from the ground. Something towered over it and drilled through everything in its path. There were several such phenomena, and the prince and Count Lemesandro watched everything with surprise. The prince did not know what it was. He was very excited. He ordered the magicians to attack quickly. These strange boulders destroyed everything in their path. They knocked down towers and walls. They posed a great danger. These phenomena rose above the walls of the city. They could be seen from the inside. No one understood what it was. People watched all this in amazement. They had never seen anything like this before and did not understand how to deal with it. Count Lemisandro was horrified by what he saw before him. He looked at this natural phenomenon in a stupor. The prince was scared, the man was confused, and did not understand how to proceed. It turns out that these were huge worms with a horn on their heads. They crawled out of the ground and roared loudly. These creatures began to hit the wall with their horns, acting like a drill. The wall was collapsing right before our eyes. Bricks were flying everywhere, knocking down people standing on the wall. Count Lemisandro ordered to shoot with a bow to stop this monster. His order was obeyed. The soldiers prepared their bows and arrows and began to defend themselves. The magicians also brought their powers into action. They directed their energy at the monster. The monster screamed from the attacks of the allies. The guys tried with all their might to defeat the enemy. However, defeating him was not so easy. The huge worm again hit the wall with its entire mass. The dragon riders were the next to join the battle. They saw this monster from a bird's-eye view. The riders flew towards the worm and began throwing bombs at it. The creature screamed in pain. Lu was watching this whole situation. He also wanted to help defeat this creature and was thinking about a plan of action. Lu ordered the catapults to be activated and projectiles to be fired at the monster from behind the wall. That's what they did. The cannonballs hit the monster straight. Loud explosions were heard. The creature screamed. However, all these techniques were useless. The monster struck the boys' installations with its tail. It moved very quickly. The worm crawled underground and destroyed everything in its path. The monster easily swallowed the catapults and the soldiers along with them. The creature was very dangerous. Captain Khan was shocked. He had never seen anything like it and didn't know what to do with it. The prince was shocked. He did not understand what this thing was and where it came from. He was about to go into battle, but Count Lemisandro stopped him and grabbed the man by the hand. The prince became angry. He thought that the count was now telling him to surrender and leave his soldiers. The count, better than anyone, understood their chances, and that this difficult choice had to be made for the good of everyone else. The count and the prince looked carefully at the battlefield. The battle was not going in their favor. Count Lemisandro felt that now was the time to retreat, that it would be the best decision for everyone. The prince asked if this meant they had lost. Count Lemisandro believed the battle was clearly lost. However, the war was not over yet. They still had a chance to win. They are much stronger enemies than the guys expected, but nothing can be changed here. The prince was angry. He didn't understand what he should do, whether he should surrender now. He couldn't understand how the count was suggesting he suffer a shameful defeat. The count tried to calm the prince down. He believed that he should receive real power. The count knelt down and asked the prince to be understanding, since he and all of his highness's soldiers had already sworn allegiance to him. If he were ordered to go into the fire, he would go without a doubt if it would help to win. He is ready to die for the prince, but not today. Today they had to get out of this alive, plunge a sword into the heart of their enemies. The day would come when they would wash away this shame with blood. Count Lemisandro was ready to lay down his life to present the prince with the head of the commander of the defeated army. He asked the prince to survive and lead their army forward to victory. The prince was surprised by such sincere and desperate words of Count Lemisandro. He thought about what to do next. The prince raised his staff. He was about to make an announcement and decide the fate of his people. The prince ordered his army to leave the castle. This was the only possible solution to this situation. The knights began to retreat. They needed to move away from their battle positions. The prince came down from the city wall. He was going to help his soldiers and do everything possible. The prince ordered his people to survive, as they had no other chance to win. At this time, the knight Helishut was walking through the forest with an army of support. They walked carefully through the forest so as not to run into the enemy. Knight Helishut looked at the wounded Baron Irison with alarm. Count Greg told Knight Helishut not to blame himself, as it was thanks to his quick, sober judgment that they were able to save lives and gather such a large number. The boys managed to save the maximum number of the relief army. All the knights were walking through the forest to the place. Greg believed the prince would definitely give Knight Helishut a large reward. The boy wasn't doing it because he wanted the reward. Greg believed that a knight was not only brave but also gifted with absolute loyalty. Viscount Greg was glad that there were such brave and selfless people in their kingdom. The man smiled. Viscount Greg noticed that Viscount Lejeune was late, which seemed strange to him. The man thought something might have gone wrong and he might have been attacked. A strange sound was heard around. The knights became alert and were all ready to take out their weapons. The knights looked around in surprise, trying to understand what kind of sound was coming from. At that moment, Viscount Lejeune appeared right in front of them, sitting astride his horse. Everything was fine with him. He had a serious and focused look. Night fell. The army needed rest. They decided to make a stop in a forest clearing. Knight Helishut explained that once they crossed this mountain, they would find themselves in La Fiodora. Lejeune said that the escaped soldiers would soon return. Viscount Greg hoped Baron Illising would wake up, and he needed rest. It seemed the enemies were no longer pursuing them. Viscount Lejeune believed that they must be busy, and perhaps even retreated altogether. Viscount Greg and Knight Helishut looked at him in surprise. They didn't quite understand what the man meant. Viscount Lejeune remembered that he needed to contact Count Leo, and Knight Helishut sent a messenger to him. The road was a bit confusing, so the knight thought it would be better to climb the mountain ridge and look around. Viscount Lejeune said he'd heard rumors from the outside. Knight Helishut didn't understand what the man was talking about. Lejeune heard that His Highness Prince Orang had taken a stranger as his servant. Knight Helishut understood what the man was talking about and explained that this stranger was not a servant. It was about Captain Kane. He was just accompanying. The knight considered him to be very capable. Greg believed that he must be truly capable if he was rated so highly, and besides, the prince himself kept him by his side. Greg asked the knight Helishut to tell him what kind of person this stranger was. Knight Helishut began to tell about the first time he saw Captain Khan. At this time in La Fiodora, there was an atmosphere of excitement. People were panicking. Everyone was scared. The knights tried their best to coordinate the crowds of people. They showed people where to hide. The elves fled in terror. Some children were left lost without parents and fell to the ground. Pedra saw one such child and was very excited and wanted to help them, but Robera said that they had to hurry. Pedra really wanted to take this little girl with her, but someone else helped her. It was Armin. He put the child on his shoulder and quickly ran to save him. Pedra looked after the guy with joy. She was very glad that such a brave man existed. All the elves ran for cover in panic. They were scared and didn't know what to do next. La Fiodor was in danger of being penetrated by enemies, who were advancing closer and closer. The magicians tried to delay them and not let them pass. They used their powers on the enemies. The knights also fought with them, and they were ready even to die, but not to let the enemies pass. At that moment, a young girl was trying to save an elderly elf. She was leading her by the arm into the shelter. Right behind these two, there was a huge monster. Kashiwara saw it. The girl turned around. This monster swung his weapon at the pitiful elf. He was ready to kill them. However, at that moment, someone shot straight at the monster's head. The shot was very accurate. The monster fell lifeless. The creature was defeated. Kashwara shouted to the elves to run away quickly and seek shelter. It was dangerous on the street. The monster was shot with a sniper rifle. The man was a professional and knew exactly what he was doing. Captain Khan stood on the city wall, providing sniper support to his army. She looked through the scope and saw another monster approaching the civilians. Captain Khan wanted to save at least one more person. He was going to shoot. And in the sky, the birds were flying peacefully. It seemed like the battle was over. It was quiet all around. A rider rode up to the walls of La Fiodora and stopped. The man looked at the lifeless city. The city walls were broken through by a terrifying force. There were corpses of soldiers lying all around. The scene was horrific. A huge hole was punched through the city wall. It was the work of that monster, the worm of the enemies. The man who rode up was fully equipped in knightly armor, and he watched everything with sadness. The man was angry. He snorted. He was upset by the defeat of the prince's army. The man took off his helmet. It seemed there was no one left to fight. The man had long black hair and thought he was late for the main battle. His army asked what they should do now. The man was about to give them an order. The man gripped the reins angrily, thinking about how he could help his allies. The man gave the order to pursue the prince, and Baron Irison's troops would soon join in, so one of the knights had to stay here with 100 men. They didn't know where exactly the guy was heading. The man thought that from now on, they would take care of it. A large bird was flying in the sky. The man raised his hand and called the bird to him. The bird clearly recognized the man and quickly flew down. The bird landed on the man's hand. The bird looked like a large black eagle. The man stroked the bird on the head. It was his pet. The man explained that he had foreseen this outcome of events and had taken this bird on purpose. The battle was over. Captain Khan looked up at the sky. and his eyes were blinded by the bright sun. The man closed his eyes. A large bird was flying peacefully in the sky above them, and everything was calm around them. Kashwara asked Captain Khan what was going on, whether the man was seeing anything and what was happening. At that moment, someone shouted that they needed to make a short rest stop. Kashwara was very pleased with this. She collapsed to the ground, exhausted. All the soldiers were exhausted. There were many wounded. The guys helped each other as best they could. Captain Khan watched the aftermath of the fighting with sadness, upset that he had not been able to win. The man was also very tired. He sat down under a tree next to Kashwara. The girl hoped that he did not blame himself for what happened. Kashwara offered Khan some food and said that he shouldn't blame himself, as the defeat in the battle wasn't his fault. Kashwara also looked sadly at what was happening around her. She felt sorry for her people. The captain asked if they sometimes won and sometimes lost when they fought. The prince stood nearby with the other captains. Kashwara was very angry. She was hurt by the man's words. She considered them nonsense. If they did not fight, no one would know. But if they decided to fight, then they had to win. If they play the game, what they see now will happen. There will be many ruined lives and destinies. That's why she advised Khan to pull himself together and rest when he could. Then he wouldn't lose the next fight. Captain Khan decided to eat anyway. He listened to Kashwaru and calmed down a little. He recalled events from the past, when he was still in his own world. His younger sister appeared before his eyes, asking if she was beautiful. The captain said the girl was very beautiful. His younger sister was Radha. She asked if Captain Khan would go with her to the entrance ceremony. The man replied that of course it would pass. How could he miss such an important event? His sister was very happy, while the captain looked sadly at their family portrait, which hung on the wall. He mentally addressed his father and told him that So-yeon had become so grown up and had already entered university. His father didn't have to worry. Captain Khan was going to take care of them, so he could rest easy. After some time, Captain Khan was walking along the corridor with his colleague. They were calmly talking about something. Captain Khan reached into his pocket for his phone. He wanted to see what time it was. The man was surprised to see notifications on his phone about missed calls. There were as many as 12 of them. The man dialed the number, asked why they were calling him, and was very surprised by the answer. The captain's expression immediately changed, and he broke out in a cold sweat. His friend asked what had happened. Captain Khan quickly ran away. Something bad had clearly happened. He was rushing to help. Captain Khan was very excited. He was horrified by what happened. Captain Khan ran to the hospital, where his aunt was already waiting for him in tears, and at that time, an operation was going on in the operating room. Captain Khan hugged her aunt. His sister was lying on the operating table. Finally, the operation was over. The surgeon came out of the operating room and was ready to tell everything. The man told Captain Kang what happened to So-yeon, how the operation went, and her prognosis. Captain Khan was very worried. He was worried about his sister and could not find a place for himself. At this time, So-yeon was already in intensive care. Her vital signs were stable. The girl was on a ventilator. She was unconscious. Her case was severe. Captain Khan clenched his fists. He needed to make sure he didn't end up returning to his real world. He thought that So-yeon shouldn't give up either. She needed to come out of her coma and come back too. Kashwara didn't understand what Captain Kang had said. She looked at him in surprise. The man said it was nothing special. At that moment, a horseman was galloping along the path, shouting that the enemy was pursuing them all the way to the Shant River. Everyone around looked at them in surprise. They were angry about the current situation and their position. Kashwara was furious. She was angry that the enemies did not give up completely. Captain Khan understood that if this continued, they would certainly be caught and attacked from behind. In order to return, he would need to reach the capital and meet with the Archmage. Khan was very serious. He stood up and was ready to propose his plan of action. The captain said that such retreats were probably exactly what the enemy needed. Count Lemisandro didn't understand what the boy meant. Khan explained that they were covering a distance in a whole day that would normally take half a day. Count Lemisandro asked what to do then, whether Khan had really suggested leaving the wounded here. The prince and Armin looked at Captain Khan in surprise, wanting to hear what the man would say next. Captain Cowan suggested creating a stop line, something often used in ground warfare. Count Lemisandro was surprised by Captain Khan's proposal. It had not occurred to him. Count Lemisandro asked who would do it. Since they were being pursued by tens of thousands of enemies, he was not sure that it would work. The Count asked if they set up the line of containment he had mentioned, how much they could slow down the enemy's pursuit. Captain Khan knew that it was impossible to tie the legs of tens of thousands of enemies in the mountains where there were no fortresses, so it was necessary to do things the local way. The captain asked to give him 500 soldiers and 30 wizards. Then he would hold off the pursuit. Everyone around was shocked by such a proposal. They weren't sure that the guy could handle such a number of resources. Count Lemisandro became angry and shouted at Khan, asking what there was to talk about, but the prince stopped him. The prince asked if Captain Kanu were given soldiers. How long could he delay the enemies? The captain could delay them for a day, maybe two. Then during this time, they might have time to reach the Krosina Gorge with the refugees. The prince thought about the captain's proposal. He hoped that he could keep his distance, and then perhaps they could reach the gorge. The captain believed that this should be made possible. He was confident in his abilities. Captain Khan was planning to save the refugees and survive himself, in which case he would be able to reach the capital. The prince considered this a good proposal and intended to do so. Count Lemisandro was against it. The prince asked Count Lemisandro if they had any other options now, but he didn't know what to answer. The prince turned to the elves. They must have heard everything and understood what to do next. Armin and Ribera exchanged glances. They were ready to support Captain Khan's idea. Ribera agreed, and they would also provide soldiers from their side. Armin was ready to single out the warriors and participate in delaying the enemy himself. At this time, a carriage was not far from these important conversations. Everything could be heard. The princess watched the development of the plan of action closely and was alarmed. At this time, in some distant city, it was a clear day. Several people were hung on the city walls, tied to sticks. All the city's residents looked at these people with horror. It looked like they were going to be executed. People were scared. At that moment, the castle gates opened, and a woman in a white dress with long black hair came out. It seemed she was the ruler of this place. The queen and her assistant approached the edge of the wall, surrounded by her servants. The assistant shouted that the purification ritual was beginning. She was extremely angry, while the queen herself showed no emotion. All the poles with people tied to them burst into bright flames. People were burning alive, and terrifying screams were heard. People looked at this with fear. Mothers tried to hide their children from this terrible sight. The queen's assistant calmly watched the people suffer, and it seemed she was used to it. At that moment, the mark on her hand glowed red. It looked like a small flame. The woman turned around and walked back into the castle. She needed to do something. The woman walked along the dark corridors of the castle. She was in a hurry to find out something. The woman approached a round table, on which lay a magic ball that glowed with a bright light. The woman activated the magic ball and brought her hands to it. A princess was looking at her from within the ball. She had a cold, evil look. It seemed like it was a communication device. At that moment, horses with knights on them were galloping through the forest, rushing to help. One of the men, in knightly armor, whistled as his bird flew above him. The bird flew up to the man in an instant. It was a messenger. The man stroked the bird on the head. It was very smart and immediately understood what needed to be done. The bird flew away in the other direction. It was supposed to deliver a message to someone. At this time, the Knight Helishut, Viscount Greg and Viscount Lejeune looked at something in horror. Everything around was covered in dust. They finally reached La Fiodora and saw the terrible aftermath of a brutal battle. The city walls were destroyed. There was not a soul around. Helishut fell to the ground and began to sob. He believed that he had committed mortal sins and apologized to the prince. Viscount Lejeune approached the man. He tried to cheer up the knight and said that it was not too late. The man pointed to footprints not far from them, which meant that someone had managed to escape. Knight Helishut realized that most likely the remnants of the army were heading north. Viscount Lejeune believed that the prince had escaped just before the castle fell, along with all the soldiers. Helishut felt that this needed to be done before joining Count Leo. At that moment, there were knights on the city wall. They aimed their bows and arrows at the men. The allied army was ready to defend itself. They did not expect such a turn of events. The man on the wall ordered everyone to stop. He asked if Baron Irison had arrived. Viscount Lejeune explained that the Baron had been badly wounded in the last battle and was now unconscious. The man asked who he was talking to now. He was not in a belligerent mood. Viscount Lejeune introduced himself by his full name and said that he was from the western part of the Lefaro Mountains. The man heard about this place and was surprised that such a person came here. The man's name was Urames. It was an army belonging to the Black Hawk Knights under the command of Count Leo, he greeted the Viscount. The Viscount asked where Count Leo was now. The man replied that he was pursuing the prince, who seemed to have been forced to leave the castle. Viscount Lejeune exchanged glances with the Knight Helishut. They understood everything. Their guesses were confirmed. Knight Helishut turned and looked at the forest, in the direction the prince might have gone. Knight Helishut realized that not all was lost. There was a chance to save their kingdom together with the prince. At that moment, the prince was walking through the forest with his army, and the knight Ramesh was with them. He turned around. The prince was riding behind him. He was talking with Count Lemisandro, and behind him was a carriage with the prince's family. The princess was running from behind the bushes after the carriage. She was trying to catch up with the boys. The princess jumped into the carriage, where the youngest prince was waiting for her. The boy asked if her sister had found anything. The princess found it. She was holding a large golden key in her hands. The girl apologized. Her father had instructed her to do so. One of the knights riding with her in the carriage said everything was fine. He said loudly that we could leave, and the carriage moved off. The carriage was accompanied by the rest of the subjects, and the elven refugees walked with them. The elven girls carried their things, which they had managed to grab from their homes, and they were all waiting for reinforcements. Kashwara was riding alongside on her horse. The girl stopped and thought about something. Kashwara told Captain Khan that it was time for them to take action too. She was determined. Captain Khan thought so too. There was no time to hesitate. Captain Khan looked at the prince who was riding next to him. They had a common plan on how to survive and defeat the enemy. The prince understood Captain Khan without words. He completely trusted the man and was ready to follow him. Captain Khan knew exactly what to do, because he created this plan. The guy was determined. From this point on, they will begin working on setting traps to slow down the enemy's pursuit. The captain understood that it was not enough to simply reach the capital. He had more ambitious plans. Whatever happened, he needed to win this war, because only then could he return to Earth with the help of the Archmage. The guy took off his backpack with the playa and started looking for something in it. The captain found a black cube in the backpack. It was some kind of combat device. He looked at it closely. A huge block of stones and sand rose up. Lu was behind it, using his magic to dig a trench to stop the enemies. He asked if that was enough. The captain replied that everything was going well. There were 3 paths of advance that the enemy could take, and this was the first line of defense at the fork in the road. Leaving obstacle traps on the 3-branch path would save a ton of time. Meanwhile, the mages were digging trenches. Kashwara asked what if they came by a different route. Captain Khan replied that they should be forced to come by this one. Lu trusted Captain Khan. As he said, they dug trenches with magic and are now building a line of defense. But the guy wasn't sure that it would really work. The captain replied that everything would be as he expected. The effect would be significant. When the First World War broke out, no one expected it to last so long. People were not prepared for it. All over Europe, especially in France, the atmosphere was festive because they were confident that the war would end quickly. However, as the war gradually turned into a protracted one, trenches were created by Germany as a measure to prevent further retreat. The length of these trenches was great, resulting in a stalemate in the war. To overcome this, new weapons were developed, as well as tactics such as preemptive strikes. The most terrible weapon was poison gas. But one could say that it is good that in this world there is no possibility of using gas fields. There was nothing better than this to stop the advancing enemies now. The guys had no other option anyway. The captain wanted to clarify and make some suggestions, so he turned to Lu for help in this matter. The trenches were dug, the magicians worked hard on it and achieved good results. Lu began to cast spells at Captain Khan's request. The boy was very concentrated. His magic became stronger and stronger. Everything around him began to glow with a bright light that blinded everyone around him. Captain Khan and Kashwara watched this and were confident in the success of their plan. At that moment, something appeared from underground. The soil began to move due to Lu's magic. Large sticks appeared straight from the ground. They rushed upwards, like another line of defense. These growths blocked the passage along 3 paths, which was Captain Khan's plan. Captain Khan handed out black cubes to the soldiers and told them to carry them to the trenches. The guys placed black cubes, which apparently were weapons, in the trenches so that they could not be seen. Captain Khan looked closely at the black club in his hands. He was going to defeat his opponents. Lu flew up to Captain Kanu and asked if his plan would really work. He replied that it was impossible not to see what the guy had seen, unless he was an idiot, but they would hide it in the ground. And at that moment, when the opponents rely on their hand to overcome obstacles, their plan will come into action. Kashwara understood that once their enemies suddenly encountered this, chaos would break out. Kashwara asked if they needed to block the other routes to force them to take this one. Captain Kan said it wouldn't be easy, but he was counting on the boys. Kashwara knew that this was all for the sake of victory, so she was willing to happily do whatever Khan said. The girl ran to the elves to explain what needed to be done. She had a plan to stop the enemies. The captain thought that everything would go well, as he had planned, and he was confident in the success of his plan of action. At this time, the enemy army was walking through the forest. It was numerous and very warlike. One of the warriors asked what had happened. Another said there was a swamp ahead and they couldn't go any further. He pointed his hand at the swamp. It was indeed deep and impossible to pass through. The man thought about what to do next. They had to continue on their way anyway. He turned his horse and decided to inform his commander about this. He rode up to the man in armor and explained the situation so that he could decide what to do. Their commander replied that even in a swamp, there must be somewhere a way to pass by. They must look for a road. The commander began to suspect something was wrong. However, she quickly dismissed these thoughts, as they didn't matter. He believed that, with such a small number, if they dared to attack directly, they would be finished. And everything would end just as Le Fiodor had collapsed. The Allied army hid in trenches in the forest, waiting for the enemy to arrive. The soldiers carefully peered out of the trenches, trying to see if anyone was coming towards them. They were very worried and hoped for a positive outcome of this operation. They needed to slow down the enemy by any means necessary. The elves stood next to them. They prepared their bow and arrows to attack the enemy. Kashwara asked if the enemy would fall into their trap. The girl was also very worried. I was not sure about it. Captain Khan replied that most likely, those who are too confident in themselves do not know what it means to retreat. Lu was surprised that Captain Khan came up with the idea of using magic like this. He thought he was a very capable soldier. Lu recalled an event from the recent battles and was pleasantly surprised by Captain Khan's tactics in conducting the battle. The boy found it incredible that the captain used the fact that the shells did not explode immediately to shock the enemy with a late explosion when attacking. He asked to make them explode when they were moved a certain distance from the magic circle. Lu was amazed by the world the captain was from. The boy did not understand what he had been doing all this time and how he ended up here. Kashwara believed it would be better to turn the entire mountain into a swamp. Khan believed that if that were possible, then of course it would be a good option. The captain understood that the enemy commander-in-chief would not surrender under any circumstances. Therefore, it is not enough to simply hinder progress. In a sense, the only way out is to attack and prevent further progress. At that moment, strange sounds were heard. Kashwara was very surprised. It seemed their plan had come into action. Captain Khan looked out of the trench and saw a yellow glow on the horizon. The captain realized that his enemy had fallen into his trap and they were ready to act. At this time, the opponents were removing stones to make it possible to pass through the swamp. At that moment, loud explosions were heard, Captain Khan's trap was triggered, and the black cubes came into action. Armin believed that they needed to wait a little longer and only then act, so they kept quiet. The elves were already ready to attack. They prepared their bow and arrows and waited for the signal. At this time, Count Leo was riding through the forest. He was in a great hurry and was determined to help his allies. At that moment, Count Leo saw something. Something on the ground caught his attention. Count Leo saw numerous traces left by the rescued inhabitants and the remnants of the prince's army. One of his men asked what they should do, whether to continue pursuing the prince and his men. Count Leo asked if he thought it was too late. The man explained that it was shameful to admit, but he thought that His Highness the Prince had managed to escape before their arrival. Count Leo asked him seriously if he knew why an emperor became an emperor. The man began to reply that it was because he had been granted power from heaven. Count Leo declared that this was complete nonsense. The count stated that you become an emperor when you ascend the throne yourself, and if Prince Orang dies, it is a kind of fate. Count Leo understood perfectly well what his fate was. He smiled and was not ready to admit the defeat of their allies. Count Leo gave the order to continue the pursuit. He pulled the runners of his horse and set off. At this time, loud explosions were heard further in the forest. Captain Khan's plan to delay his enemies was being implemented. The enemy believed the Imperial army had a sorcerer with excellent skills, and their priests were trying to do something about it. Their captain believed that by the time they were doing this, the prince would have already crossed the city. The captain understood that if they reached the gorge in this way, it would be very difficult to pursue them. The captain simply ordered them to be pushed back. His man was surprised by the believer's sacrifice. The captain explained that sometimes one must sacrifice the lesser for the greater, and that this is an honor for the believers. The man could not contradict his captain. He obeyed and was going to carry out his order. At this time, flying monsters fought on the enemy side. They also carried stones. As they did so, more and more explosions were heard. The enemies were burned alive. Khan's plan was successful. At that moment, long green branches attacked the creatures. They wrapped around their bodies and pulled them along. The elves were in the trenches, ready to attack and engage the enemy. Armin ordered his men to shoot. He raised his sword into the air. The elves listened to his order and fired arrows from their bows. Arrows rained down on the enemies, piercing their bodies, leaving no chance for the opponents to escape. At this time, the enemy priests were already coming up with a plan of defense. They stood before the commander-in-chief. The enemy army's mages began to cast spells. They were going to use magic to stop the boys. The boys were in the trenches, fireballs were flying at them from the enemy, but they managed to avoid them. The flying creatures of the enemy army were very strong. They swung their paws, destroying everything around. The creatures managed to escape from the green branches. Their claws tore them into small pieces, and they screamed loudly. The enemy army's commander-in-chief ordered his men to attack. He was going to give the boys no chance of victory. The enemy army moved forward. They were warlike, and were going to punish the unbelievers. The elves were ready to defend themselves. They prepared their bows and arrows and aimed at the enemies. The elves fired their arrows. They accurately hit the enemy's unprotected spots. The enemies fell one after another to the ground. Armin was pleased with this development of events. It seemed that everything was going according to their plan, and some of the enemies were defeated. Armin ordered his people to retreat to the second line of defense. The elves did so. They acted according to plan. The elves jumped out of the trench and quickly ran to the second line of defense. They needed to retreat to avoid coming under fire. Armin smiled. It seemed like everything was working out for them. They were successfully managing to hold off the enemy. Armin raised his huge sword, swung it, and was about to act further. The man chopped some stone with great force. This required considerable effort, and it was necessary to act very quickly. The stone shattered into pieces. Black liquid poured out from inside. The guys had thought of everything. Armin, as soon as he did this, ran away. He also retreated to the second line of defense. The man was being chased by his opponents, who jumped over trenches and were about to catch up with him. While the enemies were doing this, they stepped into the black liquid with their feet. They didn't even notice that something was spilled on the ground. This was the guy's plan. They launched a fireball at the ground. They were going to blow them up. Flames appeared all around, burning stronger and stronger, burning the enemies alive. Armin and the other elves watched the blazing spectacle from another trench. He believed that if they were going to go, they should go. Their traps were set in every trench, just waiting for the enemy. The man was serious. Captain Khan sat in one of the trench, watching the progress of his operation. So far, everything was going well. Kashwara noticed that they were better than she thought. If they could win 2 or 3 hours from each line of defense, they could win the whole day. Kashwara also understood that their attacks were very powerful, and she wasn't sure it would be enough. Lu agreed with her. He was still pondering how to strike harder. Captain Khan thought about this. He was thinking about how to modify his plan, whether it was possible to come up with something more serious. The man gritted his teeth. He knew it would be better to end it here to minimize the casualties of their allies. The captain replied that this did not mean that there was no way at all. If they were ready to make some sacrifices, there was one way. Kashwara thought that Captain Khan was talking about simply sending the soldiers into battle as cannon fodder. This was not Captain Khan's plan, as such an ignorant attack with the thought of dying for honor would not cause much damage to tens of thousands of troops. Kashwara didn't know what Captain Kang was going to suggest in this case. Lu also looked at the captain in surprise. Having a large number of soldiers in an army is a huge advantage and also a crucial condition for achieving victory, but sometimes it can lead to a fatal crisis. Kashwara still didn't understand what Captain Khan meant by this and what they could do to achieve a better result. Captain Khan understood that the entire army would die if there was no food, because people need to eat something anyway. The larger the army, the more food is needed. No matter how strong a soldier is, he can't use his strength when he's hungry. That was Khan's plan. Captain Khan understood that the entire army would die if there was no food, because people need to eat something anyway. The larger the army, the more food is needed. No matter how strong a soldier is, he can't use his strength when he's hungry. That was Khan's plan. Kashwara was surprised by this train of thought. The girl did not even think about this decision. The captain wasn't sure that this was exactly what a person should do, but it was still a good way out of the situation. Night had fallen, and the enemy army was still in the forest, not far from the Allied army's traps. They made camp in a clearing. The captain's assistant reported to his commander-in-chief that they had successfully broken through to the third line of defense, but they had suffered heavy losses among the troops. The commander-in-chief asked if they could now continue their pursuit of the prince and the remnants of his royal army. His aide said they could, but there were some problems. The man hesitated, unsure of what to say. The commander-in-chief realized from his subordinate's reaction that it would likely be difficult. The commander-in-chief noted that it had already taken them a day and a half to push through the third line of defense, even with the power they had. And their opponents just dug into the ground and hid and shot with bows. It was an excellent strategy for them to stop the enemies. The commander-in-chief asked what their losses on the battlefield were. The aide replied that 72 berserkers had been killed, and that there had been heavy losses among ordinary soldiers as well. The commander-in-chief was unpleasantly surprised by such high figures, because with such losses in the troops, it must have greatly reduced the fighting spirit of his soldiers. This meant that it was not possible to continue the pursuit now. He ordered that a camp be set up. The enemies were planning to rest here and set off early tomorrow morning. Someone was watching the enemy's camp through binoculars. He thought it was a useful thing, since he could observe his opponents without getting too close. Armin watched through binoculars and asked if this was an item from the Age of Magic, an ancient legacy. Liu turned his head. That was not it. The binoculars came to them from a completely different source. At this time, Captain Khan was sitting nearby, cleaning his sniper rifle. Kashwara was looking around carefully. Liu made binoculars based on the scope of Captain Khan's sniper rifle. It was his personal development. Armin was surprised and glad that Captain Khan brought such useful knowledge to their world. Kashwara asked him if such a group composition would have an effect, whether they would be able to advance. The captain replied that if he stopped once or twice, the effect would definitely not be strong. Kashwara looked at the man in surprise. The reason the United States lost the Vietnam War, even with overwhelming power, was because tunnels were dug thick as a spiderweb all over Vietnam. The constant provocations from the Vietnamese were hell for the Americans. And in the end, it was this that forced America to retreat. Vietnam won the war. The captain suggested that they first get rid of the supplies, and then throughout the night, they would plan to provoke their enemy by not allowing them to sleep. Kashwara thought it was a great idea to keep the enemy awake. Besides, their food would soon run out and the enemy would be exhausted. Kashwara understood that it would be difficult for them to attack as recklessly as before. But even if some of them were able to pursue them, it would be a problem. The girl asked Captain Khan when he planned to begin the raids. The man believed that the time had come. Captain Khan had a feeling that even the sky was helping them. His opponents must be very tired from fighting all day. It was deep night. The full moon was shining brightly in the sky. Only birds occasionally flew past, blocking its glow with their wings. The prince was not sleeping at this time. He was looking up at the sky. His squad had managed to break away. Count Lemesandro told the prince that there was no need to worry. They were constantly searching the area, and they had a rear guard. Count Lemesandro had sent him quite a distance away, but there was no sign of the enemy pursuing them, which was good news. This should be proof that Captain Khan and the others have succeeded, and that they and the remnants of their army will soon catch up with the prince. At that moment, a strange rustling sound was heard near the boys. They turned around in surprise and looked in that direction. One of the soldiers ran up to him and said that the allies had arrived and Count Leo was here. The prince was very happy. This was great news. They had another chance for salvation and victory. The prince and Count Lemesandro quickly ran in that direction to meet Count Leo and his reinforcements. Count Lemesandro was worried about something. Something was alarming him. He was very serious. At this time in the forest, the opponents of the prince's army had already pitched their tents and were getting ready to sleep. They were resting from the fighting. Someone was running quickly near their camp. They were going to get a little closer to their opponents. It was Kashwara, Armin, Lu, and some magicians. They were waiting for the right moment to attack the opponents. Kashwara judged that the moment was right and nodded to Lu, signaling that they could begin the attack. Lu raised his hand. He was about to signal the rest of the mages to put Captain Khan's plan into action. The mages began casting spells at this point, creating magical fireballs in their hands. The warriors also ignited their arrows and were ready. Something flashed on a tree nearby, but from that distance it was impossible to tell what it was. Captain Khan was sitting in a tree, holding a sniper rifle in his hands and observing everything that was happening through the scope. Kashwara gathered herself. She believed that she needed to act to stop her enemy. The girl raised her hand up. She was ready to give a signal to the prince's army. Everyone knew exactly what to do. At that moment, the mages directed their power at the enemy camp, their fireballs heading straight towards the enemy. At the same time, the soldiers also released their arrows from their bows, covering the enemies with great speed. Kashwara and Armin ran boldly into battle. They were armed with blades and a sword. The guys were in a warlike mood. One of the opponents realized what was happening. It was a surprise attack. The enemies were not ready for it. Kashwara, together with Armin, dealt with several enemies in an instant. She caught them off guard. Their tactics worked. At that moment, someone rode up to the prince's resting place. It was a man riding a horse, and he stopped. The prince's allies arrived, numerous reinforcements of knights on horseback. The prince was very happy. He had been waiting for this army for a long time, and was glad that now there was a chance to defeat the enemy. The man jumped off his horse and stood right in front of the prince, also glad to see him. The man was Shin Leo. He introduced himself and greeted His Highness the Prince. The man had come to his aid and brought reinforcements with him. The man was Shin Leo. He introduced himself and greeted His Highness the Prince. The man had come to his aid. The prince said he had arrived just in time. Shin Leo was well aware that his tardiness had caused His Highness great suffering and that he was liable to punishment for failing to fulfill his duty. The prince interrupted him. He didn't think so. The young man was sure that all this happened because of him, because he was the head of state, and he couldn't blame anyone for this. Shin Leo asked the prince not to say such things. The crime of failing to protect His Majesty was punishable by death. Count Lemisandro stopped him. Because the prince had already forgiven Shin Leo, he asked him to stop this sycophancy. Shin Leo looked at the count with anger. He didn't like the man's attitude. He clearly wasn't in a friendly mood. The prince said that the count was right. They were just about to eat. He invited Shin Leo to join them and talk about everything while they ate. The count looked at Shin Leo with distrust. He clearly did not trust the young man's sincere intentions and was suspicious of him. At this time, the battle in the forest aimed at detaining the enemies continued. It was deep night. Armin mercilessly killed his opponents with a huge sword. He was determined to do everything possible to win. Kashwara fought just as bravely, killing several enemies at once with one swing of her blades. At that moment, something caught the girl's attention. She looked carefully to the side, and a plan came to her mind. Kashwara pointed to the enemy's ammunition tent and reported this to Armin. Armin realized that this was an excellent plan. He ordered his men to set fire to the enemy's storage facility to leave them without weapons. The knights of the allied army instantly prepared their flaming arrows and fired them at the ammunition storage. The tent instantly burst into flames. The ammunition exploded one after another, leaving the enemies unarmed. At that moment, Armin noticed a bright flash rising into the sky behind him. The man turned around and looked at it. Armin immediately understood what the bright light meant. It was a signal to retreat. He ordered his men to leave. The enemy was not going to let them go so easily. They chased after them, hoping not to lose sight of them. Captain Khan thought it was a great job. They had achieved their goal and stopped the enemy pursuit. Kashwara thought they simply needed to return in an hour. Khan added that they would take turns raiding them, keeping them awake. After the enemy recovers from the confusion, they will be too tired and fall asleep. Then the guys will attack again. If they repeat these actions several times, they will be able to hold them off for much longer, wearing down their enemies. Armin inquired whether the prince and his army had yet reached the canyon. Kashwara believed that reinforcements might have already arrived. The captain also hoped that help had arrived and their plan had been successful. Everyone was worried about the fate of the prince. At that moment, strange sounds were heard from the forest. Everyone became alert, and Captain Khan looked in that direction. The sounds came from behind the bushes. No one understood what it could be or who was hiding in the shadows. Everyone was on alert. Kashwara was sure that the enemy had stopped pursuing her. She looked warily into the depths of the forest and was ready to act. The girl prepared her swords, took a fighting stance, and asked who was there. Lu and the magicians also prepared to defend themselves. They were on guard and were going to use their magic. A man gradually began to emerge from behind the bushes. He slowly pushed aside the branches to pass. Captain Can was very surprised to see who was hiding in the bushes. He did not expect to see him. Kashwara told the man to show himself, and if he did not, his neck would be cut off. It turns out that Sir Helishut was hiding behind the bush. No one expected to see him, and everyone was confused that he came. The man came out from behind the bush. He laughed awkwardly and noted that a lot of time had passed since they last saw each other. Kashwara didn't understand how it was possible that Sir Helishut was here with them. Helishut explained that they were running along the path, and before they knew it, the sun had set. They were wondering what to do since they couldn't wander any further, and then he saw the flame. Kashwara noted that one wrong turn would have sent them running into enemies. Armin thought it didn't matter, since they were all safely reunited. Armin met Count Lajun. The man politely extended his hand in greeting. Armin and Lajun shook hands. They were ready to fight together for a common goal. Another hour passed. The moon had already moved from its previous place. It was deep night. The captain believed that it was time to reactivate his operations and carry out a new raid on the enemy to prevent him from falling asleep. Armin and his army of elves were in solidarity with the man. They were ready to go on a raid again. Viscount Lajun asked Armin if they were going to attack the enemy now. Armin explained that by this point, the enemy should already be asleep, and the defenses have probably strengthened, but their goal is only to sow chaos and confusion, this time pretending that fighting will be enough. Armin explained that the plan was devised by Captain Khan, and they only had a chance of winning thanks to him. Viscount Lajun finally met the man who, according to rumors, the prince had taken into his entourage. Viscount Lajun thought that this man was most likely a foreigner, and he was pleasantly surprised by his analytical abilities. Behind the Viscount's back, Urimes looked suspiciously at Captain Khan. The man did not trust the stranger. Urimes didn't understand how the prince could have taken such a suspicious person into his entourage. There had never been such a precedent. Kashwara was watching Urimes nearby, keeping a close eye on her new acquaintances. The girl noticed how Urimes was looking strangely at Captain Khan. She didn't trust the man and expected some kind of trick. The prince's army was reinforced by Count Leo's men. They already had more fighting power. The entire army was in formation. At this time, the guy and his army were riding forward. They were heading towards the gorge to build a line of defense there. A luxurious carriage rode in the center of the column, and the army guarded it because an important person was riding in it. The princess, the prince's sister, was in the carriage. She looked out the carriage window to see what was happening outside. The prince pulled the reins and stopped his horse. The prince was very concentrated. The prince asked Count Leo what he thought about creating a defense right here in this gorge. The man replied that the area was narrow and steep, so if they built a good camp, it would be quite difficult for the enemy to break through. They could also assign mage archers to the canyon as a defense. Count Leo intended to build quarters inside the second line of defense to make it even more difficult for the enemy to break through. The prince looked sadly into the distance. He understood that thanks to some of his men the pursuit had stopped. He really hoped that they would save their lives. Count Lemisandro said that given that they had yet to see the enemy, he was confident that these people were safe. The prince really hoped for this. He understood that war could not be done without casualties, but it troubled his soul. Knight Ramesh noticed that they were late and should have already returned from a new attack. The captain was confident that since Kashwara and Lu followed them, everything would be fine, because these two were incredibly strong. At that moment, strange sounds were heard nearby, and the Knight Ramesh turned around and looked in that direction. At that moment, Armin drove up to the guys on his combat vehicle. He braked sharply. Dust began to rise around him. Armin jumped off his beast. He was holding a huge sword in his hands, and his people were also approaching him. Armin reported that the enemy must be desperate, trying to extinguish the fire. Knight Ramesh immediately ran up to him and asked what this meant. Armin laughed and reported that it was a complete success. Their barracks were a given, but most of their food supplies had burned, so they would be unable to pursue for some time. The captain praised her for her excellent work, and Kashwara said that it was nothing. Everything had been successful. Lu added that everything went as Captain Kang said. They had built some sort of defensive perimeter, but were still desperately patching up the positions damaged by the previous attack. Kashwara explained that it was because they hadn't expected them to attack again. Their commanders must be furious right now. The girl didn't understand whether they should attack them again. Captain Khan knew there was no need to attack. They should leave at full speed now. Kashwara didn't understand what Captain Khan meant, because the enemy should be in chaos now and wouldn't be able to investigate them. Captain Khan agreed with the boys, but the enemy forces consisted only of soldiers. Kashwara and Armin were very surprised. They didn't even think about it. The guys agreed with their comrade. Dawn came. The sun slowly rose over the horizon, illuminating everything around. The riders ran through the forest at full speed, trying to hide from the enemy as best they could. Kashwara was the first to ride. They all followed Captain Khan's orders without question. The girl shouted at the others to move. She was worried about something and was trying to run away from something. A huge monster was chasing the boys, holding an axe in its hands, and was already catching up with the riders. Kashwara didn't let him out of her sight. She drove at full speed, trying to avoid a sad fate. The monster swung its axe at the boys, ready to cut them in half and take revenge on its opponents. At that moment, something quickly flashed before his eyes, and the sound of metal clashing was heard. Someone put his sword in front of the monster's axe, and they engaged in a duel. It was Viscount Lejeune. He bravely and selflessly tried to stop the monster to prevent casualties. The boys had a plan. Viscount Lejeune gave the others a sign that they needed to act now to stop the enemy. The monster was not alone. There were two more standing behind him. They were looking cruelly at the Viscount, wanting to tear him to pieces. At that moment, something flashed before the monster's eyes again. It was approaching the monsters at great speed. These movements were so fast that the monster did not even have time to see who attacked him. Something broke him into several pieces. Kashwara was behind the killing of the monster. She moved sharply and was very warlike. Kashwara exchanged glances with Viscount Lejeune. They worked in perfect harmony to achieve common goals. The girl was not going to give up. Their battle was not over yet. Only one monster had fallen. Viscount Lejeune was also serious. He readied his sword and took a fighting stance. Viscount Lejeune took a swing at another monster, determined to cut this beast in half. Knight Helishut was very worried about his sworn brothers. He shouted to the Viscount to hit the monster in the core. Viscount Lejeune himself understood what needed to be done. He had significant combat experience. Viscount Lejeune cut the monster in half with one movement. Black blood splashed around. The monster was defeated. The Viscount said he wasn't such a weak man. The man looked at the huge hole in the monster's body. Knight Helishut was amazed by the boys' skills. They easily dealt with the huge creatures. Kashwara finished off another one. She hit him right in the stomach, and he fell to the ground with a crash. At that moment, something caught the attention of Kashwara and Viscount Lejeune. They looked at the sky in surprise. Danger was approaching from there. The sun was at its zenith. It blinded the boys' eyes, so it was difficult to see what was approaching. Flying monsters with riders on them were flying in the sky. There was a whole flock of them. They were quickly approaching the guys. The monsters were of terrifying size. Their wingspan was enormous. They were flying straight at the boys. Enemy mages sat on the monsters' backs, speaking their native language, casting spells and beginning to cast spells. Lu also saw this picture. He instantly understood what was happening and what kind of magic his opponent was going to use. Lu shouted at Captain Kanu to dodge, because now the opponents had activated their magic and would hit them. Captain Khan was not scared. He knelt down and knew exactly what to do in such a situation. The man readied his sniper rifle and looked through the scope, trying to spot his opponent. Captain Khan was ready to act. He was about to pull the trigger and shoot straight at the enemy mages. Captain Khan was not scared. He knelt down and knew exactly what to do in such a situation. The man readied his sniper rifle and looked through the scope, trying to spot his opponent. Captain Khan was ready to act. He was about to pull the trigger and shoot straight at the enemy mages. Captain Khan, with a single precise shot, neutralized both the flying monster and the mage riding on it. Blood sprayed everywhere. The rider and his creature fell to the ground like a stone. The captain's accuracy was excellent. Captain Khan decided to continue acting in this manner. He wanted to neutralize as many enemies as possible with successful shots. At that moment, Kashwara, a girl, ran up to him, stopped the captain, and said that it wouldn't help, because there were too many opponents. Knight Helishut believed that they needed to move and run away as quickly as possible, as they would not be able to defeat their opponents. Viscount Lejeune said that he would take care of the rear and cover the boys while they were escaping. Knight Helishut nodded to the Viscount in solidarity, grateful for the man's help. The boys set out on their journey. Kashwara was the first to ride. She quickly ran away from the pursuit, leading the entire detachment. They were followed by flying monsters with magicians on them. Their goal was to deal with the guys. The chase lasted for many kilometers. The guys kept running, trying to escape the danger. Captain Khan turned around. He wasn't sure they would be able to escape and was thinking about what plan he could come up with. At that moment, Kashwara shouted to Captain Khan to look ahead, as danger was waiting for him there. The man looked ahead with excitement. If it weren't for the girl, he wouldn't have had time to react and would have gotten hurt. A huge explosion was heard right in front of them. The enemy was attacking, but the guys managed to react in time and avoid their fate. The captain was surprised by the power of the explosion. He galloped further and turned around to look at the consequences of the explosion. At this time, Pedra was waiting for the guys in a safe place. She was excited and worried about the fate of her people. Pedra asked Laura if this place was really safe. The girl was very scared. Laura explained that it would be difficult for the enemies to get inside, and no matter how large they were in strength, it would be difficult for them to crush the gorge with numbers. This calmed Pedra down a little, but something was still troubling her, and she scratched her hands nervously. Pedra knew that the further they got stuck in this canyon, the more their food supplies would dwindle. Winter is also coming. It must be very hard for their people. The girl did not understand what to do and how to help her people. Laura tried to encourage Pedro. She took her hand and agreed that it would be hard, but all they could do now was believe in Prince Orang. Pedra sighed heavily. She was glad that there was a person next to her who would always support her. Laura explained that reinforcements had arrived today, and if news of their situation reached other places, the course of this war would change. The girl's mood changed a little. She smiled and agreed with her friend, and hope for a bright future appeared. At this time, Prince Orang was also happy about something. He ran up to someone and asked if it was true. A messenger came to the prince. He said that under the leadership of Baron Kazan, several nobles from the south were gathering one after another. He told the Baron to come here. Baron Kazan said he would follow orders, but the shortest route for Baron Kazan's men to get here is not easy. Count Lemesandro understood that the man was talking about the path of Lufia. He was alarmed. It was a road that runs from the city of Mireille, where Baron Kazan is, to this place, in the middle of which is a city known as the Sacred City of the Enemy. The prince asked what the Baron would do in that case. He said that if the prince offered his support, he would try to break through the enemy's line of defense. Count Lemesandro understood that otherwise they would have no choice but to abandon the main road of Lufia and take a detour. The prince inquired how long it would take Baron Kazan to get here. The count explained that he would have to take the mountain route, which would take about twice as long, about 15 days. The prince was very surprised by such a long time. They definitely wouldn't have been able to hold out for half a month. Silence fell all around. Everyone present was thinking about how to resolve this situation and get the Baron here as quickly as possible. Count Leo thought they should let him try. The prince asked what the man was proposing. The count asked for 1,000 warriors to support his knights, and he intended to lead them south and open the way together with Baron Kazan. Count Lemesandro believed that the problem was not only that he could take away 1,000 soldiers from them, but also that the enemy forces in their holy city would be considerable. Count Leo grinned. He was confident in his abilities and knew that he would succeed. The man said his methods were a trade secret and he couldn't tell Count Lemesandro about it. He was angry, as it seemed Leo didn't trust him or harbored ill will toward the prince. The prince stopped their arguments. He didn't like it when his subjects quarreled without good reason. But they still had no other choice. They had to make decisions quickly and act, which is what the prince was going to do. The prince ordered Count Leo to do what he had to do. He was ready to give him support in exchange for help. Count Lemesandro was very angry, believing it was a mistake. Leo said he would return only with success, as His Majesty commanded. Prince Orang was also unsure of his decision. Times were very difficult, and he could use some help and support from his loyal subjects. At this time, the guys broke away from the enemy, they ran onto the plain, and decided to take a little rest. Armin noted that it looked like the enemy had stopped pursuing them for now. Knight Helishut suggested they spend the night there, as everyone was tired. Kashiwara added that the forest was dangerous at night, even for them. Knight Helishut planned to set up camp here. Armin said they would take care of surveillance and patrols. Urames was going to help Armin with patrolling. The elves would be very grateful to the man for his help. Urime said that they did not participate in the operations, so his people still had strength left. It was deep night. The moon had risen into the sky and was illuminating the quiet but dangerous forest. All the allied men were sleeping near the trees. They were very tired after such intense fighting earlier. They needed to rest. At that moment, someone was not sleeping. He was walking, jingling his armor. It was not clear where he was going. The man stopped. It was strange that he was not sleeping at such an hour. The man was Urime's. It seemed he had hidden intentions. The man was clearly up to something. Urime's had a very angry look. He was about to carry out his insidious plan. The man walked a few more meters, then stopped. He was very serious. His intentions were unclear. Captain Khan was sleeping peacefully near the tree Urime's approached, holding his sniper rifle. Urime's held a long, jagged knife. Nearby on the ground lay the corpse of one of the elves, with a pool of blood around it, apparently the work of Urime's. Elf blood was slowly dripping down the man's knife. It looked like he was about to do the same to Captain Khan. Captain Khan was sleeping peacefully near the tree Urime's approached, holding his sniper rifle. Urime's held a long, jagged knife. Nearby on the ground lay the corpse of one of the elves, with a pool of blood around it, apparently the work of Urime's. Elf blood was slowly dripping down the man's knife. It looked like he was about to do the same to Captain Khan. Urimes swung his knife and was about to repeat the elf's fate with Captain Khan. However, Kashwara came to the aid of Captain Khan in time. She sharply pushed Urimes and prevented the implementation of his plans. Urimes was very surprised. He did not expect that someone would interfere with his plans. The man was pushed on the shoulder. Urimes was thrown back some distance by Kashwara's blow. She arrived just in time to prevent the disaster. Because of this commotion, the rest of the boys woke up. The elves and soldiers looked at what was happening in surprise. Captain Khan himself woke up. He didn't even notice how there was an attempt on his life in his sleep. Armin was very angry. He shouted loudly and asked what Urimes was doing and why he was going to kill Captain Khan. Urimes lay on the floor, doubled over in pain, but the man was not going to give up. Kashwara hit the man hard with her shoulder and asked who Urimes worked for. Urimes looked up and glared at the girl, surprised that she was asking who he worked for. Kashwara decided not to wait for an answer. She flew straight at him with a blade in her hand. She was going to kill her opponent. Knight Helishut shouted at the girl to stop. Because they hadn't learned all the information yet, it would be stupid to kill him like that. Kashwara put her sword to Urimes' neck. She still wanted to hear an answer as to who this traitor was working for. Kashwara thought that Urimes' mercenary might be Count Leo. She glared at the man. Urimes laughed. He had no intention of revealing his secrets. He had other goals. Urimes suddenly pulled the blade out of his sleeve with one movement of his hand. It was hidden for an emergency. Lu watched everything in surprise. He didn't expect that there would be a traitor among their squad. Urimes quickly ran around Kashwara. He was very agile and headed towards his victim with a blade in his hands. Kashwara managed to react quickly. She jumped into the air, wanting to stop the man. The girl used her fighting techniques. She kicked Urimes in the back. Urimes flew away, and the clicking of his bones was heard. Urimes landed on the ground. He fell with a crash. The man was in great pain because the blow was strong. Urimes tried to cough. He doubled over in pain again, and was very angry that his plan had failed. Urimes fell right in front of Captain Khan, who had absolutely no idea what was happening. He looked at everything that was happening in surprise. Kashwara was very angry. She was going to finish off this traitor and protect Captain Khan. At this point, the Knight Helishut saddled his horse. Armin asked what he was trying to do. Knight Helishut replied that they needed to go immediately, right now. The man was agitated. Kashwara did not understand what Knight Helishut meant and why there was such a rush. Knight Helishut explained that the prince was in danger, as there were traitors lurking within the ranks of his army. At this time, someone was walking along the gorge. It was a dark night, but this person was not sleeping. It was the princess. She came to the edge of the gorge and was waiting for someone. From the other side, the sounds of an owl were heard. The girl became frightened and looked in that direction in surprise. However, they did not pose a danger. The princess was still waiting for someone. The girl had already relaxed, thinking that no one would come, and breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, she noticed something. The princess concentrated and was surprised. A man was walking towards her from the darkness, quickly approaching the girl. His face was not visible, but he was probably familiar with the princess. She recognized him. The man held something out to the girl in his hand. He was going to give this item to the princess. The girl was very surprised and scared. She stepped back, not understanding what was happening. In his hands, the man held a beautiful necklace with a large diamond in the center. This is what he was going to give to the princess. There was a mark on the princess's hand, hidden by a bracelet. It looked like a small flame. The second this necklace appeared, the mark glowed red. It was magical. The man said that the princess had come all this way, and they could not let her leave without rewards. The man said that at first he was very surprised and was not sure about everything that was happening. He couldn't have imagined that the princess would be Silver Mana. The mark on the gorilla girl's hand is getting stronger. It seems she was also a traitor to the prince. At this time, the youngest prince was resting peacefully in his tent, sleeping soundly and suspecting nothing. At some point, the boy woke up in horror. It seemed he was tormented by nightmares. He looked around, but his sister was nowhere to be found. One of his servants entered the tent and asked if something had happened to the youngest prince. The boy woke up, but didn't see his older sister. Knight Ramesh was very surprised because it was his job to protect the members of the royal family. Knight Ramesh and the younger prince set out to search for his sister, looking around the tents in the hope of finding her. At that moment, the Knight Ramesh noticed something nearby. He turned around in surprise to understand what was happening there. There was a tent in front of them with a light on. It was late at night, so it was strange. Knight Ramesh opened the tent door. He already thought that something had happened to the princess. Knight Ramesh was horrified when he saw what happened in that tent. He didn't expect this. In the tent, he saw a bloody sword, drops of blood slowly flowing from it and falling to the ground. One of the soldiers was lying on the floor. A pool of blood was spreading around him. The man had been brutally murdered. The killer recognized the Knight Ramesh. The knight was already ready to defend himself and finish off the traitor. Count Leo was in the tent. He was responsible for the murder of one of the knights. It seemed he had uncovered Count Leo's betrayal, for which he had been punished. The man stood in the middle of the tent, a bloody sword in his hands. At that moment, the younger prince entered the tent and asked if the Knight Ramesh had found his sister. The boy was shocked by the picture he saw in the tent. It was too cruel for a small child. The younger prince looked at Count Leo with horror. Fear gripped him, and the boy began to tremble. Count Leo grinned and looked slyly at his opponents. It seemed he was going to finish off everyone who learned the secret about him.